videos are amazing. He does all the ceremonies in the most perfect clothing and vestments you've ever seen. He's a white guy. He's probably going to be the Pope till he dies in that Spanish town, but it's luxury to a very high degree. And he does all these ancient Christian or ancient Catholic rituals that I don't think that the Catholic Church does, because the Catholic Church is more like a giant, political and Christian Catholic society. The fact that they run a bank, like they do so many things, not just like global operations. The Catholic Church is so big, it's so crazy, it's so huge. It's in every major city because it's legacy. It's just a huge organization, It's, to me, Scientology. See, Scientology is really devious because they are just like the Catholic Church, but with a science fiction, narrative. Like L. Ron Hubbard is the biggest bullshit artist in the world. He's huge. Like Scientology has billions and billions and billions, but the Catholic Church is even bigger. I mean, the fact that Catholic banking, like I could go to Italy and bank at the Vatican. It's amazing. I mean, it is its own unreported private global bank. It's amazing.
What are you talking about? It's its own country, bro.
I know, but I'm just talking about the banking specifically.
Oh, well, they've been doing that since fucking for the longest already, bro. What do you think put the Jews on the map with finance?
Well, Epstein is photographed with the Pope and Ghislaine. And
you can have them. I mean, that's got nothing to do with me. I don't know why you're telling me that. Like, that has something to do with me.
It's got nothing to do. It's got nothing to do with you.
Got nothing at all. Like, I have nothing to do with any of that shit. I didn't even know who the fucking new Pope was until everybody found out.
He's from Chicago. He's a Polak. Yeah, so he's a faggot Polak.
You think they're gonna tell me? They're gonna send me a fucking email?
Well, don't don't they know that you're the vicar of Christ here on Clown House?
Hello?
You are the bishop, the deacon of Clown House. Hello? When a Muslim is feeling depressed, who do they come to see? They come to see Megatron.
Oh, this guy at work thinks I'm talking to myself.
Hello?
That's funny. Hello? This guy, people at work think I'm fucked up in the head.
Hello?
I'm like, wow, this kid is really fucked up.
How could anybody possibly actually consider what they do work when they're modding a room for Muslims from other countries to try to practice their English? Hello?
No, I stopped doing that. Since you started critiquing that, now the requirement in the room is that you have to speak English.
Hello?
So I've been listening. I've been listening. I've been picking up what you've been putting down.
Have you been demanding that people read books?
I have been demanding that people speak English. That I have been doing. I'm not gonna lie.
Hello? You've gotten very good at the hello, I just gotta say. Hello?
Yeah. I'm star-studded on the hello.
That comes from a particularly nasty cocaine fatty out of Florida, a big fat Schwartz named Hello? Big nasty mouth creature. Hello?
Anyway, anybody tell you you're amazing today? Anyone tell you that?
Yeah. I was reading something amazing, and that told me that I was amazing.
Nice. Well, I wanted to tell you were amazing. Now you stole that from me now, so.
Well, that's because I read books.
You read books?
Yeah, when Shakespeare tells us of life, it is a tale told by an idiot full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Hello?
Yeah, you're the reason why Mikhail does his little voice. You know that, right?
Yeah. I psyoped him.
You psyoped the big time.
I did. I made him retarded. For his own good. We can't actually do lobotomies anymore. So what we have to do is neural implants. Hello?
You know, I did warn, and all the guys in the room heard me tell him straight up. I said, if you keep asking questions about the Trinity and you keep talking about it, I said, when you keep talking to us, we're going to convince you of it. And it was the guys from my group that said, bro, I remember when you told him that. It's like, that's all I can fucking remember when you said that stuff. Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Keep talking about the Trinity. Eventually, God's triune. He says Tawhid is triune. He said Tawhid, the real Tawhid is the Trinity.
Hello?
I fucking love that kid.
See, the point is, I don't really care what Mikhail has to say. I appreciate some of the things you have to say, but I have confirmed.
No, I appreciate everything you say. I'm not even selective. I appreciate everything you say.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about information transfer, meaning like when you pin a link to a good source that, you know, could require substantial amounts of time to read, let alone just a superficial scanning of it to like understand what the document's about. The point is, you know, I want my time here to be maximized in terms of information.
Well, then you're in the wrong fucking place.
You think so?
Yeah.
Hello?
This place is fucking
Hello?
garbage. Complete, utter garbage. Okay? Fucking trash. The people here, trash. Mostly fucking alcoholics. People that can't maintain a fucking job because they're on Social Security. Here I am, the asshole, working, and these people are online jerking off all day. And I gotta come on here and be nice to people, be cool with them? For what? For what? What am I getting out of it? Hello? Hello?
Well, the thing is, because of the green bean, what you realize really is, metaphysically speaking, to get angry as opposed to just, you know, let it go, let it flow. It's just exhausting, and it's much easier as a moderator to create spaces that are fully automatic, even if you don't like what you're hearing, because the purpose is to just let go and let the energy, you know, rise. And that raises all, you know, tides and sinking ships. And it's like having a lot of McDonald's and Burger Kings and Wendy's on the corner.
What you've noticed is that I've been doing this for a while. Not just on this fucking place, but on Discord and many other places. I've been hanging out with people. And I know a lot of people. I know a lot of voices. I can't say they're my friends, but I know voices. And there's a lot of them.
Yeah. You know,
there's a lot that remember me, and there's a lot that I remember. And we go from there. Hello?
Well, yesterday you were in Donald's room, which is, he calls it Prove to Me God Exists. And I claim that is technically a show, meaning you're roasting anybody who tries to come in to explain the infinite. You can roast anybody. So that show is basically a roast show, and you can have that show every day. You're doing the same thing in a different way, but yours with the Bible and Quran and this cute photo of this hot chick, in her Muslim thing. You are setting a trap as a fisherman. You are trying to catch fish. Donald.
No, whales. No, not fish.
Whales.
Whales.
You want the whales. I agree, Mr. Host.
Yeah.
Okay. The manager always wants whales.
I'm in New York, okay? We fish for whales.
Ah.
Not those fucking fishies, not for sardines. We don't want that. We want the whales.
Yeah.
Okay, cuz? All right, and I'm the shark.
You can do a lot with a whale's anatomy, from the blubber to the fish eyes to the teeth. It's a very useful product.
Of course. Whale is amazing. When I heard them using whale,
blubber.
It's like, that's genius. Fucking genius.
Do you have a lot of blubber, sir?
No, I'm on Zepbound.
Oh, you taking a peptide?
Yeah, I'm taking the shot, man. I'm doing the shit.
Oh, you must shit fluid. Explosive diarrhea.
I have to take certain, because it backs me up. Backed up like you, like how you are sexually. That's how I am when I take a shit. This is backed up.
Indigestion of the metabolism.
When was the last time you didn't pay for pussy? Wow, it's been that long, huh? The fuck?
Well, you're always paying for it, whether you like it or not.
I didn't fucking think that was that long of a pause. What the fuck, dude?
Well, my friend, I'm trying to think, when did I ever not pay for pussy? In some way, shape, or form, of course.
Batiste, they all have to be right where all that stuff is. And what number are you looking for? Yeah, it just comes up. They just come up and ask me random questions. Like, listen, honestly, guys, you got to do something. You got to work.
Well, let me just read you something about the fish.
Oh, hello? What about the fish? I don't want you to tell me about the fish. I don't want you to read me anything. I want you live. I want to know how you think. Because, besides all this hypnotist bullshit and this fucking Mao Zedong shit you've been pumping lately with this, reading this, I don't know what it is, Chinese Bible of some sort, or no, something.
Books.
Something that has to do with
books. Books, sir. Books.
The book that I posted, right? That's a very advanced book. They're not going to understand it.
It's very academic. So many citations, so much research went into creating that. It's huge endeavor.
That's all it is, a citation, not the citation. What about the Timaeus? Did you read that one?
Which one was it? Hello? Hello? Okay, this is the fish. One group abuses them with almost irrational violence. Another acclaims them as men of superhuman integrity and talent. To me, at least, this proves that such men are above average. They are mocked men, otherwise why trouble to mark them either with mud or with medals?
Hello?
The return to the outside world without catastrophe proves also the strength of their constitutions. The colony is therefore biologically and politically sound. Their existence proves it. Hello?
Existence. People with this word existence, it's such a powerful thing. Existence. Shut the fuck up with this existence exists, and there is some kind of necessary. Shut the fuck up.
Hello?
necessity of necessarily, because it's necessarily necessity. It's like, shut up, right? Stupid shit. So what is That's all you are.
Hello?
You're in here
Hello?
for 2 minutes.
Hello?
You put the A-frame back?
Hello?
You got everything there? You got the
Hello?
everything?
Hello?
Amateur drill, everything, right?
Hello?
I got the grind. I got both grinders.
Hello?
And I got the bandsaw.
Hello?
I grabbed the battery from somewhere. I don't know where I got it from.
Hello? Hello?
You guys are done?
Hello?
All right. Huh? I have no fucking clue.
Hello? Hello?
What's up? Yeah. What do you got? 6, please.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
I call this like the hello gang. Like if you want to be in the hello gang, you got to say hello and you got to say it right. If you can't say it right, you can't come in the perimeter. You'll be excommunicated. You're not allowed in the group. You can't come to the fortress if you can't properly say hello. It's a call sign for the retarded, and I find retards. Retard finder, they call me. Hello? Hello?
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Oh, shit. Okay, I want to dedicate this song to all the retards that I've met on Clown House over the past 5 years. And this song is called Abrahamic and Heretics. Hello?
Hello. That one's good too. The short hello. Hello.
Hello.
That one's a good one.
Short but
Like
sweet.
short,
Sometimes
yeah,
less is
short,
more
yeah.
with the hellos. Hello.
Yeah. The short and sweet ones are good. Sometimes it doesn't deserve a full hello.
You ever have
Sometimes it just.
You ever have a contractor like not fix what they were supposed to fix, and then they still try to, invoice you and bill you on the spot, and you didn't pay it, and you're like, yeah, you got to fix it, and then they're like, hello?
No, I don't have those problems.
Hello?
Thing is that they're not fucking me over.
Yeah, that's because you didn't pay them. Hello?
Well, if I don't have the money, like that's the whole thing. Like, if you didn't do the job, like the guy not paying you, like I'm just gonna warn you and just be like, yo, listen, dude, I'd rather you fix it so you guys get paid.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not up to me. They know I didn't take the money. They know it's not me. They know it's not my fault. I'm in communication with these people on a daily basis. How can it be my fault? I'm the guy here.
Well, good Shabbos to you, Megatron. I pray that your Shabbos is sweet and full of bliss, whether it be on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. I hope that the Lord above.
You were very Jewy. Now all of a sudden you're very Indian now. What's up with that?
Hello?
Hello?
Well, I'm just saying, if you roll around in cow shit or put your head underneath a cow's, pussy and wash your head in cow piss,
Yeah.
you could be cutting edge in terms of like natural theology.
I like my haircut.
Hello?
My haircut?
Hello?
It was Valentine's dance last night with my kids. The Valentine's dance. Yeah, I'm gonna go back there right now. So there's only one ladder, so.
Asking for help, wealth, love.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
but they
you troubles pray a song, asking for help. Send strength. Shabbos prayer song, asking for help, wealth, love, peace, and strength. You Shabbos prayer song, asking for help, wealth, love, peace, and strength. Shabos, prayer song asking for help. You Shabbos prayer song asking for health, wealth, love, peace, and strength. Jewish Shabbos prayer song asking for help, wealth, love, peace, and strength. Learn first, O thou who aspirest unto our ancient order, that equilibrium is the basis of the work. If thou thyself hast not a sure foundation, whereon wilt thou stand to direct the forces of nature? Know then, that as man is born into this world amidst the darkness of matter and the strife of contending forces, so must his first endeavor be to seek the light through their reconciliation. Thou then, who hast trials and troubles, rejoice because of them. For in them is strength, and by their means is a pathway opened unto that light. How should it be otherwise? O man, whose life is but a day in eternity, a drop in the ocean of time. How were thy trials not many, couldst thou purge thy soul from the dross of earth? Is it but now that the higher life is beset with dangers and difficulties? Hath it not ever been so with the sages and hierophants of the past? They have been persecuted and reviled. They have been tormented of men. Yet through this also has their glory increased. Learn first, O thou who aspirest unto our ancient order, that equilibrium is the basis of the work. If thou thyself hast not a sure foundation, whereon wilt thou stand to direct the forces of nature? Know then, that as man is born into this world amidst the darkness of matter and the strife of contending forces, so must his first endeavor be to seek the light through their reconciliation. Thou then, who hast trials and troubles, rejoice because of them, for in them is strength, and by their means is a pathway opened into that light. How should it be otherwise, O man, whose life is but a day in eternity, a drop in the ocean of time? How were thy trials not many? Couldst thou purge thy soul from the dross of earth? Is it but now that the higher life is beset with dangers and difficulties? Hath it not ever been so with the sages and hierophants of the past? They have been persecuted and reviled. They have been tormented of men. Yet through this also has their glory increased. Learn first, O thou who aspirest unto our ancient order, that equilibrium is the basis of the work. If thou thyself hast not a sure foundation, whereon wilt thou stand to direct the forces of nature? Know then that as man is born into this world amidst the darkness of matter and the strife of contending forces, so must his first endeavor be to seek the light through their Learn first, O thou who aspirest unto our ancient order, that equilibrium is the basis of the world. If thou thyself hast not a sure foundation, whereon wilt thou stand to direct the forces of nature? Know then that as man is born into this world amidst the darkness,
Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 go, go, goody, go, 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 go. Doody, doody, dum, dum, doody, 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 dum, dum, doody, doody, dum, dum, doody, doo. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go,
Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go. Go, 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 go. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go. Go, 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 go. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go. Go, 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 Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9, hold, let it go. Go, 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 go.
Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, 9, 9, hold, hold, let it go, 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 let it go, 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 go.
Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9, hold. Let it go, 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 go. Let it go, 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 go.
Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9, hold. Let it go, 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 go. Let it go, 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 go.
Take the deepest breaths of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9, hold. Let it go, 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 go. Let it go, 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 go.
Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Let it go, 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 Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Let it go, 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 go. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold. Let it go. Doody dum dum doody dum 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 doody doody Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold. Let it go. Doody dum dum doody dum 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 doody doody Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold. Let it go. Doody dum dum doody dum 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 dum.
Close your eyes to the noise. Feel the air. It's your voice. Whispers of a quiet sea. Quiet sea. Inhale the world. Exhale the gray. Deepest breath. Time dissolves, it bends, every breath begins, it ends. Clouds are rivers in disguise. Let it Hair turns cold when you believe. Breathe away, let it leave. Echoes bloom, soft and slow. Close your eyes to the noise. Feel the air. It's your voice. Whispers of a quiet sea. Inhale the world, exhale the gray. Deepest breath of your day. Let it go. 7 seconds of the sky. 10 seconds to say goodbye. Let it is the soul, it bends, every breath begins. Clouds are rivers in disguise. Let it go. 7 seconds of the sky. 10 seconds to say goodbye. It turns cold when you believe. Breathe away, let it leave. Echoes bloom, soft and slow.
Take the deepest breath of the day. Feel the weight start to slip away. Count it slow now, 1, 2, 3. Let it rise like a tide at sea. Oh, 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 let it go, go. Feel it flow. Take the deepest breath of the day. 10, 11, 10, 9. Hold it close, let it align. Take the deepest breath of the day. Oh, oh, let it go, go. Let it go.
Feel the rush as the seconds fall. Heartbeat echoes down the hall.
Inhale stars, exhale night.
Wrap yourself in electric light.
Let it go, go.
Feel it glow, glow.
Take the deepest breath of the day. 10, 11, 10, 9. Hold it close, let it align. Take the deepest breath of the day. Let it go, go.
Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go.
Take the deepest breath of the day. Feel the weight start to slip away.
Count it slow, now 1, 2, 3. Let it rise like the tide at sea.
Hold, let it go, go. Feel it flow, flow, flow. Take the deepest breath of the day. 10, 11, 10, 9. Hold it close, let it align. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold, let it go, 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 Feel the rush as the seconds fall.
Heartbeat echoes down the hall.
Inhale stars, exhale night.
Wrap yourself in electric light.
Hold, let it go, go. Feel it glow, glow, glow. Take the deepest breath of the day. 10, 11, 10, 9. Hold it close, let it align. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold, let it go, 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 go.
breath of the day. Feel it climb, feel it sway. Like a kite caught in the sky.
When Aaron Omar has one fan, you know he's gonna lose.
Let it fly. 10 not 11, 10 not 9. Time's a rhythm, not a straight line. Hold, 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 let it go, go, go. Catch the wave, let it flow.
Welcome back to Kitover tonight. My guest tonight.
Hold, hold, let it go, go, go. Breathe in time, let it show. The clock's a whisper, not a shout. Ticking softly in and out.
Set, man. Can't beat it. Welcome back to Kitover tonight. My guest tonight traveled light years and somehow still beats LA traffic. Please welcome to class. Today we're diving into some pretty important topics. DRT. The whole world from this throne of science.
Feel the comments magnetic. 10 seconds to find the glow. Now let it go, go, go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Feel it climb, feel it sway. Like a kite caught in the sky. Hold it still, let it Tonight, time's a rhythm, not a straight line. Hold, 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 let it go, go, go. Catch the wave, let it flow. Hold, 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 let it go, go, go. Breathe in time, let it show. The clock's a whisper, not a shout. Ticking softly in the night. The world's a loop, not a race. Spin in circles, find your space. Hold, 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 let it go, go, go. Catch the wave, let it flow. Hold, 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 let it go, go, go. Breathe in time, let it show. Feel the air, it's electric. Feel the calm, it's magnetic. 10 seconds to find the glow. Now let it go, 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 go on.
kills COVID. They said it kills COVID.
Really? That's crazy. No, and when I hear black people that talk bad about other black people, that tells you the conditioning that has to go into that habit. Think about the communities that they would have to be raised in, or the family situation they would have to go through to get there. And it's unfortunate, but some people are who they are. And you'll meet some black people that really don't like black people. Like, literally, just don't like them at all.
Do you ever think about asking why and maybe like actually engaging in the conversation? Because if you have some family member doing drugs, doing bad things, you're obviously criticizing them because you want them to do better. You know, just because you blow smoke up the black community's ass and you can't criticize them at all doesn't mean that you love black people.
What do you mean when you can't criticize the community? I'm confused.
That doesn't even make sense, because the way he's saying it is like saying, if I got 9 siblings and 2 siblings are acting a fool, I should just cut them all off. That's just dumb. There's 40 million black people in the United States. You probably don't even know a million. Hold up. You don't even know a million. Excuse me, brother. I didn't interrupt you. Let me make my point so you can hear me, and then you can have something to respond to.
Yep.
So if it's, brother, let me make my point, then you can have something to respond to, brother. We can't both talk at the same time. If it's 40 million black people and you haven't met a million, and what you're doing is you're taking yourself and creating a bias towards a whole group of people, and that makes no sense. That's like me saying, because I had 2 bad relationships, all women ain't SHIT. That's stupid. You don't even know enough black people to even make a point to say black people, you should even be included in this. Whoa, well, black people did that. I grew up in a city with 640,000 people. Now you have to think, about 80% of this is disproportionately black and Hispanic, right? So that leaves us somewhere around like maybe 500,000. That's not enough. So even if I don't get along with the 500,000, that doesn't mean, oh, there can't be other black people that's good. No, go find your tribe. That's being lethargic, lazy, and stupid when people sit around and think like that.
Nigga making videos.
Yeah, good thing there's literally no black people who are like that. They actually do talk about the type of black people they don't like. They don't just hate every single black person. So you're being disingenuous when you say that.
But why would we put a label and say that there's certain black people we don't like? You're part of the problem. It's the fact that you want to. You have a habit of interrupting. Is that a characteristic of you being whatever race you are, or you just say that you want to participate in the conversation, but you refuse to give other people the same grace that we're giving you? So, see, I don't like people. See, there we go. I don't like people like you because you make these claims and criticisms, but then you don't want to accept the criticism that we're giving of you. Can you not allow people to? Okay, there you go. You need some manners, perhaps, and I think that would be better served outside of this space. Oh, notice how that gets you on mute. So are you going to go on mute or? All right, well, there you go. Bye-bye. See, notice people like that. It's always you're the problem versus I'm the problem. If you're going to come into a space and that's not even the community that you identify with, and you're just, the first thing that you're going to open with is you need to be open to criticism, why should we? Who made these people the arbiter of what is right and what is wrong? It's just the audacity for me. And nobody has an issue with being critiqued. But if you just want to open up, I should want to criticize you, then I don't understand what the problem is. But anywho.
I think anytime somebody thinks like that, right, it's really, we're really going through this period of like the death of the cultural narcissist, like in every form, right? The narcissist that we know as friends, the narcissist we know in institutions or corporates, right? Like we're really going through this, and the narcissism that is whiteness. You know, a lot of black people have been going through this healing era and recognizing their emotions and stuff like that for the last few years. And it's really just learning how to spot people who can't contextualize, who don't understand backstory, who don't understand relationship, who don't understand why they have the views that they do, who are just operating based on assumptions that they've never interrogated. So when you have a population of people who've never interrogated their own assumptions, why they think the way that they think, they're not going to think about that when it comes to other Black people. They're just going to say, I just don't like Black people. But you ever just stop and imagine why they might be the way that they are, why the circumstances might be the way that they are, right? And then maybe do some digging and start to learn. But see, if you haven't learned to appreciate that yourself, it's also a confession. It's a confession that you haven't really done any work and that you're just operating from a place of like mythicism, assumptions. This is just, as far as I can see, and as far as I can see is the world, it's reality. As far as what affects me is real. And there's a much bigger world, and there's much more history and backstory to people's lives and what shapes them and shapes the circumstances, the hoods they live in, the personalities that they have, the temperaments that they have. But unless you've done that work yourself, then projection takes its place. And you just start to operate from that ignorance and start to have a disdain in the mirror when it's really just you looking at yourself. And you're projecting all your anger and your fear on the fact that they won't change and they won't do better. But they're just a representation of you. You're seeing what you won't do for yourself in them. And until you can learn how to appreciate that and get some understanding in there, then you start to have compassion. Because you realize that you weren't you weren't some pariah or unicorn, but you were beholden to the same circumstances that have shaped the way that they show up in the world. And whatever privilege that you have is not some crown that you just wear on top of your head, but it's a responsibility that you realize the way you show up in the world affects other people. And you start to think that way. And hopefully that affects your politic. Hopefully that affects the type of friends that you have, whether you're willing to confront cause and effect around you and pay attention to cause and effect, because you recognize that that's the type of world that we live in. When people say stuff like that, they just don't like these types of people or this. You're actually confessing that you're a very dense and myopic person. And you don't understand, and you haven't appreciated context in your own life, in your own story. So you're just angered by it being reflected back to you and somebody else.
I don't really care about their reasoning and rationality anymore, to be perfectly honest. I am tired of being the arbiter of education. Black people are tired. It's a low-paying job, right, with no real benefits, no 401k. And respectfully, we're going to decline. We are not here for your education or your entertainment. We are not here to inform you about your egregious ways. We just don't give a shit anymore, especially Black women. So we're not going to do that. If you're going to act accordingly, then we will respond accordingly. And that is the end of this PSA.
Hello?
Happy Saturday, y'all.
Hello?
I agree with that. I think that,
Hermes, I don't know if you just heard that faggot N-word, F-word, make a total projection. Everything they complain about is actually what they do, Hermes.
This is not me just sitting back and just being like,
Hello?
I'm just not going to say nothing, I'm not going to do nothing or whatever.
There you go, not going to say nothing or do nothing, but I'm going to keep talking about nothing and saying nothing. Hello?
Go to places to do things versus operating in purpose, where you realize, okay, it's not so much that the work that I'm doing needs to be more intense, but I recognize why it's so important now. Like, if you have realized that what you're doing, whether you're a tax consultant, whether you're a singer, whether you are an interior designer, has been because you took stuff that was in your life that was in chaos or in disarray or in disorder, and you made something neat and made something nice out of it, that work continues. It doesn't matter what's happening.
Hello?
If anything, it just shows why it's more important for us to continue to do the work. That doesn't mean I'm going to put my body out there, on the line and protest and stuff like that. But it also means that, me having dignity and living with a life of dignity is more important than me being afraid of dying, because there's a lot of people who live a long time and have no dignity, have no story, and they're just here and not doing anything. And it's more unhealthy to yourself and to other people. So
I have a question. So a lot of conversations that people are having when it comes to this immigration brain that you brought up, protesting, is they're sitting it out. This ain't got nothing to do with them. How do y'all feel about that? Because honestly, for me, I think like just because somebody may be racist, like say, a lot of people say I grew up around Mexicans, they're freaking racist.
They can.
And they're getting deported, good for them. But like, for me, like, whether they're racist or not, those policy affect us as well. I don't understand why you can't stand next to someone to ensure that policy doesn't, negative policy that can affect your community, just because it's a community of people that you don't like, why you can't just stand next to them and to at least support.
So,
Hello?
I'll say that, and I'm glad you brought this up because I speak on this a lot. And I don't know, maybe the last time I was in here, I might have spoken this too. I think it's the dumbest thing that I see when Black Americans act like they don't need the support of other communities. When I look at Brother Khalid Muhammad, Malcolm X, and all the other...
Hello? Hello? Ooh, we got a good room here. Rabbi Obadiah Yosef in the Atheist House. This would be a good one.
I think we should be able to look at this stuff, this religious stuff, square in the face and say, you know what? If we ever needed that stuff, we don't need it anymore. It's not serving anybody. It's not helping.
Hello?
I think we should be able to call a spade a spade.
You gonna call an N-word an N-word? Hello?
There's a really great song called Religion, I think sung by 10 Years After. Highly recommended. Most underrated song, but so well done.
Hello? Hello?
I will just say to AJ's point, AJ, when you attack me for doing nothing more than finding a quote of a prominent leader in a religious organization and having a look-see, completely in context, completely sourced, that you get angry about that fact.
Hello?
That's on you. That's not me.
Hello?
You gotta own that. And if you're not comfortable with what your religious leaders are saying, you have choices, you have agency there. You can change your relationship to a religion. You don't need to do.
Hello?
Simply write on a piece of paper, I no longer want to be this religion. Give it to that subordinate leader. And you say, take your religion and put it where the sun don't shine.
Hello?
And from thenceforth, you are no longer a member of that religion.
Hello?
You can do this. You have the strength. You just need the courage and the backbone and the moral energy to do what's necessary.
Hello?
What's necessary. You just don't have the strength to do what's necessary.
Hello?
And you have to own that.
Hello?
I can't own it for you. And
Hello?
putting your anger on me is not the solution. You need to direct the anger where exactly where it goes. Dr. James was firing his machine gun, but he didn't have control. He wasn't pointing it in the right direction.
You're doing a lot of projections.
Hello?
I gave you a well-reasoned response.
He needed to be pointing his machine gun right straight directly at the Rabbi Obadiah Yosef, the only person who owns any responsibility for these words is Rabbi Obadiah Yosef. And you couldn't find him in your gun sites. And that's because you, Dr. James, simply lack discretion. 75 years of schooling hasn't taught you fuck shit.
It doesn't change the fact that you are a racist, you have an agenda, and that's really all that needs to be said about it.
And how would you know that I'm a racist?
Because I know you pretty well, Benjamin. We've known each other for some time.
So you should know. You should be able to identify that thing that is racist.
No, because I listen to what you say, and I listen to... I think it's pretty self-explanatory.
You think calling people to leave a religion that is racist makes me a racist?
No, that was a problematic statement, but you're using it to support your own white
supremacy. You think that leaving a religion makes me a white supremacist? Don't you understand that most white supremacists are Christians? Most white supremacists believe the same thing.
Some are not Christian.
A handful.
I'm not Christian. I'm not religious.
Right. Do you struggle with racist ideas?
I mean, to the extent that anyone should self-reflect on themselves, I think, we should all have some kind of internal struggle to, check ourselves. But no, not really. And also, Benjamin, listen, I came in here good intended. I answered your question several times. I tried to be very nuanced and thorough about it. The fact that you don't listen doesn't change the fact that I gave you an answer in several ways. And, if you have kind of a political agenda here, it is what it is. What I said was this person comes from a fringe far-right voice, right? So I think this person is suspect out there.
Well, you're saying somebody is fringe who has 10 seats on the Knesset.
Here's the deal. Let me respond. Let me respond to you. So basically, there's a lot of far-right white supremacists who like to use this whole, the Jews think the rest of us are goyim. They think we're cattle. It comes from the learned protocols of the elders of Zion. This is like far-right white supremacist conspiracy shit. The way this stuff gets used, it gets used in really harmful ways. I'm not saying that this thing is not a true quote and it's a piece of shit quote. What I'm saying is these things can get hijacked, and whether you accept that or not, you are sort of playing the part. You're playing the role. You're doing the thing that the people on the far right do. So you do you. Have fun.
Wait, you somehow think that I have 10 seats on the Knesset?
I've said what I need to.
In the power dynamic here, Dr. James, I have 0 seats on the Knesset, and the guy who said this, his party has 10 seats on the Knesset.
You're not listening. You're not listening. So I'm done. You're not listening.
You think that I should be responsible for this man's words, and he should not be responsible for his own words. I just think that's a really ignorant take on your part, and I think that maybe you should ask for a reimbursement for your education, because man, did you get a raw deal? So here's a thought, Dr. James. Maybe when you're going to hold people responsible for what is said, you should figure out who did the saying and then hold them responsible. Like, this is not complicated stuff. They should have covered this in the first 10 hours that you spent on campus. And somehow you managed to get through 10 years of schooling and not understand that the person responsible for saying a thing is the person who says it and not the person who is putting it up here on a bulletin board as a citation. I don't know if you know how plagiarism works, but you can't get very far in academia if you don't understand how to hold people responsible for their own work. I just don't think you understand this very well. Richard, how are you doing?
actually painting a piece of board, the back and forth. But, fun you should call my name, Benjamin. Maybe not the best idea right now, because you recall the conversation we had last at length with your other little friend? I don't know who the guy was. I don't remember his name. About how we Caribbean people should be grateful for how we got introduced to the institutions of the West. And your thrice repeated comments about coconut drinking under the tree and whatnot that I had to point out to you indirectly was, kind of weird to say to a Caribbean person. Do you recall that conversation?
Is that because they don't have coconuts in the Caribbean?
No. We know the trope. Don't play that game. And I'm just finding it weird because, again, I let it slide the first time you did it. Then you repeated it twice. And, to the giggling of your friend. I'm assuming he's your friend. I don't know. Do you recall that? I mean, I'm just surprised that you're sounding like you're, against racism and call it out. Yeah. And I thought we had some flavors of racism in it. Benji?
Wait,
disagree?
You think that drinking coconut is a racist idea?
I reiterate the main theme of the discussion.
Do you think that coconuts are grown by one race?
As I pointed out to you, first I said you seem to be obsessed with the coconut thing because you literally, in the exact words, said it thrice. Then, and that was a minor thing, really. What really struck me more strongly was this whole idea that, because I pointed out to you that, yes, indeed, the institutions did carry benefits, right, in terms of how they're constructed and so on. But, that information could have been imparted to the people who it was forced upon, right? In a better way that you and your friends seem to insist that the only way was the way it happened. And I'm like, no, you can give the benefits of institutions without enslaving the people, without exploiting the people. Yeah, forget the morning discussion we had. But please, in your words, I'm not colored. You explain to the audience here what you explained to me. Go ahead, let's see what they take of it. Because I didn't see it to be a rational argument, personally. But go ahead.
Well, I think we were having a conversation about the economy in Jamaica, right?
And other places, but yeah, Jamaica was on the focus because I have personal experience here.
Yeah.
We talked about gambling, we talked about the...
And your position is that the outside world, I don't know who exactly, but the people are coming there and exploiting the people of Jamaica by setting up trade routes and other ways that they can. So, was it or something like the Iraq region?
I'll start with this. Do you recall? Are you trying to remember? Because I can help reinforce what's said. Because I remember it well.
And the idea is that you're saying that they were exploiting the people, and I was questioning whether that exploitation crossed over into slavery. I mean, in other words, were they forcing the people to work, or were they just offering them jobs that they chose to take because they didn't have better alternatives? And I was curious how it was exploitation to offer people a job, a better job than their other alternative. And you were struggling, you were framing this as they were coming in being exploitative. And I was questioning where exactly where the line on exploitation was in your mind. Because it sounded to me like they were creating economic opportunity that didn't otherwise exist. So, you think that's racist?
I'm curious, are you unaware?
You guys think everything is racism.
Sure, well, go ahead. Are you aware or unaware of how multinationals and the governments along with them or system take advantage of countries?
Well, large
I'm just asking, are you aware or not aware?
I think large corporations take advantage of everything they can because that's the whole point of a company is to take advantage of a situation, right? if there's coal in the ground and you need a company to pay for a mine to dig it out, they take advantage of the fact that there's coal in the ground and money can be made from getting it out. Isn't that what corporations do?
And your suggestion is that there's nothing racist in how they went about what they did. Just trying to be clear on your position.
Well, I wasn't there. I wouldn't know if what they did was racist or not.
No, it was I.
So that's why I was asking you. Did they cross any lines? Did they force people? Did they whip people that didn't go to work? Did they punish people like if they weren't working? Or were they just saying, here's a job, you can have it if you do the work, and if you don't do the work, then we'll find somebody else? Because one
But do you recall the conversation? Because I'm finding interesting.
One is economic, is pretty standard economic opportunity.
So you don't recall the conversation. It's all we went over all of this, you know.
Oh, well,
what I was curious about was, you know, your
that's all, but I think you're boring people to tears.
I
think you're boring people to tears.
No, we love this. We love this. Continue.
Yeah, no, I realize he doesn't want me to talk about it because it was quite clear. Intended. His jokes on the coconut drinking thing were sufficient to bring giggles from his little friend because they knew, and I'm sure he knew what he was doing, right? Because I don't see Benjamin as a dumb guy. He's not dumb. I really pointed with his words, very careful with what he admits to, and his sudden loss of memory on what we discussed, which was not even 2 days ago. I don't think, was it? Not even 2 days. No, normally, I don't go seek any kind of rhetorical argument with anybody like that. You know, I mean, it is what it is. This clubhouse, I don't take any of this seriously. I'm literally painting on a piece of wood. I know what I'm talking to you. No, although real life work, but it just struck me strange, Benji. I just have to admit, I can't say for sure certain if you are racist, but I can tell you this: it came across.
Wait. So if I understand you right, you're not sure if I'm racist. But you think that my describing people enjoying their life on a beach,
hello,
drinking,
you were with her,
drinking out of a
smell it on
coconut
you.
was
Going
racist.
back inside, you've got a knock on the door. You're going to tell her it's you.
I don't know, but every time I heard every time I heard to the Caribbean,
It's you.
I sit on a beach and I drink coconut.
I've
That's
got a
what
job for
people
you.
do.
What's the job? Take a seat.
What was in context is a
I want you to find your soul
people
for
doing
me. And
things.
the idea
Why
of
did
yourself didn't lose it.
Do you
Not
remember
the
the
little
context?
bugger. Somewhere safe as houses that can sell it. No one would find it.
Here's the thing.
Help yourself to what's in the fridge.
National corporations are there with a goal.
Well, how much for that?
How much you got?
£20 and £2.
£20. You keep pence.
I get the impression that people like.
I had a really good time today.
Most of the
Don't
people
speak musically about you.
go to the beaches, enjoy the good weather. I mean, look, it's a beautiful island. It has beautiful weather. It doesn't seem to require a great deal of industrial technology to operate for many thousands of years. So people have a good life.
So in the middle of these protests to go into white nationalist spaces and disrupt it.
The same thing thrice.
Scrutiny.
Got a nice little chuckle out of the he was
and therefore spread out
racist in his
many of the typical
this idea that people, who were taken advantage of by Western powers should be grateful. And we've heard this argument before. This is nothing new, because it's been raised again. And that, look at all the benefits to Western, civilization and brought yeah, but they could have been nice about it. That was my counter. That you didn't have to enslave, exploit, none of that was necessary.
Wait a minute. You just used the term enslaved. Are you saying that people in the Caribbean were enslaved by Western powers?
Is Britain, United Kingdom, a Western power? Or shall we change islands as Haiti, formerly under a Western power? Yes, so what is inaccurate about the statement?
Well, because you were complaining about the fact that they came in and they hired people, but you were not complaining about the fact that they forced them to work. Now I have to go look this up.
Very clever, by the way. All right, so let me get back on the topic. What I
It's well established. There's no reason to look it up. It's well established.
Yeah, he's trying to get on it. What I did explain to you, my personal, because we like to say, well, do you have personal experience? Yes. I watched CIA agents hand out guns to children in the fucking ghetto, right? Witness personal that. And thereby destabilized a government that was leaning pro-Castro, pro-communist, right? Then I went on to explain that this thing was so ridiculous with the West, with America in particular, that Guyana, where my father's from, who said, we want to be absolutely neutral. Because you guys made the point that, well, America can't have communist, thing and, the Soviet Union, playing around so close in the neighborhood. And I said, okay, fine. But Guyana had no interest. Because yes, under Michael Manley, he was leaning towards Cuba. And he wanted to. But because of the abuse of the multinationals and the support they got, and the fact that, he was looking out for his people as all good leaders should, because your point is like, oh, well, you guys have all these bad leaders and, what do you expect, blah, blah, kind of talk. Well, I was like, well, not all of them were that way. Yes, you do have dictators, but some were looking out for the people and were not satisfied with the bullshit treatment they were getting. And the fact even that Cuba had the revolution to begin with, to get out from under Batista, because Batista was cooperating with the criminals, the underworld of North America, to turn the Cuban people into whores and servants. And they weren't having that. So anyway, I just was very curious about the coconut thing, because again, well, I guess they were quite happy sitting in the trees for the coconuts. Yeah, right. Not how it works, brother. And while, yes, Western institutions have value and do, did impart benefits or can, the way they were introduced was shitty. But again, you're championing, these things.
You were not complaining on that day. You were not complaining about the historical slavery in the Caribbean. Maybe that's what you should have been complaining about.
That wasn't the lead. No, that was not the lead take, because I was bringing it to more modern times. Why go to slavery when some of this shit literally happened within my lifetime? Look,
I mean, if you were complaining about the slavery, I would condemn that, right? I condemn slavery left, right, and center. In fact, one of the reasons people like AJ think that I'm racist is because I condemn slavery. Isn't that weird?
I'll say this. I'm not sure if you're a racist, as I said earlier, But some of what you said was questionable. I just didn't see it important.
So, Richard, how would you deal with this? Let me ask you this question. How would you deal with this conundrum? When I condemn racist genocide, people call me a racist.
I need to hear more context, Benjamin.
How do we live in a world that is so goddamn stupid that when you condemn genocide by race, people call you a racist?
But who said that was the reason? No, but that's what you're saying, though. I will have to hear the other side.
Look, AJ.
So you're asking me to say that.
If I condemn, as I do, a God who is portrayed as killing Egyptian children in the Bible, all the people will come up and say, oh my God, you're a racist. Why are you saying that? Well, it's right there in the text. And they get mad at me for pointing out the text that they're putting their hand on when they swear allegiance to God and country. If I point out that the text that they're so in love with is a racist piece of shit, and the God that they pray to and they put on their coin and their flag and everywhere else they can find to put it is a piece of shit, racist, genocidal killer, they turn around and they say to me, oh, you're being a racist. How did we get into this weird conundrum world where you can't even criticize slavery or genocide without being called a racist? Huh?
I'll give you that.
Answer that?
Hello?
You guys want to answer that?
Hello?
So I'll give you this. I too have a problem with religious text seems to support abhorrent practices. That isn't called out by the practitioners, you know. And that's kind of my general overall, or one of the general overall problems I have with.
Wait a minute. Can I take you to the quote at the top of the goddamn room? Because this is a quote that comes right out of the text. This is a modern guy. This is the year 2020, I think, something like that. This is a modern dude. He's not 50,000 years old. He's a modern dude, and he's making this statement right out of the text. So go back to what you were just saying. The followers don't somehow use the text. Is that what you were saying?
No. What I said is that if there is religious text, that is supportive of abhorrent, racist, misogynist, whatever, right?
Yeah.
Practices, behaviors, whatnot, and the followers of said religion don't call it up. That's a problem for me personally.
No, I agree with you.
But the criticism of religious belief. No, and that personally, you know, that's one of the things that took me away from being a religious person, because I was raised in the tradition of Christianity. My mother, one of the most devout, honest persons about it I ever met. Much more than a lot of the others.
So, Richard, do you think that we just need to get rid of some of our bad ideas so that we can do better things in this world?
When you say bad ideas, well, there's another side to religion where some of the kindest, most helpful, most, you know, humane people I've discovered in church, in a church setting. So, not necessarily ready to throw out the baby with the bathwater here. And religion, you know, needs to learn to self-correct some of these things, because what may have been a practice in the past, the child marriages and all that, we can now see our, you know, errors need to be corrected and should be called out to.
Do you think those nice people that you met in the church are only nice because they read a Bible about a God who kills children and is happy when you dash the baby's skull against the, you know what, maybe we need to do a reading. We need to do a Bible reading. You need to just take a brief moment.
Yeah, and real quick, Benjamin, before you do that, when you call out people who support genocide because of their religious ideology, to me, that's not being a racist or a prejudiced person. You're just calling out people holding a bad religious ideology. I mean, I don't see it has to do with any human, cultural, ethnical, different divide, right? It's just about their beliefs.
Yeah, I separate people from their ideas, and I think people need to figure out how to separate their own damn self from the ideas that they've been groomed with. That's part of what it means to be an adult. If you haven't cut the apron strings, if you haven't decided for yourself what religion you're going to be, you haven't grown the fuck up.
Yeah, so I don't see any correlation with that with being prejudiced, bigoted, or quote-unquote racist, right? I mean...
All right, I want to just read, I want to take a minute to center our thoughts and really, we come to the blessed word of God this morning, desperately in need of only the kind of clarity and love that the Bible offers. God's words to his people. God's word to his creation, God's word to us, the timeless wisdom, the glorious timeless wisdom that can only come from the word of God. And the reading today is from the blessed book of Psalms, written by Solomon, the wisest man in the tradition. And it comes to us today from the 137th Psalm. And I'll start reading at the verse 9. Remember, Lord, what the Edomites did on that day Jerusalem fell. Tear it down, they cried. Tear it down to its foundations. Daughter Babylon, doomed to destruction. Happy is the one who repays you according to what you have done to us. Happy is the one who seizes your infants and dashes them against the rocks. So after the reading, I want us to just sit quietly and reflect on the beautiful words of God as spoken by his prophet Solomon. Let the word of God move within your heart. Let it bring you to a place of understanding and knowledge that none of Dr. James's psychotropic drugs can do, and none of the marijuana you've been smoking can get you to a place that you can only get to if you've read the good word from God Almighty, expressed through his servant, his slave, dare I say, the King Solomon the Great. And I'll just read the last verse one more time, in case the first time you missed it. Verse 9 of the Psalms, the 137th Psalm. Happy is the one who seizes your infants and dashes them against the rocks. Now, if you're old enough without your parents' help, you're old enough to lose your own goddamn religion. And if you've decided that the religion for you is the one where God says, happy is the one who sees your infants and dashes them against the rocks, you, my dear friend, are a fucking moron. Are we clear? If you want to change your religion out this morning, I ask you to come forward with a small fee of $149. I will set you up with a brand new religion. I've got offerings for $39. I can get you set up with a Pastafarian account. You can pray to the giant spaghetti monster. If you want a deluxe religion, I can get you set up with Scientology. That's going to cost you hundreds of thousands of dollars. It may not be for everybody. But we've got an entry deal today, 25% off your first e-reading. If you want an old religion that feels familiar, but doesn't have Psalms 137 in it, I can recommend Zoroastrianism.
Hey, Benjamin, do you remember earlier, I forget who said it, maybe it was Bros, but you were like, or maybe it was Hero, I don't know, but I was talking about geopolitics and how the United States, sometimes it seems like we help our enemies, and we do it for reasons to stave off an even worse enemy. There's lots of examples of this, the helping the people, some resistance fighters in Afghanistan in the 1990s or whatever, that to stave off an even worse enemy. I think this kind of this religious stuff is kind of like that in a sense where we should be empowering people, the James Tallaricos of the world, to help them fight off the worst threats like the Jerry Falwells of the world. Do you agree with that?
I understand this instinct. And this, to be fair to my good rabbi down there, Caleb, who's listening, this is exactly the kind of compromising soul that he is as well, right? This is somebody who he doesn't want to say that a God who kills children recommends dashing their heads against the rocks is a piece of shit. God and anybody who worships a piece of shit like that ought to reflect on their poor life choices, right? He wants to say that there's one verse in James that says, true religion is this, undefiled, that you take care of the widows and orphans, and kind of gloss over the rest of it. Now, in my mind, this is like pointing out that Epstein probably gave at least $1 million to a very good cause. And that somehow we should pretend as though Epstein is a good guy because he gave money to a good cause. When in fact, Epstein is a really bad, nasty piece of shit. And the fact that he gave $100 million to a good cause just doesn't change the fact that he's a nasty piece of shit. And God is in the same boat, in my opinion. God is a nasty piece of shit. And if you think that the fact that somewhere, somehow...
Wait, be careful, Benjamin. You might be projecting your own nasty piece of shit onto God. You might be the nasty piece of shit that you're claiming God is. Hello?
Oh, I have been fooled. I have made an error.
Well, you...
So...
Doesn't mean that you
you're
take into
broken up.
consideration.
What were you saying?
No, I was pointing out the error that you saw as soon as you heard that guy.
Yeah, you didn't get to. Anyway, I don't know. So what do you think, Elliot? Do you think this guy is the salvation of the world? I mean, I think we can always find somebody who is going to represent a heinous religion in the nicest way possible. And I mean, Caleb does a good job at this. Caleb is very good at what he does, which is he dresses up a horrible, nasty, genocidal, slave-promoting religion as if it were some kind of modern humanitarian tradition. It's full of bullshit, and he knows it. And this guy that's Pro's friend, who says nice things and then connects them to Jesus, I think is guilty of the same problem. It's that at the end of the day, you're kind of gilding, you're putting lipstick on the pig, right? And the problem isn't the lipstick. The lipstick is fine. The problem is the pig.
Okay, there's definitely a pig in here somewhere.
Hey man, I like pigs. Pigs are great.
I think you answered my question by denying the basic premise that they are distinct, that James Tallarico is different from Jerry Falwell. I think you're denying that basic premise. That's one problem. The other thing too that's really important here is that we can, we don't have to fight the entire war in a single battle. We can take one battle at a time. Okay, so after we get rid of the Jerry Falwells, we can move on to like a different, we can have a more nuanced discussion about the rest of the pig. You know what I mean?
Don't be taken by James Tallarico.
Yeah, Benjamin,
I was kind of picking on you, James Tallarico. I gotta admit, Pro. Honestly,
you put him in the same category as a Farwell? Really? You put Tallarico in the same religious?
No, I wouldn't put them. Like I wouldn't put Caleb in the same category as this guy at the top of the room, right? Caleb is not going to be saying that shit, right? But weirdly, they both pray to the same God. They both believe in the same book and the same Talmud, the same history, the same tradition, and lovey-dovey. They're all lovey-dovey with the same thing, and they celebrate that same God who kills Egyptian babies on the Passover.
I think a big part of these kind of things when you do it this much, right, is like we've all seen the reports on the news back like maybe 15 years ago. They started doing these kind of reports where someone would walk into like pick a store, right? Be like the Christmas tree shop, right? To try to keep it grounded in religion. You walk in the Christmas tree shop and there's 95% of the store, everything's made in China,
right? And it's like, are you a communist? You know what I'm saying? Kind of like, it's like, are you supporting communism by shopping at the Christmas tree shop? And it's like, well, yesterday I was only half kidding where I had to use the bathroom and I walked inside of Hobby Lobby. Now, I'm aware of Hobby Lobby's political, religious affiliations, and I don't really want to support that, but not so much that I would rule out buying something if I had to. There's going to be, like, I didn't, right? And I am thinking about it, and it does weigh heavy on my mind, right? I think about that if I'm at Chick-fil-A. Am I going to shop at Target? My political slants on things like, Target? Well, they largely didn't back any of the DEI kind of initiatives and doubled down on it, and kind of looked like they couldn't wait till Trump initiated the anti-DEI, and they were like, yeah, we're changing our hiring practices immediately. So they really jumped full on board with that. So there was a massive African-American protest of Target and citizens in general. I had no idea. Yeah, it wasn't quite as loud as some of the others, but what my point is, obviously we can do this at some point, and you can't say that I'm pro-communism because I chose to buy a product at a store that's largely Chinese in terms of what its imports are. And it's like, when you have that much of a black and white kind of take on it, I would argue that you're going to drive yourself nuts. Now, it's applaudable if you can pull it off and you've been that diligent and you're sitting down and you're writing a chart of all the places. And in some cases, I'm that weird with certain places that I choose not to shop at. But even I admit that I can't do this all the time, and I can only do a little bit better than I did the day before. And I'm not going to drive myself nuts. You know what I mean? Like, what I already do probably would drive most people nuts. But I don't want to be labeled hypocritical because one day I failed. Right, and that you're like, well, Pro supports, communism. He's a traitor or something. It's like, really? Is that what I am? Because I'm doing it better than you are? I'm now a traitor? Is it that you're uncomfortable with my lack of consistency was not 100% while you're at 32%? Is that what we're arguing about? You know what I'm saying? It's like, so at what level are we going to require people to ascribe to this kind of philosophy?
I want to suggest a better take for Benjamin. I want to suggest that he consider
better
this
take, less suck.
Yeah, better take, more effective take. I think that Rabbi Yosef, or whatever his name is, Rabbi Yosef, is distinguished primarily by the fact that his views are extreme and rejected by Jews, and by the fact he couldn't have those views, I shouldn't say couldn't have those views, but I think it's very clear that he is the guy he is because of Judaism. It's Judaism that made him that way.
No, it's not Judaism that made him that way. It's politics, it's physics, it's a reaction and a reaction. He is responding to a primarily Arab Jewish crowd that lives in Arab countries, and that's what they want to hear. They want to hear Gentile and Arab hate because that's what they understand, because these people came without an education. They only understand the blunts and the dichotomous. Not in any way representative of world Jewry. And
I didn't say he was. That's my point.
It's not the Judaism that brought him to that.
No, it's absolutely the Judaism that made him that way. It doesn't make most people that way.
How did the Judaism make him that way? Where does it say? It says, love thy neighbor as thyself, love the Edomite, and love the Egyptian.
Do you think that Rabbi Yosef, absent Judaism, do you think he'd still be saying the same stuff that he's saying? It's the same thing with right-wing Christians, evangelical Christians. And a lot of my Christian friends say, oh, those aren't real Christians. Are you fucking kidding me? They go to church more. They read the Bible more. They believe in God more strongly. They pray more. They wear their religion on their sleeve. They are who they are because of Christianity.
Wait. I'll give you this, that regardless of what religion, and all religions, there are aspects that teach this kind of hate and this kind of, I agree with you on that. In this case, you're saying that it was the religion of Rabbi Yosef that was Jewish, so Judaism taught him that, right? But we agree that it's not exclusively Had he been, like you said...
Absolutely. This is what happens with organized religion.
Absolutely.
You always get Rabbi Josephs. You always get evangelical Christians overwhelmingly supporting Donald Trump because they are Christians. It's because of Christianity that they are the people they are.
Well, wait. Like, we could bring up Rabbi Ann Buchstahl, for example, who's a Reformed rabbi in New York, and we could bring up Rabbi Sachs, who would also tell you it's because of our Judaism that we have this love of the world and love of justice. And
they would say that, just like some of my friends might say that. I don't believe that for a moment. My good friends who call themselves Christians are just good people. Christianity had nothing to do with making them good people.
Well, look, I'm not disagreeing with you. I loathe religion just like the next guy. I think we're on the same page with that. But I wouldn't speak in Rabbi Sachs's name. I don't know. Maybe he read the line that says, all men and women are created in the eyes of God, are in God's image. And maybe that turned him off because he was looking for something good. You know, it's what you're looking for. It's a tool. And I agree that this tool provided material for evilly inclined people. I agree with that. But it's not only to one religion.
Yeah, and once again, I never said that. This is what organized religion does. This is the thing it does. It doesn't make people good. Good people may call themselves Christians and Jews, but they're not good because they're Christians and Jews. Only religion can make a hateful bigot.
All right, I think that in some cases they learn bigotry from what they're taught in religion. But at the end of the day, every existentialist will tell you that we make the choices, we filter out, we emphasize, we focus. But okay, I'm not going to disagree that religion has been a tool for some who have been inclined that way, and it enhanced their thinking in that direction. Okay, I'll give you that.
See how effective that was, Benjamin?
See you, my man. I heard you, John. I wanted to ask Stanley a question. I don't get to see him very often. Stanley, by the way, in case you didn't know, this guy, his party has 10, 11 seats in the Knesset. He's not like some small fry that doesn't represent any Jews at all. I don't know how many 10, 11 seats it is. I don't know how big the Knesset is. Is it 100 maybe?
What are you saying that Rabbi Yosef is influenced? First of all, this guy's been dead for 13 years, okay?
Yeah. His son took over as the head rabbi of the Sephardic.
But you know as well as I do, you mentioned a political body. You didn't mention a synagogue. Called. What?
Shas, the Shas party?
Well, it's a party, and they have many, many issues, and they have many motivations for saying the things that they say. It's not all theological. They use theology, but it doesn't write about what they're saying either.
Stanley, just a quick question, just because of the room and certain people.
Yeah.
Am I a ravenous racist for having called out this quote by Rabbi Ovadia, or is he a piece of racist for having said it?
Well, I was the first one who said he was a shit the day he even thought of becoming a rabbi. Why would you be a racist? You disagree with what he says.
I mean, both things could be true. I mean, like, I don't think I think both things could be true. I don't think you're a ravenous racist. I think you might be a low-level garden variety passive racist. That's possible too, right? like those things are possible. I wanted to push back on John just a little bit. While I largely agree, I can't be as absolute as Benjamin. Your point, like, I got to protect my James Talarico binky, like the same religion that made James go.
No. Do you think Christianity made James Talarico a good person? Do you think that's what happened?
We got to be fair with that, because what I'm saying is religion doesn't mechanically produce your character. People select how they use religion. What a person is going to optimize for before they ever touch the toolkit, right? It could be power, it could be status, it could be service, it could be in the case of my biggie, James Tallarico, it could be repairing, harm. I just think that religion doesn't necessarily determine your ethics. It just gives you a better language to express whatever the ethics are that you've already chosen.
Well, I think that's right too. But I mean, the point is that I want to concentrate on people who are the people they are because of their religion. And I maintain that none of my good friends who call themselves Christians would be any different if Christianity wasn't a thing.
But we know people on this app or out of this in the real world that they were in prison and they were evil, bad people that did everything that you shouldn't do. And somehow they got religion into them and they behaved a lot better. So, you know what I'm saying?
That's a good point. I mean, I think those are the exceptions that prove the rule, right? There are those cases, but there's just not enough of them to say. The problem, I tell my good friends who are Christians all the time, I say, the only problem I have with you is you give Christianity a good name that it doesn't deserve.
That's wonderful. I mean, the thing is, I do agree with the second to last part of what you said. Like, ideally, but I don't think we're able to separate out who is who. Like, I don't think you're able to say that you know enough about James Tallarico that it wasn't the religion for him that actually did it. That could have been his pathway. I don't think it is. I stick by what I said. I think a lot of times people, they're confusing the religious identity thing with, the authoritarian personality and all the grievance politics and the social sorting stuff that we do. I think religion can become like the rapper and not the engine. And it's exactly the same analytical mistake we can make if we're blaming, Islam for terrorism. And that's kind of where I'm getting to with Benjamin, because it's a close cousin. If you're going to say, Judaism is responsible for the extremist rabbis or Christians for the Christian nationalists, right? It's like, we don't know that to be true. I do agree with you, John, that my instinct would say that more often than not, that probably is the case. But if somebody came to Christianity as a 25-year-old, then I'm not willing to say that. I'm willing to say that their life experiences brought them to Christianity, or the pain and the suffering, whatever, and they were looking for that language to rationalize the stuff they've been through. And then they find it, like Benjamin found this article inside of the Epstein files. You're looking for something and you go, aha, it's no coincidence that Benjamin found this article. He's already in tune looking for it, right?
Yeah, well, several of my Christian friends found Christianity primarily. They were always good people. I knew them before they were Christians, before they called themselves Christians in any big way. But they found Christianity primarily because they were looking for a place to commune with other good people, and they found it. Right? But none of those people are good because of Christianity. They're just going to church.
Let me write out then on my big chalkboard right here. So your treaty is then good people who are still good, who find Christianity, are the ones who already were good. And anyone who's bad essentially has been made bad by the religion. Is that about right?
It's not 100%, but I think it's overwhelmingly the case. Yeah.
Make some modifications, maybe, John. I'd say this, it's a chicken or egg argument, right? Is it the person's personality, their makeup, or is it the religion? Let's just tell person to person. I think it's an individualized thing. But I will say this, Christianity, or not religion, can be a catalyst either way, make you better or worse. But that's the kind of problem it is. It organizes these forces and concentrates them. And if it's in the right direction, it's great. If it's in the wrong direction, you get terrorism, right?
What about the guy who shot the president? The guy who read Holden, what's the name of that book? Catcher in the Rye. And he said that inspired him to shoot
Holden Caulfield?
Right. And he said,
but he wasn't the writer. He was the character.
Obviously, he wasn't the writer. I'm sorry, I got confused. I just mentioned the character.
Yeah. I don't think you need religion to be motivated to take a stand on Donald Trump.
Yeah. My point. Okay. Well, back in the day, Reagan was there was an assassination attempt on Reagan. And wait a minute, I got that wrong. Wait a minute.
And the Reagan assassinated John Hinckley, who was trying to impress Jodie Foster.
You know what? I got that wrong. It was the guy who shot John Lennon, and he read.
Yes, it was a Lennon assassination killing. Yeah,
right. Yeah.
What was the point you're making?
Not to be confused with the guy who played Greatest American Hero, who was Ralph Hinckley, who almost had to change his name because it coincided with the shooting when he was the star of the.
Can I point out something? Because I think people are doing something and criticizing.
Well, hold on, Benjamin. The gentleman, to be fair, was trying to make a point and got interrupted. Go ahead.
Did I miss it?
Yeah, he did. Go ahead, sir. What was your point? You raised the issue of that book inspired to say what?
Well, I think building on that was the pros point that if you're looking for something, you're going to find a tool to do it. And this guy who shot Lennon found that inspiration in the book. We're not going to blame the author, right? We're not going to blame American literature for saying that people assassinate presidents. It's what they do with it, right?
But there's a little bit more detail than that. I think, specific lines of argument in religious texts, examples given and upheld,
Yeah, I agree.
Color, the way, yes, it's the one. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I can understand that. There are things there. That's why when one reads these texts, they have to come in with a complete heart and with a healthy mind and really see it, what the author intended, and just understand. But I understand what you just intended.
I'm hoping
all that
to share a moment when it's appropriate, if I can join in on this.
Okay, I was going to say something real fast.
Real quick, my take is that I like that you're discussing something of value, and it's important to know how people get to be on either side of the pendulum, where we want to be right in the center. And I believe it's like you're saying, yeah, religion does cause these squares or cubes to surround you, because your paradigm is going to be shaped by that quote unquote thing we call religion. And then we're all living in little cubes in our own little paradigms, thinking we are on the way to El, the Isra in Arabic, it means the journey to Isra. Isra to El, meaning we're all on the way to God if we're Abrahamic faith. So when you listen to 3,000 years Confucius, he's saying the way, it's not a religion, it is a way of life. So Jesus comes in and they're still talking about the way. 200 years before in Turkey, they're talking about the way. It says if you're the obstacle in the way, you are the way. So Jesus 200 years later says, well, I'm the way. I am the truth and the light and the way, because in research, you get a balance. And when you get to the teaching of the Procolitus, or the praiseworthy one, it begins with the opening chapter. It says, God, I don't want to be with these people. And I don't want to be with these people either. Show me the straight way. So when we're talking about the way, is no longer a religion. It becomes a walk to God. And you see people go on one side, denounce the Messiah, an extreme, and the other extreme worships the Messiah and the Buddha.
But again, it's a little more nuanced than that, though. We're sort of more interested in, what explains the difference between the religious views of Jerry Falwell and James Tallarico. What explains why they have different views?
Or your sacred cow becomes a cow, or whatever it is you're going to worship in life is beginning of the chapter. What is your sacred cow? Begins with that. If it's a woman or a man to marry, and that's your whole life, then God gives it to you. But if you're seeking a whole other realm, then you gotta be the one doing the checks and balances on yourself 24/7.
Right, you're the one doing the checks and balances. Like when the cow speaks, and you hear the words, it's you that's doing the interpreting. It's your intuitions, your feelings, your emotions, your background knowledge that you're using to interpret those words to find out what do they actually mean? What do they mean to you?
Well, do you end up with the yin or the yang? Or is your heart black like a stone? Or is it like a machine where you don't have emotions and feelings to judge properly what you see before your eyes? Or are you a human being with a white heart and not a black stone? Like the son of Adam who killed his brother, his heart was like a stone, a black stone. Doesn't matter how much you kiss the black stone. If your heart is dark, it's dark.
For the record, though, religion has brought people to tithe, all right, to give charity. And I think the Red Cross and the Red Crescent and the Magenta Vida Dome is all like religiously kind of inspired. Not to kill, respect your parents.
Stanley, can I ask you a question though?
Yeah.
If this guy Epstein were to donate $100 million to charity, would you then change your opinion about?
Wait. That's no, Benjamin.
The sex that he's having with 13-year-old girls.
Benjamin, chill. No, we're not talking.
Because this is what you're doing. You're rehabilitating.
Okay. Right, you mentioned
you're rehabilitating religion by saying, well, they gave money to charity, so it's okay. I just wonder if you're that generous with everybody.
I did not say that, but I will say this. First of all, I don't really know. I live abroad, and I don't know too much. I know a lot about the Epstein thing, but I don't. The only thing I know about Epstein was I don't think any Judaism came into his behavior. I think he just happens to be a Jewish guy that did those things, right?
Stanley, would it surprise you that I got this quote this morning because this quote showed up in the Epstein files because Epstein was literally using this quote in his correspondence with his other friends?
Hey, L Foundation, can you mute your mic? We're getting feedback from your mic.
I got it.
No. Let's go one step at a time. And Benjamin, you are a very logical and analytical person, so you know that when we say, okay, like when I said that religion encourages contributing, donating, right? It does do that, right?
Okay, so what if it does?
Okay.
Is that enough?
No, I didn't say that it's enough. But if we're going to be fair, if we're going to have fair coverage on the subject of religion, we're not just going to say, we're not going to be lopsided in our coverage. We're not going to say it causes people to kill when it also causes people to donate. We're going to mention all of that and then come to some kind of, I don't know that we have to come to an all or non-total conclusion. You know, we just have to be honest. If this guy is donating money right now because his religion told him to do that, I think we have to acknowledge that. That's all. If you just want to, it's not the truth.
Well, I think you have to be careful with this, Stanley, because I think you're going to find that every murderer that's ever been electrocuted,
not because of religion.
You know, at some point helped an old lady cross the street. You see what I'm saying?
You're trying to say, wait. You're trying to say that the bad outweighs the good.
Well,
yeah.
It's kind of hard to, you know, how do you fix Epstein by just giving money to charity? You think that there's...
I never said that. You're making a connection that I never even insisted on or that ever even made myself. I'm just saying it's the same knife that cuts bread that cuts fingers, okay? You know what I'm saying? It's a tool. And
Epstein, is this like a good people on both sides kind of argument?
No, wait. Epstein has nothing to do with Judaism. Epstein happens to have a Jewish name.
Well, don't jump to that conclusion.
You know, where does it say in any Bible passage to do what Epstein did? Where does it say that? And I don't know that if it says that, I don't know that he did that because it says it. I doubt that Epstein knows any Talmud or any Torah or anything, okay, any more than you and I do. What is the connection here? Now, Vet, you asked me earlier about racism. If in any way anyone's going to...
Stanley, I'm not trying to prosecute Judaism by saying it created Epstein. But I will say, it was strange to find this Rabbi Ovadia Yosef and this quote in the Epstein files. Don't you think that's kind of a remarkable?
Why would that be? He had a connection with Israel, and he talked to Ehud Barak and Netanyahu and a lot of people, and among them he also had something to do with Ovadia Yosef. But,
so Stanley, I want to give you a second because it may take you a little longer than it takes everybody else here.
Why?
But well, because I think you should have got this already, and everybody else already figured it out.
Did they?
But can you imagine why, if you thought that non-Jews exist to serve Jews, it might encourage you to behave the way Einstein behaved?
Do you think that Epstein read that and believed that?
I don't know. But
that's exactly the point. We do not know. But we do not know. We do not imply that.
Do you think somebody would write this quote to their friends in confidence in an email if they didn't A, have those feelings, and B, think that the person they were talking to also shared those feelings?
Of course people say things when they don't know that the other side shares or doesn't share those feelings. They're called narcissists.
Is this the kind of thing that you would share with your friend if you didn't A, think this, and B, think that they also thought it?
You're talking about one rabbi. Epstein knew hundreds of rabbis, okay? And some of them even said
this particular quote comes up in his correspondence. Don't you think it's a little weird?
Look, if you're in any way insinuating that there's something Jewish about what Epstein is doing, I am going to flatly deny that. And I just don't think it's because I'm Jewish and I know a lot of Jewish people, and no one has done what Epstein has done. He didn't do it because he was Jewish. Just like, I don't know, think of any other crime out there and any other criminal out there. They didn't do it because of their beliefs in their religion anyway or in their nationality. It has nothing to do with
Stanley, do you think that anybody has ever done something they ought not to have done because of their religion?
I beg your pardon?
Do you think anybody has ever been inspired by their religion to do something bad?
Of course they have been inspired.
9/11. Sorry, got a frog in my throat.
But Benjamin, once again, you know the exception to the rule and you know the rule. And you know the people that misread things and misunderstand and misconstrue things. So
is it possible, Stanley, as John says, that sometimes people do things, bad things, because of their religion?
I'm not denying any of that, and I'm glad you used the word sometimes, and that's all I care about, that you use the word sometimes. You know, and again, I don't have to advocate for Judaism because no one in this room is a racist, right? No one in this room is an anti-Semite. We all know that the fact is incidental that he's Jewish and it's incidental that he did crimes. And that's all that we have here. We just have a guy with a Jewish name that did some shitty stuff. And we all know that there are jails in every one of the 200 countries in the world. And we know that there are rapists and counterfeiters and everything in every single country in the world. So why are we bringing up right now this guy's nationality or his ethnicity? What does that have to do with what he did?
Wait, did I bring up his nationality?
Well, you asked if you made the connection about Judaism. You said he talked to Rabbi Yosef. And
what I said, which came up out in the Epstein, and the link is in the description, although in the back channel, although it may take a while to find it. This quote showed up in the Epstein files.
Yeah, there's a lot of things in the Epstein files. Okay. But what does that have to do? We want to know Judaism. You look at the Talmud, you look at the Torah.
Because I think it speaks to what John was saying. Is that religions can groom people to do bad things.
I'm not denying any of that.
If you needed an example of how religions can groom people to do bad things, here's an example. Look, here's a religious thought that was 1,000 years in the making. 1,000 years. You want me to go back to the Kabbalah and find this notion that the spark of deity lives only in the Jews, and the others are just there to service their carnal needs? These ideas go back.
The Kabbalah, and we know the word Kabbalah, it means closed, it means few, it means exceptional. It's not mainstream Judaism to boot. Okay, so right off the bat, most Jews are not influenced by the Kabbalah. Right off the bat,
this is not a most Jews are influenced. This is sometimes people do bad things and they are encouraged along by their religion, as John was saying.
I'm not denying that. I have not, but the connection here with Epstein is what concerns me, because you have to prove to me that Epstein was influenced by his religion to do bad things. If you want to talk in the general sense,
Stanley, would you accept?
Talk about blood libels, you want to talk about pogroms, you want to talk about the Holocaust. Yes, they were all religiously somewhat inspired. I'm not going to deny that. You want to talk about jihad. You want to talk about, the whole thing written in the Torah about killing the Amalekites. I understand all that, but we're talking specifically about Epstein, and I don't see him unless I can be convinced that I'm open-minded. What did anything that in mentioned in the Talmud or the Torah or in the Zohar or any of these books said that Epstein will one day should and can and will do these things? Where does it say any of that?
Well, since you're asking, I think the example, Stanley, I think you're being a little slow here. So try to get it this time, because I've repeated it 3 times. Look, Epstein uses this conversation, this non-Jews exist to serve the Jews, in a conversation with his compatriots in a scheme to bring teenage girls to an island so they could have sex with them on that island. And the attitude they're having is the only reason they exist in the first place is to serve our needs anyway, so why not? Now, that's just in the Epstein files. Now the question becomes, is this idea that non-Jews exist to serve Jews, is this in the religion? Well, here's a rabbi saying it. That's your first clue. But if you want more clues, one leading rabbi in Israel, but if you want the further clues, we can go and do the history work on this, Stanley.
Yeah.
We can go and dig up this idea as it winds its way through the religion for 1,000 years. I have done this. Yeah. You could do it, but let's just say, for sake of argument, that a rabbi doesn't say a thing like this if he doesn't have a tradition to back him up on this. He was speaking from his education, Stanley. He was speaking from his education and his training.
Well, you know that not all students are good students, even though they've had the same education.
I know. Have you met Dr. James?
Right. Now, again, I am with you on organized religion. I'm not disagreeing with you on that. And I believe that you're not saying that Judaism is especially wicked in this sense. We agree on this, right?
Correct. Yesterday I spent all day criticizing Mandami for taking his oath of office.
Well, then I don't understand what we're disagreeing. I don't understand what we're supposedly disagreeing on then. But Epstein is using Judaism to not take responsibility because of his own flaws. Okay, if he's going to point the finger at a rabbi that has been condemned by mainstream Israeli society, okay, that represents the sociological lowest and most illiterate group of people, okay, I don't know that Epstein is really being fair. I don't think that we should go with that kind of. He's obviously pointing the finger, not taking responsibility himself.
Well, you're going to be disappointed because Epstein also. You're just going to be disappointed because Epstein also spends time on his island with Ehud Barak, who is the Prime Minister of England.
Yeah, but he's not a religious figure. He's not a cultural figure. So what does that have to do with anything, with all due respect? We're going to every Jew now and say, what? I
think you're going to find that Epstein has more connections with Judaism and Israel than just these two. That's what I'm saying.
But then again, you see... I grew up with Judaism in Israel, and I don't have these opinions. And the vast majority of people that I know have grew up, okay, and they don't have these opinions. Now, if you're going to talk about certain negative things that have been said
so, Stanley, when you say you grew up with this idea, and you did, because you read it every single year, you grew up with this idea, and you read the Bible every year, that God, the good God, the gracious God, the God of Israel, the all-encompassing, all-powerful center of the universe God, also said, go and kill the Amalekites, kill the children, and kill the sheep and the goats and the women.
How many Jews have killed an Amalekite in the last 2,000 years?
Well, you know, don't you, that Benjamin Netanyahu very explicitly said these Palestinians are Amalek?
Did he say that?
He did say that. Are you just learning this for the first time?
Did he say they were Amalekites?
He did. Let me get you the quote. I'll get you the link. I wouldn't give you something like that and not give you the link.
Well, we don't get that.
Easy to find.
Even the worst enemy.
No, he did say this, and that's a little bit of an issue. Stanley, I don't believe you when you say that growing up, praying, thinking great good thoughts, celebrating good thoughts, singing music to a God who kills children is healthy.
I'm totally with you. I know that you're going to tell me now in Passover that God killed the firstborns, and I'm not denying anything that you're saying.
Here's a link I put to NPR. I'll help you with it a little bit.
Once again, Netanyahu is not he's a secular, he's an atheist, by the way. He's an atheist. You know that, okay? But again, what I'm saying is that in Judaism, in Genesis 1:26, which may be, and there are scholars that will tell you this, that this is what the Hebrew faith brought about in the time in Mesopotamia and in Levant that was unique. The dignity of man, where it says that man was created in the image of God, and women, men and women were created in the image of God. That should not be overlooked. And that is something that I had at one point when I was a more of a believer in God, written on a plaque in my room, at my door, so I would know to treat people, every people, as they were like the children of God. They should be treated with respect. And we're all created in the image of God is the central message of the Pentateuch. And that's why...
well, it may not be quite as central as you think. Let me just read you this bit. Fadal in this quote says, and his public statements have raised alarm among some critics. Soundbite of archived recording Netanyahu through the interpreter. You must remember what Amalek has done to you, says our Holy Bible.
Yeah.
He's comparing Hamas to the nation of Amalek in the passage from the book of Samuel. That passage says, smite the Amalekites after the nation, etc. This is one reference.
He's comparing Hamas to the Amalekites.
Yeah, that does seem to be the case.
That's not a good comparison. But he's not prescribing that killing all Gazans. He's prescribing killing armed militants, and they are in spirit like Amalekites.
Yeah, but is he saying to kill their women and their children?
No, he's not. Where does Netanyahu say kill the women and the children? Where does he say that? He
says this in the book.
He says, wait a minute, he specified Hamas. He did not say Gazans. He specified a weapon carrying, missile shooting, tunnel, whatever.
Let's say you and I agree about Hamas. The problem isn't taking out Hamas. The problem is this notion that you should not only kill people who are carrying swords, but that you should also kill their children and their women and their sheep and their goats.
What? No. The intelligent Jewish listener, when they hear that he calls armed terrorists that have killed children and women and innocents, they understand that it's specified for the armed terrorists. You're taking it out of context, with all due respect. And if we're going to find anything that says something negative about what is perceived as a rival religion, after 20 years, of pogroms and blood libels and holocausts and inquisitions and expulsions, isn't it understandable? Might be a tinge of bitterness, and that people might have that kind of response. The word Gentile, the word Goy, has I think I'm trying to say, a converse relationship to the way they were treated. When they were treated badly, it had a negative connotation. When they were treated well, it had a positive understanding. This is just mathematical. So you can understand if we're going to blame, where does the blame go? Is it religion? Is it sociology? Is it psychology? Is it anthropology? I mean, yes, once again, we're going to point the fingers at Jews. We're going to say, why did you say this, that? Let's look at the context, because we're more sophisticated than that. So yes, if you're going to persecute a people for 2,000 years, they may not have a positive thing to say. Excuse me?
Go ahead, but I want to point out that you used the word context.
Yeah.
And Dr. James made this mistake an hour ago. And he claimed that I had taken
a mistake.
Yeah.
How?
It is.
How was that a mistake?
Well, because when you accuse me of taking something out of context,
I haven't accused you of taking anything out of context. I'm just saying when we consider
you used the word context, you said that that the point is that when you use the word context and you imply that I've somehow miscontext.
Have I implied that, or have you inferred that? Did I say that you said anything other? I brought it up because I thought you would agree with it. Actually, I might agree with it, but I just want to very well agree that when you're mistreated, you're going to have a bad view of the person that's mistreating you. I think you understand that.
Let's say I do understand.
Okay, so we already agree on something.
Of the person that mistreated you. What I don't think can be contextualized is this notion that you should not only kill the person who mistreated you, which might be taking things a bit far, but that you should also kill their children and their wife and their dog and their goat and their cattle and their sheep.
That was a text written 3,000 years ago. And when you're going to say now to not use that word Amalekite, he was speaking about the spiritual orientation of gun-carrying, grenade-throwing, missile launching people who want to destroy indiscriminately. That's what he was talking about. He didn't say about killing women. He didn't say about killing anybody. He's using the word Amalekite as an allegory or as a metaphor. And I think you understand this. I understand Benjamin, I understand how much you loathe organized religion, and I agree with this. But let's be accurate. Let's be precise. If Netanyahu didn't say women, he didn't say women. Okay. If Epstein wasn't influenced by his Jewish religion, I know that it serves.
Let's be fair. Epstein was influenced by lots of things.
He was now you just said he was influenced by lots of things, okay? But if he misread,
but let's not pretend that Judaism wasn't one of them.
If he misread or misunderstood Judaism, but he didn't do any of this he did it because of all the usual suspects. He did it out of greed, he did it out of vanity, he did it out of narcissism. The fact that he had a Jewish name, once again, he didn't take a certain passage from Talmud and say, oh, this is the Talmud passage that I can do this, that, or the other thing. What he did was more misogynistic than anti-Gentile. Okay, he would have done the same to Jewish girls because that's the kind of guy he was.
Well, that's not what's represented by this quote. And again, this quote was found in the Epstein file.
What? The quote he says. Quoted Rabbi Ovadia Yosef?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So you're saying that is what spurred him on. We have to make a connection that this crazy rabbi who was known as being a lunatic, who was ridiculed in the press and in sketch comedy and on the street and in academia, okay? We have to really, and Epstein himself probably would have ridiculed this and had no respect for this kind of rabbi. I don't know when he went to read any of his publications, or I don't know if he went to his synagogue, or I don't know if he listened to his sermons. I don't know. Okay, all we know is that he had mentioned this rabbi. But your inference, your point is you're saying that this rabbi...
He didn't reference the rabbi by name. He referenced this quote.
But that's the rabbi's quote. That's not...
correct.
It's not... Did the rabbi quote tractate in anywhere? Is that this? Or is that his own idea?
The link documenting this is already in the back channel.
Once again, we all know that Judaism has a lot of authors and it's been around for thousands of years. And if we want to see the Judaism today, because that's really what we should look at. We should look today, not something that was written 3,000 years ago. And yes, you're going to find a very...
This quote was not written 3,000 years ago. This quote was written by a man who is now dead.
By a man.
But it's only like...
It was written
just a couple years ago.
It was written by one man. That's
one man with 10 seats in the Knesset.
They didn't vote for him specifically because of that alone. They may have ignored it or bypassed it.
But you know what? He didn't lose any support after he said this.
I don't know that's true. I don't know. He did lose a lot of support.
I checked.
He didn't lose support. Okay, first of all, he is not synonymous with Shas. People vote for Shas because Shas is the one who's looking out for their welfare, their education, their voice in housing and all kinds of stuff. They're not saying, Shas is the people who hate the Gentiles the most. I'm going to run to the Calpy right now. I'm going to run to the voting. I'm going to go for it. You know better than that. You know that it's far more nuanced than that. But again, if your assertion is that it was the Judaic forces, it was that he did what he did was because of Judaism, I'm going to have to flatly just disagree with you on that.
Stanley, do you think that anybody does anything because of Judaism, or do you think there's just nothing that's ever been done in the history of humankind because of Judaism?
I mentioned before, just like the guy who assassinated John Lennon read what that book was, what was it called? Catcher in the Rye. You're going to say now that the book was at fault, or you're going to say that the assassin was at fault? Or you may even say that John Lennon was at fault. Please, please, you know better than this. You know what? You know what Jean-Paul Sartre said, and I'm not in any way speaking about you right now. He said, if the anti-Semite, if the Jew did not exist, do you know how to finish the sentence? If the Jew did not exist,
I don't.
What did he say? If the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would have created him. Now, that is a very existential statement to make, because if Judaism did not exist, Epstein would have found some way to do what he wanted to do, regardless, okay? Things do not assist us. We have our own, we make our own choices. And that's exactly what the case with Epstein. He was not in any way moved, okay?
Well, that's an interesting distinction, because John was in here just a minute ago, you know, with Christopher Hitchens' argument to some extent, right, which is, in a world without religion, good people would do good things and bad people would do bad things, but it takes religion to make good people do bad things.
Absolutely.
I actually think there's something important here, because I think that most people in a minimum lifetime that they have could not really form up what's necessary to be radicalized and start really doing nasty things. I think that when they're groomed from a young child with a tradition that's 1,000 years old, they can be radicalized within the span of their lifetime. Now, I happen to think religions are powerful things, Stanley, and they do push people, and they do push people to do things they wouldn't do without religion. Now, I don't know who think religions are not powerful things. You could say that. But I think you should be clear about this, whether you think...
I agree. I agree with you on one thing.
Religions are powerful things or not.
I agree with the fact that the rabbi should be careful. All rabbis and all priests and all imams should be very careful about what they say, because they have a certain kind of charismatic influence. You know, I don't know if you remember that discussion that Stalin once said. Remember, they said to Stalin, well, you can't do this or that or the other thing because the Pope will be upset about it. And then Stalin said, well, how many divisions does the Pope have? And everybody told Stalin, you're failing to understand. The Pope has charismatic influence, okay? He, by just, you know, his words, okay? And this is, I think, the connection you're trying to make with this very insignificant rabbi who represented one portion of the population in Israel and exploited their oppression, okay? And used that for whatever purposes he had, and does not represent Judaism as such. But once again, we have to connect the dots. And I don't disagree with what you're saying in the biggest picture. Okay, that yes, there are people who have found through religion the exact tool that they needed to execute whatever it is they're going to do. But I just don't see, in this specific case, I don't see a connection between Epstein, who couldn't give a flying fuck about rabbis. Okay, he really didn't. Okay, and something that this rabbi that was not even respected by the European community, which Epstein belongs to. Okay, I can't see the connection here. I really just don't see it in this specific case. But you want to talk about religion? And you want
Stanley, let's see how much of this we can agree on. Because do you agree with me? It seems we agree that religions can encourage people to do things that they wouldn't do without that encouragement. Is that fair?
Well, when we hear words like jihad, or we hear words like I can say that for sure. Okay. We have pogroms, when we have synagogue of Satan. Yes, we have enough to understand that people have been motivated.
And if you accept my simple claim that this quote was found in the Epstein files, with Epstein writing out this quote with his own typewriter to his friends, Is that at least a little hint that he was moved by his religion?
Do you think he was a religious man?
I didn't say he was a religious man, but I did say that
I don't
be using this particular religious argument as part of his non-virtue signaling, shall we say, to his fellow compatriots.
Did Epstein keep kosher? Did he keep the Sabbath?
I don't know.
Did he separate his linen from his wool? So why is he going to listen to a rabbi, the goofy thing, and think all of a sudden now I'm religiously, I buy Judaism, I'm inspired by Judaism, I'm going to do exactly what this rabbi says because that's what the God created, this God that I don't even believe in.
What if the only part of Judaism that he ever was moved by was this one quote?
Well, then what does that say about him?
But this one quote pushed him to be more radical than he would have been without it.
Again, you're using the word Judaism. You're using the word Judaism when we should say Rabbi Yosef because he's an individual and he misconstrued, Jewish practice and Jewish focus. He took things out of focus.
Okay, so if I understand you right, you now accept that he could have been influenced by this rabbi to do these horrible things with these girls.
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, okay.
I don't think he was influenced by rabbis. I don't think he ever said.
Why was he quoting rabbi in this very creepy way? Which is to say that these are just goy girls anyway. We can do what we want with them.
Why was he doing that? Okay, I think he was just not, he's using or abusing Judaism for that respect. But okay, fine. If you wanna say that, but we're gonna say
now we agree. Wait, you think that Judaism is some kind of baby that's been misrepresented here? Have you ever read the book? The central God in Judaism. Right. Maybe you were not here for the Bible reading. Maybe we just to set the tone and put ourselves back on a level, emotionally recover because it's been a hard day. I'll just take a minute to read from the baby, okay?
What are you reading?
Just a little minute to read from the baby. I'll read from the Book of Psalms. This is a reading from the 137 from Songs of Solomon, the Songs of Solomon.
Oh my God. All right, yeah.
This is the 137th chapter.
Yeah.
Just quiet your mind and ease your burdens. Relax into your chair. Breathe in.
Yeah.
Breathe out.
All right.
Let the lights dim in the room.
Let's talk to the point, Benjamin. I've respected you. I've always respected you in a conversation.
You have. Here's verse 7. Remember, Lord, what the Edomites did on the day Jerusalem fell. Tear it down, they cried. Tear it down to its foundations. Daughter Babylon, doomed to destruction, happy is the one who repays you according to what you have done to us. And here's the gem. Here's the baby that I might throw out with the bathwater.
Yeah.
Happy is the one who seizes your infants and dashes them against the rocks. Yeah, maybe we should throw out that baby with the bathwater. Maybe we should.
I do remember hearing that was misconstrued. But again, if you're going to take King Solomon, who wrote that, okay, he's a King Solomon, who you'll go a few pages earlier in that, you see how much he was condemned for much of his behavior, okay? Again, I think there was a mistake. I think the Midrash will say that those babies should be killed out of mercy because it's like aborting a child that was going to have defects. But I'm going to have to look deeper into that. I don't seek these phrases in the Bible. I'm not a Bible advocate. I'm just asking Benjamin to be balanced in his coverage here. And I agree with you. You're going to find, and this is why I am not a religious person.
Is it balanced, Stanley? Is it balanced enough for you if I spent all day yesterday criticizing Mandami for taking his for having a Muhammad number of 1.
No, listen. We're not, no, listen. All I'm going to say is, I agree with you, and in talking about a Jewish person whose people have been persecuted because of religious beliefs, I don't think any other people have been as persecuted for their religious beliefs as Jewish people have by religions, okay, that have plagiarized Judaism, okay, and have just, threw it back at them. The big crime that Jews did, okay, according to these two religions, these two Abrahamic derivative religions, was that we didn't accept one prophet and we didn't accept another messenger or whatever it was, okay? And yes, I will be the first one to agree with you that religion in and of itself, and yes, there are going to be phrases you're going to find that I'm going to agree with you about the Amalekites, and possibly about this one. I'm going to have to do my homework on this one. But again, go back to your original premise that Epstein did what he did, and that he was in any way influenced. He was using it, or he was trying to. Yes, I'm not going to disagree with you that the religion can be used in the way that Epstein used it. It could be rationalized.
There you go. Hey, that's progress, Stanley. That's enough.
But it still doesn't mean that he represents, someone who is looking for the best out of his Judaism, someone who comes to Judaism in sincerity for Judaism. He's just using it as a one-night stand, to get to where he wants to get to.
What about the Rabbi Ovadia Yosef? Do you think he's also using Judaism as a one-night stand?
No, Rabbi Ovadia Yosef was a nutcase who actually believed in everything that he said. He wasn't blessed with the social graces intact and a healthy mind to see all sides. And like I said, mainstream Israeli society...
Stanley, do you think that Rabbi Ovadia Yosef was a scholar?
Of course he was a scholar. But do you know how many scholars... of course he was a scholar.
Do you think his opinion here that non-Jews exist to serve Jews is based on his scholarship? Or do you think there's no foundation for this opinion?
If anybody understands the first thing about Judaism, if anyone looks into the Talmud, for every one statement that one rabbi makes, there's like 10 other rabbis that are disagreeing with him in different shades. He said what he said. Again, when the Talmud was written, whenever this passage was written, it was a response, possibly, to whatever was going on politically at the time. It was a hateful, bitter, emotional, irrational response, and he's digging it out because he wanted to manipulate his own people, and he wanted to go to the ballot booth and say things that the most primitive, the most deprived element wanted to hear. You can't take a sampling.
Yeah,
like that.
I understand, Stanley, that he was speaking to an audience, and you claim that they're not scholars, and I get that. But do you think that he was speaking from his scholarship, or he was just making up shit?
I think he was missing out on the finer aspects of things he could have said. He could have pointed out...
of course he could have said other things. I grant you, he could have said other things. That's really not...
Because they exist. Other things...
Of course they do. Of course they do.
All right, just as long as we get that straight.
But he could have chosen other things to say from the scholarship. I'll agree that's obvious.
You're going to tell me now that there are bad elements in Jewish writings? I agree with you. There's nothing new about anything that you're saying.
And this particular, does this not go back in scholarship for 1,000 years of Judaism?
What?
Does this particular idea that non-Jews exist only to serve Jews not go back 1,000 years in Jewish scholarship?
For every comment like that, there are comments that condemn that kind of comment. That's what I'm going to say, right? It does say respect thy neighbor. It does say that all people are created in the image of God. And all people
does it say that the spark of deity lives only in the Jew, and that the non-Jew only exists to serve the material needs of the Jew?
No, actually, in Judaism, now again,
I'm not going to find that quote in the
Listen, I have somehow become, in this conversation, somehow it's been derailed to me advocating all this. And all I want is precision. All I want is an understanding that if one rogue rabbi says one thing and one nutcase, gets influenced by that.
The point is not that it's one rogue rabbi. First of all, it has 10 seats in the Knesset. This is not one rogue rabbi.
I beg your. Most rabbis disagree with Ovadia Yosef. Please.
Most rabbis disagree with each other all the time, but they're still rabbis, and they're still based on the scholarship. And the whole notion has been being said for 1,000 years. Here's the problem. This idea that the Jews are the chosen people and the other people are the not chosen people goes all the way back to the original text. I can find it in the... You want me to read it for you right now?
But I know the text no less than you know the text. All I'm saying is, okay, first of all, it's important, again, the context. When this was written, okay, Judaism, okay, is a 3,000-year-old religion. When Judaism, what?
Maybe.
Okay, well, what do you want to say? That it's a 2,000-year-old religion?
Probably not 3, but 2,500.
Whatever. Okay, whenever Judaism came out, all religions were ethno-religions at the time, okay? The Greeks had their religion, and they called anybody who was not Greek as a foreigner. The word for foreigner was the word barbarian, okay? The Japanese have a word for someone who's not Japanese called something like goji or geiji, I don't know. The Gypsies have a word, okay? A very condescending, derogatory word for anyone who's not a gypsy. What is your point?
Well, if you want to bring it back to that, I don't think there's a lot of people today who believe that Thor is sitting around with a hammer banging out thunder and lightning. You?
And you know what? There are a lot of Jews that don't believe that Jews are better than other people. The fact that it was written, okay, you may have known that there was a Reform Judaism and a Conservative Judaism, and I don't think most Jews really believe that they are any better.
What they believe. But I do know what they celebrate, and it seems to me that most of them, even the most secular Jews I've found, Steve Appel, who can't say my name, that thinks there's 3 tribes of Israel, the most god-awful, ignorant person in Judaism I've ever met, still celebrates this day called Passover when God kills children based on their ethnicity.
You know what?
Are the Greeks celebrating?
Wait. I didn't say I disagree with the horrors of that, okay? But I will tell you this.
Do you celebrate Passover?
I agree with what you're saying.
Do you celebrate Passover?
I do not celebrate it in the way that is in any way condescending or contradictory or derogatory to Gentiles, but I will tell you what they do.
How do you celebrate a thing about killing Egyptian children?
Well, let me explain.
What part of it do you celebrate?
I remember, listen to me please, I remember the last time we discussed this one ritual that I brought up, and you actually found it hard to accept that this really exists. But if there are other Jews in the room who understand this, who know this ritual, there is a certain part of the Seder where we go.
We do the drops of wine.
Yes, you remember this, and this is to specifically point out that
but you're just acknowledging that the Egyptian children are absolutely part of your entire story. And so here you are telling the story of a God.
Benjamin, you're going to have to let me complete my sentences if you're going to judge my sentences. So let's please, what we do is we acknowledge, okay, that this happened. And we take a drop of wine out of the cup of wine to show that we are not.
And do you acknowledge this by saying,
Benjamin, you don't do this usually.
Go ahead.
All right. So what we are acknowledging, and when we take the drop of wine out, we're saying we are not celebrating this, okay? We are not celebrating that bad things have to happen, that God punished these people in that way.
Wait, they have to happen?
I didn't say that it had to happen, but I'm saying
you said that bad things have to happen.
You
mean it was necessary for God to kill the Egyptian children?
No, wait. Did they happen or did they not happen?
It's all made up bullshit.
I agree with you.
You're celebrating it. I'm just curious why you're celebrating it.
I didn't say I was celebrating it. Did I say I was celebrating it?
Well, what is there to celebrate in all of this? May I ask?
Again, my purpose in having a discussion here is not to advocate Judaism or even defend Judaism, but I just want accurate, precise, academic balanced reporting.
Well, academically, you say you celebrate Passover. So academically, you, as a secular Jew who thinks it's all bullshit, what part of that story do you find worth celebrating?
Well, you don't know my policy on free food, but that's a different story.
Well, no, I grant you that. I just wonder when you're telling that story and you acknowledge that God did this thing and that He killed the Egyptians, do you also acknowledge that a God who kills children based on their ethnicity is a worthless piece of shit?
I don't believe in God, but I'm the first one to say that if God killed firstborns, He's a terrorist. We're on the same page on this one. But I just want to hear from Benjamin that if he's going to say that Judaism or any religion has 90 terrible things,
click.
It doesn't stop there.
Subscribe.
Just mention that too.
Like.
And if it
click.
has a little spark,
subscribe.
I like that word spark.
Like.
Of empathy.
Click. Subscribe. And like. Now. Click. Now. Subscribe. Now.
I would find those specific lines in Judaism that show empathy, that show the better side, and I would try to bring that out of the believing Jew. I would say to him, oh, you say chosen this and that and killed them, but your religion also points out to you to love, it says, even love the Edomite, love the Egyptian, which of course parenthetically means love your enemy. It says you must, you take the wine out, not to rejoice in the killing of others. You have elements in Judaism that says love thy neighbor, and that all people are created in the image of God, which should be respected, and to not kill and not steal. And that goes to not
hit the like button now. Subscribe now so you can watch more later. Hello? Hello? Hit the subscribe button now. Hello?
Do I think the Torah is...
You think the Torah is univocal? Do you think the Torah says thou shalt not steal consistently?
What does the Torah say? It says subscribe now. Click the subscribe button now. Hello?
You know,
hello?
That's not what I offered.
What?
That's not what I offered.
What did this fat fuck offer? Hello? Subscribe now. What are you waiting for? Subscribe now so you can have more in the future now by subscribing now.
Okay, and we know that what is called the Pentateuch, okay, or
the Pentateuch
has several authors.
Let's do a bull rush. Bull rush!
Multiple authors, right? Heard of this? All right, well, I'll get into that.
I haven't heard of it.
Okay, well, you know, if anybody wants to explain this, you know, I suppose.
No, I just want to say, Benjamin, I hate you. Okay, you are a hateful person. And the reason that Benjamin can't understand Judaism is because Judaism encounters the entire human. And it wants to talk about the entire range of human emotion. Not this fucking pie in the sky, be perfect, don't be perfect. But Benjamin is so anti-humanity and is so anti-himself and so alienated from the human experience that he can't but help nitpick and not even nitpick, but like go after other groups because he has no groups, because he's just a wounded little puppy out there. Don't fucking listen to Benjamin. Nobody should respond to any more of his questions about Passover or about Muhammad or about any of these things. You know how you stop getting a troll life? Stop giving it attention. So fuck you.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, my rabbi told me not to discuss it.
Caleb is my personal sexual advisor. He always comes up with advice on my sexual life. Wait a minute, I want Stanley to be able to respond. Stanley, did you want to respond to that at all?
I'll comment. Can we eventually put a pause on the interrogations eventually?
Wait. I spoke quite a bit. Elliot wanted to say, somebody wants to say something.
Well, I just want to respond to my personal sexual advisor. I was surprised that he came up after 5 hours discussion about Sephardi leader Ovadia Yosef saying that non-Jews only exist to serve Jews. And after 5 hours of talking about this particular quote, He's angry at me. He had not one bad thing to say about Obadiah. He didn't say that Obadiah suffers from some complex that leaves him incapacitated. He didn't say that Obadiah, is a broken soul that doesn't have a community, doesn't have a tribe, doesn't have a group. He didn't say that Rabbi Obadiah is somehow lost.
Well,
he said that I am the broken one here. And I just think that is so telling. That Caleb and Dr. James, with all of their education,
you know what? You know what, Benjamin? You baited me. Here I am now. Good job. Here I am now. You fucking piece of shit. Obadiah is a racist. End of story. There. Now what? You think you're so goddamn clever? You think you're so goddamn clever that you're the first person ever to point out problems with religions? You think you're the fucking genius of the world? Who the fuck do you think you are? Honestly, who the fuck do you think you are to behave in such a way? You want people to give respect. You want people.
Who the fuck do you think you are?
You do not afford anybody that opportunity.
I've invited you up to say this for 5 hours. What took you so long?
Fuck you. That's all there is to say, Benjamin.
5 hours.
You are
5 hours.
5 hours. You needed my attention for 5 hours, Benjamin.
It took you 5 hours.
Are you that fucking lonely? 5 hours you waited for me, Benjamin. Here I am, my love.
Thank you, Caleb. It's good to see you.
Go to hell.
You could have said that 5 hours ago, honestly, and should have done it. Next time,
I was sleeping through the boredom and the monotony and the idiocy. I was fucking sleeping. God damn you! Don't take so long. No wonder you're not married. No wonder you're estranged from every fucking human being on the planet. Go to hell. Get a life. Close the room.
Hello?
Get a life.
Hello? 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 Hello?
So when I criticize somebody who is a racist, and we both agree he's a racist, you call me the racist. That's what I don't understand that.
Benjamin, you're like a guy. Benjamin, you're like a guy. Benjamin,
you call me a racist.
Ben, you're a guy who gets slapped in the face and said, "Please, sir, may I have another? Would you like another? I'll slap you around some more. Would you like that? Would you like that? You're a guy who sees a bullseye and decides that actually I'm going to aim 5 inches to the left because the bullseye was placed there by somebody wanting me to do something. I won't do anything that anybody else wants me to do. Blah, 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 blah. Listen.
Hello?
You want to have a serious conversation for once in your fucking life? Or you want to be a fucking troll? Because if you want to be a troll, I'm going to treat you that way. If you want to have a serious conversation, you want to learn something about Jewish culture, or any culture that you happen to go against at that particular day.
I have a serious question.
Yeah.
You ready for a serious goddamn answer? Now, this is the question.
Yeah.
How did this Rabbi Ovida Yosef, with his 10 years of schooling and always learning in his goddamn stack of 1,000 books, going back 1,000 years in the Jewish history, lead him to the point where he thought that what the book says was that non-Jews exist to serve Jews? Tell me that.
Well, every ancient culture, and Jewish culture included, had bad stuff to say about its neighbors. And there are parts in Jewish texts that say things like what he said. Is it a conventional view that people go out there preaching and saying, hey, Jew, hey, non-Jew, hey, good.
Hello?
Right? Serve me.
Hello?
It really isn't.
I hope you're enjoying. You should be subscribed by now. Hit the subscribe button before it's too late, and you lose out on more. Now, subscribe now.
Seriously?
Hello?
About world matters?
Hello?
No, not really. Was he a giant Torah scholar? Yeah, he was.
Huge story.
Yeah, Christopher Hitchens famously went on Fox News one time with Sean Hannity, and they were talking about Jerry Falwell. And towards the end of the conversation, Christopher Hitchens remarked that if you were to give Jerry Falwell an enema, you'd be able to bury him in a matchbox. Okay, we can say the same thing about this guy, and you can say the same thing about this Yosef clown.
Yeah, and actually his Torah, the stuff that he wrote, legal opinions and things like that, is very, very, even my liberal, progressive rabbi.
Subscribe now.
Right? We study his stuff as far as like Torah, you couldn't beat him. You went up against computers, and he beat the computers. Right? He was a fucking genius. And he happened to be, and he was racist. Big deal racist. Do you see how people can be complex, Benjamin? Do you see how people can do that? Do you see how this kind of fucking consistency about so I have to reject all of his Torah knowledge, all of it, right? Erase it from history because he said a racist thing.
He thinks way more than my car battery.
Warner and Goodman.
I haven't, but I wanted to ask Caleb. Caleb, do you think that it's inappropriate for me to have an exploration of this quote and its appearance in the Epstein files today?
What is it? Where did it appear in the Epstein files? And what is the? Yes, I do think it's inappropriate, and I'll tell you why. Because you're drawing you're the fucking Dan Brown Da Vinci Code of attacking religion. Oh, it said it in the Epstein file. Oh, he had a thing that maybe it was there in the tradition and that he had to rely on. And so the Epstein files, by making use of this racist thing, or blah, 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 blah. The whole thing is so fucking transparent. Just stand on your square. You hate Jews. I don't think you hate Jews more than you hate lots of other people. Right? But you certainly have a special place for Jews in your heart, okay? And you have no problem abusing and misunderstanding to the utmost of your genius fucking ability, right? To understand, right?
This is a really good episode of Jewish Complaint Department. This is Jews complaining about Jews. It's not often we get to record this. This is very exciting new material coming out of the John Kitover
You wish they were not on the planet anymore. Say it.
Anthropology Project.
They would all respect you more.
Hello?
Say it.
Hello?
So you think that this is about a people, and I think it's about ideas. And I'll say this.
Oh,
I think that the idea...
Hello?
Fuck off. Dr. James, when Dr. James came in here and you asked him about it, he knew nothing about the story, that he could sniff you out from the get-go. And he said immediately, Benjamin, this is treading on what smells like some anti-Semitism over here, and you're just like, oh, I'm just talking about a racist rabbi. Yeah, he's a fucking racist rabbi. Now what? You never have an answer. You never have an answer to the fucking now what?
Hello?
Get a life.
Hello?
Look, now what is this? First of all...
Be sure to subscribe right now before it's too late. Click the button, subscribe now. Take your little finger and hit subscribe now. And hit the like button too right here. Like. Subscribe now.
Trying to get people to do this for 5 fucking years, and you know what? Nobody, it hasn't worked.
Bull rush!
Nobody wants to hear.
I put it to you like that.
Go away. No, honestly, I don't even care that much about this app, and I'm thinking about actually talking to Pro and removing you from this house. Because you are a terrorist.
What? Wait a minute.
You are a terrorist, Benjamin.
Hello?
You exist. You exist to terrorize and to make your discomfort everyone else's fucking problem.
terrorist.
Go away.
Click the link now and subscribe. Like. No. Subscribe. Subscribe now.
Don't interrupt, and all this stuff, and all you get triggered by the littlest fucking things. I'm talking to Benjamin. Get the fuck away.
I know you're talking to Benjamin. I'm aware of that. I'm just calling you out. He's not a terrorist. That's all.
Oh my God, JCC. Exit yourself from this conversation.
No.
I wouldn't call James a snowflake.
Yeah, fuck that. I'm no fucking snowflake. Fuck you, Caleb. Fuck you.
Well, okay. Let me put it to you like this, Benjamin. Because I would want to ask this question for quite a while now, and haven't really gotten a chance. We all agree there's a group of people that we would call, we'd call them hateful. They have hate in their heart. They're bigots. They're racists. They're intolerant. Okay, and we don't want to be like these people. And what I want to know is what distinguishes you from they. Can you explain that?
Yeah, I think it's important to negotiate with ideas. I happen to love my friend Caleb as of whatever he wants to call himself.
You know what, Benjamin? I'm calling the police in Boulder, and I'm going to, or wherever the fuck you live, and I'm going to have them find, and I'm serious, and I'm going to have them find an elderly gentleman training to be a pilot, okay? And I'm going to have you removed from this app legally, okay? Because Benjamin,
holy shit!
Don't say anymore that you love me. I'm not your friend. I hate you with the heat of 1,000 suns, and I wish you would die.
Wow. He hates him with the hate of 1,000 suns, and he wishes he would die.
You deserve more than this place. Go find a place that wants you. Nobody wants you here. Get the fuck out of here.
All communication is projection. I do like Wendy's. I think Wendy's has the best French fries. Some people say Burger King. I say Wendy's.
Anybody talking about death or suicide?
Get the triple stacker with the
We're
cheese.
sending a SWAT to his house, like swatting him for being an annoying person on an audio app. That's talk about a snowflake.
I've heard Benjamin, and I would think that Benjamin is going to answer this by himself. He doesn't need me to speak, but I think, like he said, I think he's just not he's not with religion, and I agree with him. He doesn't like organized religion. And at this particular point in time, he picked Judaism as a group in the set of organized religion. He doesn't have a problem with Jews, right, Benjamin? You're not.
Oh, I don't have any problem with Jews.
Well, can you give
or any other group of people?
Can you give Benjamin the opportunity to respond to my question? Yeah, he didn't get a chance.
I'm sorry. Did he leave?
Look, I think he might.
No, my experience with Benjamin is that he really is about the ideas, and he's not about the races or the people or what. He's not in any way saying that Jewish people are more racist. He's saying that Jews, like other people, have some kind of religion, and they can be misled just as well as other people have been misled by their religions, right? Is that what you're saying, Benjamin?
I separate ideas from people. I think ideas are like T-shirts. I've always got that vibe. People wear them. They can take them off. They put them on. You take off one. You put on another one. We're not sewed into our shirts, and we can change our ideas.
Right. Well,
what was Elliot's question?
Nobody has the right to convert their ideas into some kind of
Chicken Florentine. I love it.
Because somebody doesn't like their ideas.
Do you know what a turducken is? You cook a chicken and a turkey.
Just consider
2 for 1.
Critique of the idea.
CM, what are you doing here? CM, you don't like me. Are you using me? You don't want to communicate with me, and you're just lurking, hiding in the goo shadows. Hello? CM, just go where you want to go. You don't need to be here. There's no reason to be here.
Your relationship.
I'm here all alone, by myself, with nobody, not even talking to anybody. Hello?
A bad idea like killing infidels. What's weird is that he wants to come in here and criticize my ideas, but he seems very uncomfortable if I criticize his ideas.
I think he misunderstood that.
And I think I have given him nothing but respect. Nothing.
I'm curious, Elliot, what were you asking Benjamin, Elliot? I forgot.
Well, this concern that I share has been expressed to Benjamin, by, I don't know, 20 different people every which way from Sunday over the past several days about,
what is the concern?
People put it to you in different ways.
You yelled for 4 hours.
Miss Nancy thinks my voice needs a break.
Yeah, take a break.
So when
play moon dance.
People want to know, they want to know whether you're a racist, Benjamin. I'll just put it to you straight up like that. So, when I mentioned the group earlier, the people that their hearts are filled with hate, their intolerance, they're bigots, they're racists, those people, what distinguishes you from they? Can you explain what that thing is so we know you're not one of them?
Yeah. I think that it is wrong to connect yourself, to hold an idea close to your heart that expresses genocide, the killing of children, that is pro-slavery, the taking of other people and forcing them to work, that is in any way discriminatory in the way that this gentleman up at the top is so discriminatory, saying that one group of people exists only as in a servile role of other people. It's like a caste system. I'm very opposed to caste systems.
No casting. Absolutely no cast or casting.
With systems of thought that promote caste systems, genocide, and slavery. And instead, I do all kinds of things to promote the opposite. Now, what's weird, and this is what's very weird, is that when you come on here and you criticize genocide, people call you a racist. And when you criticize a Bible that says straight in it, take slaves, your men and your women slaves. You know what women slaves are good for? And when it says that in the Bible, and you criticize the Torah and the Bible for having these verses in it, people like Caleb come up and lose their fucking shit.
I think he was misunderstanding your conclusions with your method. And it's not your method as such, but I mean, when people want to, in this particular case, your target is but he thought that your target was Jews and Judaism as such. But when we target something, we're going to maybe the wrong word is to cherry pick or to find something negative and then exploit that.
Think I'm crazy? Wait until you meet the rice family.
And it may sound disproportional, and I think that's what he was focusing on. He was focusing on a method you had that, unlike yourself, but anti-Semites have used to be critical of Jews, okay? And I think this is where he was confused. He needs to go through with a fine-tooth comb, and he needs to hear things that you've said before, which I've heard. And I know you, Benjamin. It's about the ideas. It's always been about the ideas with you. I've never felt that you have an anti-Semitic bone ever. And I could say that to Caleb if he's in the room. I could say that to anybody. And Benjamin is one of the most calm people that I know. And I really think that Benjamin is really seeking for something that would make a better world. And I think he sees that organized religion gets in the way with that. But I think sometimes, and there's a funny joke, I'm trying to think about this, an analogy here. But again, one thing, I think you're being misunderstood because you are not an anti-Semite, but to some you may sound like one. And you even asked me yourself if I thought this title was anti-Semitic because you understood that could be taken in that direction. As far as Jews are concerned, I know that you know that Jews are just like every other people.
Well, Stanley, the way I look at it is like I mean, what does it mean for? I mean, when is it appropriate to call someone this or that, like a good person or a bad person, or a racist or an anti-Semite, or just a Christian or whatever? I think that comes down to a consistent pattern of behavior. If somebody displays a consistent pattern of behavior over a long period of time, then then I feel justified in giving them whatever the label is. So what is it? Okay, well, we can disagree, but let me explain. So if remember all those people that Caleb was talking about?
What was Caleb talking about?
You're breaking up, Elliot. Big time. We don't hear anything. You can try it again?
What was Caleb, who was he bring up? What did he bring up? I forgot.
That this stuff in the stuff in the room title, or sorry, in the link in the top of the room, Yosef thing, that when that came out, it was it was paraded around by all the regular anti-Semites. Okay, and Benjamin seems to be doing that too. So, I mean, this is a problem. What is I lost my question. You understand where I'm going from here?
I have a quick question. In what way you say that Benjamin is your life? No, did I make it right? Because I did it. And that's apparently the way for sure is
why does everybody always want me to kill them all the time?
It's the decisions that you make, the actions, your behavior. If you display a consistent pattern of behavior that involves choices and actions that you take,
Congresswoman,
that's pretty good evidence that someone's a racist. And when you make the decision, you say the same decision that all these other anti-Semites have made personality decisions.
With the guy who attributes, you can stand to see more out there in the world if you ask me.
And why would you do that to her?
Well, Daddy's job is complicated.
What's your end game with all this?
That's a good clue that those
the future.
are racist.
We won't know who's been automated.
You won't have a Benjamin,
just have a scar on it.
which reasons he's doing it for.
You're right. I love the guitar playing, and therefore we're friends now.
Well, we've all taken. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead. No, it's really good.
I think any of us who went to college took a debate, or we all took Composition 101. And what does it say in Composition 101? If you want to convince the other side, first of all, you make a statement, like Benjamin made. But somewhere along the way, you acknowledge, you make a refutation, right? We all know what that means.
Hello?
You say, although the Jewish rabbi said this and that or the other thing, my statements are not attempting to say that Jewish people as such are racist. There have been examples of Jewish people being in this and that or the other thing, or civil rights and yada, yada, yada. However, I will make a distinction between sociologically what Jews have done and theologically. And you make it clear, you put it all on the table. But somewhere along the way, you do take you acknowledge what the other guy is saying, just to acknowledge, to say, okay, I have my opinions, not because I'm just a tunnel vision, short-sighted person. I do acknowledge that this is what may be understood, or this is what the other person is saying. And I don't know that Benjamin may or may not have done that. I came in the room kind of late. So if Benjamin was to say, I don't mean to say that Jewish people as such are more sexually deprived, that I targeted scripture. See, well, that's exactly what I think he said. He targeted scriptures, and I think his discussion with Caleb, in somewhere along the way, that could have came up if Caleb was willing to listen, or if Benjamin had a chance to say it. I never thought Benjamin. I felt misunderstood by Benjamin because I was responding to what I thought was disproportional representation. I know that Benjamin is on, let's just say, a crusade with organized religion. And I just felt compelled to say, yes, I agree with him. I don't like organized religion. But if it does have something positive in it, and I wanted to convince someone who subscribed to an organized religion, and I wanted them to have more empathy, or not to steal, I would say, look, I don't agree with your method of getting to this idea, but your idea, your religion itself says to have empathy. It says right here, okay, this is where you can have empathy. Maybe you want to focus more on that than filling all the Amalekites. I would think that would be another strategy to spread these better ideas to get better behavior from the side that you have, any concern with, if you know what I'm getting at. But I think, again, I'm not going to tell Benjamin how to represent himself.
Well, we all do, so that's not new standing. So if you want to give him some pointers, then go ahead, because we all do, and Benji is Benji.
Marcus, you've been quiet for a while. Any thoughts?
Who you? Oh, what's it?
Andrew, you just need to
sleep.
Oh.
Andrew, you just gotta put the flamethrower away, okay, and get out the freaking the tiny little screwdriver, okay, to sort through this kind of problem. You can't approach this with a flamethrower, okay? It's just not gonna work. You've got to kill the good people too.
Well, this isn't about people. This is just about ideas.
Wait. I agree with you, but people have to understand that it's not about people. It's about ideas. The fact that it's clear to you, and you know that there are two sides of the conversation, this is where maybe Caleb misunderstood. Because you need to make it clear to the audience that it's not about people. Even though it is clear to you, it has to be clear to the audience.
Yeah, I agree. Yes. So maybe you explain yourself, Benjamin, before, and then say what you mean, and then go into discussion.
I really enjoy when Benjamin's in the room, and I like his ideas. And again, he's a very calm person. I've never heard him explode and yell back, and even when he's under pressure. But I think there are times where he's misunderstood, and we have to consider why is he misunderstood. And like I pointed out with the Star Trek quote, there are some people that want to misunderstand him, but there may be another way he may want to try getting across to these people.
Yeah, but that's Benjamin. He goes left, and then you go left, and then suddenly he's at the right. And you go, we go to the right, and then suddenly he's everywhere. And then we don't understand it anymore. And that's what he has to be.
No, what he does actually, because I've seen this pattern, what he does is he tries to get on someone else's information, and then he mixes that. So then he looks calm, and he's talking all calmly. The other person looks upset. You're 100% anti-Semitic. I've heard you say times. Miss Nancy, you actually were in the room when he was talking about race, and he's talking about Caribbean people. I've heard you say so much shit about people. For you to say, well, I want everyone to be good to each other, and I don't believe, you're such bullshit. You are the biggest bullshitter of anybody I've ever met in my whole entire life. Now that's it, because that's all you got to me. Goodbye.
I think that could be clip worthy right there.
You're not the biggest bullshitter I've ever had. Not by far.
Hey, Marshall. I want to just say something about AJ, because I think AJ is starting to mature. I think AJ is coming along. I think AJ is making progress. She's almost ready to cut the apron strings.
You're so fucking hilarious, Benjamin.
In her tone of voice, she's almost ready to pee on her own. And she
You make up a whole story in here. Listen. Yeah.
She's almost ready to choose her own religion rather than just living with what her parents.
No, she's almost ready to trust people, and therefore she expresses herself now.
Well, she's getting ready to make big boy decisions about her own religion. And this is why she's so angry, is because having to make that decision on your own is difficult. And people who are just on the precipice of making it
I'm sleeping, Joe
emotional about it.
Yeah, we're all emotional.
She's about ready to come over to the other side, I can tell.
But Stanley, you're right. He can be lovable, likable, but Benjamin ruins himself. Yeah, I mean, you can wait for that.
I want to get Benjamin to admit. I want Benjamin to admit that if there was an election for president right now, and there was two candidates, there was Jerry Falwell and James Tallarico. I need you to tell me that you will vote against Jerry Falwell every single time.
Yeah, I would.
Say it. I'm Benjamin.
Thank you.
The whole sentence.
But would you vote for Tallarico?
Yeah, I would.
Okay, good.
But I'm not gonna give an inch to this notion that there is a gentle and a nice and kind way to celebrate a God who kills children.
Well, hang on.
But Tallarico is still doing that.
No, wait, hang on. But Tallarico isn't promoting God in that light, though. Isn't promoting his religion in that light, though, right? He's taking the love your neighbor aspect of it from being a Christian.
Does he have a Jefferson Bible? Does he have a Bible?
No, I don't know. I'm just saying that
objection stuff torn out.
No, hang on. All I'm saying that the things that he is promoting are the peaceful, loving sides of things, right? And actually,
when you put your hand on the Bible and you swear on a stack of Bibles, you're not just promoting the good parts; you're promoting the whole thing.
Okay, but Benjamin, I don't know if you've ever listened to James Tallarico speak. He's spoken, like, there's tons of videos out there of him talking about this or that, politics, religion, all kinds of stuff. And okay, this guy, I've listened to him speak at length on different subjects, and it's clear to me that this guy is a good person. He is a good person, regardless of like the religious crap. You know, he is still a good person nonetheless. At the end of the day, and from his angle, you know, from the atheist side of the angle of these discussions, like James Tallarico can attack the fundamentalists from an angle that no atheist could ever hope to do. Okay, and that's why we need people like him.
Exactly.
You want people like him, but there's scholarship that shows that this kind of soft religion is not sustainable. It never wins. It's always replaced by the more extreme, hardline religionists, even if it shows up momentarily in one little guy. People like Caleb, who have this very progressive liberal approach, are tiny minority. You think this guy, Obadiah Yosef, is a marginal rabbi? Rabbi Caleb is the marginal rabbi. He has no following, none really to speak of. And this whole progressive, soft on everything religion never works. Bishop Spong spent his entire career writing books called Beyond Belief and other things that basically said, yes, in so many words, that you shouldn't take the Bible literally. There was always some tremendous metaphor. And if you take it literally, you're just doing violence to the text, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Well, I don't know. Like, it didn't stick, right? The next pope is some Orthodox.
All don't know. We were not there when it was written, you know. You don't know who that wrote. Maybe it was a guy who thought, I put my wishing it what I want to do, and I put it in there, and we all think that it's God or Jesus or whatever. You know, that it's a religion thing. Maybe it's just an ego thing. You never know.
What is this about?
Never mind. I just opened my mouth and air came out.
I apologize.
Yeah, me too. I apologize. Me too.
I think it's all understood. It's written by human beings, right? With an agenda.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, with an agenda. Mm-hmm. And how many times is it rewritten? Well, so many agendas that you have, maybe. But really, 4 hours of yelling in my ear.
I apologize.
Yeah, but I guess you were not yelling. You made other people yell, maybe. But it was really like
I will say that you know what I had today was a debate with Caleb, and he came up and he lost in the first 3 minutes.
Did you guys chat before he blew up and left? Because I came in at the tail end of it.
It was really only about 2 minutes or so.
Oh, okay.
But he did answer one question intelligently, and that was, to what extent is this statement by this rabbi, scholar, versus just shit off the top of his head. And he admitted that this guy is the best scholar on the Torah, personally. That his Torah scholarship is still studied himself.
No, actually, the Torah doesn't say anything about non-Jews exist to self-Jews, actually.
So quotes, hang on, Benjamin, is the quote scholarly, regardless of him being a scholar, is that quote?
Yeah, Caleb admitted that this is in the text, not necessarily as Noah.
Can you show me where? I'm interested.
It's less. He didn't point to it, but it's not so much in the Torah as it is in the subsequent texts, but over many thousand.
Which subsequent texts?
Well, you can look that up. You can ask Caleb.
I don't know. I believe you.
He didn't provide that specificity.
Okay.
Let's get Chinga. Chinga, you gonna come?
Let's ask him.
Yeah, Benjamin, I protect Chinga from you. Last time he said it, I never ever protected him.
So,
I didn't
Benjamin,
know that he needed it.
So, Benjamin, you're saying Caleb says that the quote, Goyim were born only to serve us, quote, is in the Torah?
No, I mean, he's not quoting the Torah like word for word here. Okay. But I think there's a good grounding for this in the text.
Actually, I looked it up, like on ChatGPT. It doesn't say in the Torah that non-Jews exist to serve non-Jews.
It doesn't say
you
that
can look
in
it
the
up.
Torah, but it does say that. Well,
you want to look it up on ChatGPT? I'm interested.
One can, but I'll just tell you off the top because I'm a Bible scholar myself.
Okay.
The text is going to things like, the chosen people. They're chosen by God. They're God's special people. He cares about the Jews.
Yeah, but that exists in every religion.
Israelites more than he cares about the Egyptians, for example.
But that exists in every religion. Like every religion sees itself as more divine than other religions, right?
No. In the discussion about slaves.
So actually, yeah, of course.
In the discussion about slaves, there will be a conversation. And that conversation will include that if you take a slave, if it's an Israelite slave, he can only be a slave for a period of time. But if it's not an Israelite slave, he can be a slave to you forever, and his children can be slaves, and they will always be slaves to you forever. So they're kind of as a second-class notion, even within the concept of slavery. This will be in the text. Now, to the extent that you get all the way to this expression, that's a little bit tricky.
Yeah, it's a big stretch, yeah.
Yeah, but it happens over thousands of years. Now, weirdly, Caleb himself will say, well, you shouldn't focus on the text. You should focus on the tradition and how the tradition evolves and how the tradition is practiced in the modern era. Well, here you go. The modern era has arrived, and Rabbi Ovadia, Yosef, over thousands of years of evolution of the text, and we get to this comment. Non-Jews exist to serve Jews. So now what am I supposed to take seriously, the text or the evolution of the Somebody smart, maybe
Hi, hey, you're still open, right? We are. What can I get started for you? Could I do a large pepperoni? All right, team. Pizza Corp wants an extra garlic special. Let's make it.
Question 99. Right? So you're a non-believer, so you wouldn't take it serious, correct?
Well, I think you have to take seriously this comment by this rabbi who actually, in fact, has.
No, I would not take it serious. I think it's maniacal and just a bunch of bullshit.
Welcome back to Kitover tonight. My guest tonight traveled to class. Today we're diving into some pretty important topics. Behold, mortals, from
this island is informed by this idea that you can do anything with a...
Wait, so you think this text influenced Epstein to have a proclivity for younger girls?
Really besides, you like this
girls, not women. These numbers are everywhere. Even the receipt for this pizza ended in 32. Pizza Cosmic Kid, you should stop ordering it. I'm trying to fit it with KITV news. Tonight's headline. City Council has approved a downtown safety initiative aimed at improving lighting and adding more patrols. Crews are standing by for the winter storm, expected to drop several inches. I'm John Kitover with KITV 8 News. Here are what I'm hearing from people. They're tired of gridlock. Tired of watching that. Your eyes are getting heavy.
Okay, you may have.
Okay, so I find.
Wait a minute, no harm. You may have some, James. You may have just come into an epiphany here. Just not an epiphany. You may have some kind of a point, but I mean, like.
Okay, tell me when I can speak.
The quote exactly was the Goyim quote was in the Epstein files. Yeah, this quote right here, this article. Interesting. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
It raises an eyebrow. I'll say that much.
Can I speak?
Yeah, speak, dude. Speak.
Okay, thank you. So I
follow the watch, darling. The world grows quiet. You swing as a heartbeat, steady and certain. When it stops, you'll know what your heart already does. Precisely. Jewish reference. Follow the watch.
I'm Attorney John Kitover. Before I step into court, I study every detail. This file is the
imams in other religions that say that others are, for example, in Christianity, they say that the Jews are prone to perpetual servitude, and they are also prone to perpetual slavery.
The whole crate, that's 200 pounds of pure profit. Cash or regret? Cash. My cousin's got
Actually, everything is too big. The cars, the drinks, even the squirrels. They stare at me like tiny gym coaches. The hardware store for a box of screws, and the clerk says, people like you ought to stick to knitting. Can you...
We'll be gone before anybody notices. It is now, kids.
So delivery. Arby's Mercury, Express Mail to Venus. By the power of primary postage, open the portal. That's confetti. Not exactly first class.
The 8 feet of Mercury, the wings of words, and the timetable of the intercity bus. I invoke the powers of Mars and Jupiter.
You sure this is safe? Last time you lit my jacket on fire. In the Kitover Diamond Wholesale, where the sparkle meets the discount.
I'm hoping for something big but affordable.
Then you just made my day. Check out this beauty, 1 full carat flawless.
Looks gorgeous.
I'm outside Kitover Diamonds. If you're hunting for something that sparkles, this is the place. I've got a full collection of certified stones and custom settings. This one here is a 1 kilo. Councilman Brindle's hiding something in this office.
Christianity is a form of Judaism. So what are you talking about?
Yes, but it's another religion that say the Jews are prone to
You're saying
perpetual
it's
servitude.
another religion, but you're full of bullshit. It's just a sect.
So Islam is also another sect of Christianity. So basically, we are all Jews, which means that you are a Jew yourself, right? So you're a Jew yourself, so you don't have to worry about anything.
It's a little bit according to your logic.
That Islam is a Jewish project. But as far as I can tell, everybody involved in the founding of Christian religion was Jewish.
Okay, everybody involved in
The
the Muslim religion was a Jewish as well, right?
The letter to the Corinthians, the letter to the Ephesians, the letter to
So according to you, everybody is a Jew. So
all of these were Jews. All the people in the stories are
right?
Jews.
I'm not a Jew.
Jesus is a Jew. Mary is a
according
Jew.
to
Shem is a
Benjamin,
Jew.
everybody is a Jew.
Yes, that would be the entailment of what you're saying, Benjamin.
Yeah. Benjamin, I'm only using your logic. I'm not.
Christianity, as far as I can tell, is a first century Jewish project.
Okay. So you're a Jew?
I'm a
Congratulations.
Not a
Christian. So what if you're not a Christian?
No, but according to his logic, he is a Jew. Then there is no such thing as a Christian. Like,
I don't know that.
Is anybody with me? Like,
I don't know that one follows the other quite as neatly as you say.
Using your logic.
That's what you said.
Yeah. Basically saying one follows the other and they all point at Judaism.
Yeah.
So
you're a Jew, Benjamin. You don't have to worry about somebody who says that non-Jews.
Wait, how is Benjamin now a Jew? How'd you get to that?
because he's saying that
He
it's
said
another
that.
religion.
He said that? I didn't
He's
hear
saying,
that.
no, he's saying Judaism is the mother religion. And from there, the subsets are following from Judaism. He's not wrong in one sense, right?
He's wrong in the sense that I think the real surviving religion is Zoroastrianism.
Me too.
Okay, yeah. But the truth of it is, again, Benji, I think is right on this. If you keep going back, there are monotheistic religions, right? Such as Zoroastrianism, such as Vedic, Advaita Vedanta, etc., etc. So Abrahamics are not exclusive in that sense, in the sense of his philosophy, right?
But the Abrahamic faiths are not monotheists.
Yes, they are.
Are you, by the way, not
No,
how are you?
Well, I don't think they are. I think they're not in the origin story of monotheisms. I think they merely sort of
Benji, there are models within each of the Abrahamics
morph into Zoroastrianism, do they?
that morph into that. Yeah. I mean, look, like if you have to like analyze the Abrahamics,
the Ten Commandments, for example, makes no sense if there's only one God.
My lover stands on golden sands and watches the ships.
Right.
Why did you have a jealous God? There's only one God. It's just people like this.
It's not a human God.
If I could fly like birds on high, that's to love.
For Valentine's Day. So what does he care? And this is more sad. And then and then now there were two. You know, and then he said, wow, that's great, and then so on and so forth. You don't go from a God who is spending his Valentine's Day, you know, sucking his thumb because he's lonely, to a God who is like, don't have any gods except for me. Like, this is high school.
Yeah.
This is what high school lovers tell their high school fake spouses. Like, don't go out with anybody but me. If you go to the prom with somebody other than me, I'm going to have a fit. Like, how do we go from a lonely monotheistic God to a high school boneheaded jock God who is jealous of all the other gods? Like, that's crazy. Judaism is not a monotheism, not in its origins.
Benjamin, what's your point?
Oh, just to answer your point, is we're all Zoroastrians.
No, what's your point?
I mean, how are we all Zoroastrians now? How'd that happen?
Well, because my argument is that Zoroastrianism has influenced the West so profoundly.
I wanted to say abortion. I do think we need to. Listen, I understand.
What's up, it goes something like this. There's good people in prison, bad people in prison, and throw away the keys.
There's a football player, and they still be
the good people should be the ones
football
on
is
the streets.
some real sketchy shit.
Get rid of the bad people. You know, all the immigrants are the bad people. You get the immigrants, throw the immigrants out. You know, identify the bad people and get rid of them. That's kind of like the modality of the West. Whether it's throw them in prison or, like, you know, send them to the goo or whatever. It's all about, you know, getting rid of, like Caleb comes in here and he says, oh, I hate you with 1,000 suns.
What the hell, Nargis?
I want to get rid of you. Sayla, how are you?
I'm okay. I have a...
Sayla. This is full happiness. I have Sayla and
I fell asleep to Benjamin's voice.
But Benji.
He opened a room.
Benjamin, but your point's about...
I opened the room for like 30 seconds and then you didn't come and I don't have the tolerance.
So Benjamin, I don't agree that we're all Zoroastrianism because the main premise of Zoroastrianism...
Wait. We have to just... Sayla's not going to be here long. Let's just say hi.
Hi, Sayla.
How are
Hi,
you?
see Benjamin and everybody.
Sayla, can I tell you about my day?
Does anything to do with Zoroastrianism?
It ends with it.
It doesn't, not much.
It ends with it.
Let's hear about
it. I found this quote from this rabbi in the Epstein files, okay?
She was here for that earlier.
And I put it in, and I have been attacked. Caleb came up, attacked me. He said he was gonna swat me. He was gonna call and try to have me arrested.
Some old guy trying to be a pilot needs to be arrested.
You haven't learned that we're surrounded on every side by fundamental radical people thinking. Like, for me, it's every side from.
Wait, Sayla. Caleb said today that he wished that I were dead.
Damn.
Oh yeah, he went off the deep end. He flipped his lid. It was.
Hold on, when was this? Did it happen?
You missed it. You must have been asleep. I can't believe you didn't wake up.
Oh shit! I told you he would not give up on the
that I were dead, mostly because I was posting this this comment from this leader in Israel, and I don't know what 30-40.
This is actually very normative Zionist behavior. Like it would be unnormal for them not to behave this way.
No, actually, this is a very uncommon quote. It was many rabbis disagree with him, and as I said, there are many bishops and pastors in Christianity who say that Jews are prone to perpetual servitude, and they see Jews as servants. And that was just an example of one religion. Like in Islam, they have the dhimmi as for other religions. So basically, what I'm trying to say is that in every religion, there is this divinity of its own, and trying to diminish the other religions. So what we see here is common within all religions. So it's not something that is special.
No harm. Yes, no harm. Benjamin takes what we all believe out of context all the time and now threatens to kill him. You see the difference there? You see what I did right there?
Yeah, so he exposes the fundamentalists. And why did Caleb say that?
Because
people want me to get killed as well, so what?
He lives there, Nagas. Like literally, I was talking about how Israel has killed, so many, blah blah blah, and he was like, he says crazy things. Like it's just this is very normative, Nagas. I don't know what to tell you.
No, I know, but why did Caleb say that to Benjamin?
Because he prays his stuff. This is clubhouse.
Because Caleb got excited.
Yeah, what was the context?
Because Caleb calls Benjamin an anti-Semite, that he hates all Jews, and he wants all Jews to be gone from the planet. That's
over
why.
An article?
Yeah, it's over a long back and forth bickering between the two of them. This has been going on for years.
I think they're really upset that this is written in their book. I think
it's
they're
not written
upset.
in the book, actually.
To be fair, the rabbi didn't make any references to scripture. It seems like
he's a Talmudic rabbinical. Go ahead, Mario.
Oh, he is?
Yeah, because
he's conservative. He's a conservative rabbi.
Yeah, so if you're into the Talmud, then it's in there.
But as I said, in every religion, they want other religions to be servants, right? They see themselves. This is common within every religion. So if your point is that religion is a fucked up concept, then you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is that Jewish rabbinical.
You got a bar of gold over here, which I've been promoting, and then you got a bar of Bitcoin over here with this motherfucker. Okay, so it's a little bit of a business lesson. Okay, if you're going to give me $150,000, I'm going to make no money on it, and I'm going to exchange you a gold bar. And then if you give this dumpster $120,000,
what is written in the and people don't like that. Or they want to minimize it, or they want to, every religion is like that. Like, how many times?
Yeah, the life of a cool breeze, warm.
Oh shit! You can't make this
stuff. So this is what my friend PhD is saying, right? Rabbi Dovlior, a prominent. Okay, let's go back to Rabbi Yosef. As Israel's Sephardic chief rabbi and son of Obadiah Yosef, he echoed similar sentiments in terms
Easy down there, that's royal property. Hey, that's not the hot tub.
The seven Noahide laws, and those who remain are there to serve Jews. Oh shit. Rabbi Lior says a prominent religious Zionist rabbi, the chief rabbi
of the Kitover Diamond Wholesale.
Arba Hebron.
The Kitover Diamond Wholesale. Where Sparkle means a discount.
Hoping for something big that's affordable.
Gentle
you just made my day. Check out this beauty 1 full carat pulse. The Kitover Diamond Wholesale. Where the
Gentile sperm leads to barbaric offspring and endorse supremacist texts like Torah Hakamatek, which discusses harsh treatment of them. Then again, you have, it keeps going on and on. PhD, where are you finding these from?
The thing, Nagus, they try to point at Islamic verses, right? Like they'll be like, Muhammad was a this and that, and all these things. And then this is what is written in their own text. Like, you always want to talk about how crazy this, religion is, but like, this is what your religion talks about.
Yeah, so what PhD is saying is that this isn't a fringe opinion. This has been repeated by quite a few, like rabbis that exist like today, have existed in very much the recent past. So that's what he's trying to sort of posit. This is a little.
So there is a quote by Al-J. Rushduni. He's the father of Christian Reconstructionism, and he has massive influence on the modern homeschooling movement and Christian political strategy. He said that he recognizes that some people are by nature slaves, and he's a major person in Christianity. So that is very, very alarming that somebody like this in recent times, like recently, says that some people are by nature slaves. There is another quote by Douglas Wilson. He's in Idaho. He's still active, and he's a leading figure in the Christian nationalism movement. And he wrote that slavery, as it existed in the South, was a relationship based on mutual affection and confidence. There has never been a multiracial society which has existed with such mutual intimacy and harmony in the history of the world, which is very, very problematic to say. It is, and these are only Christian leaders. Also there are other imams who say that other religions, they call even today they call Christians and Jews as dhimmis with special inferior status, and this is this is shocking that we still have people like this even today thinking and being very loud with their opinions, with their shocking opinion.
Marius, you tricked me.
Do you want to open a room?
Yeah. Candace, you want to open a room?
No, you open a room.
She's okay, if I open a room, then
I'll come right now.
Benjamin, I think you had this room open long enough, buddy.
Let's open a room.
Okay, Nagus, I can't do this room without you because I'm also obviously unhinged a little bit. So I need you to keep. Okay, great, fine. But okay, fine.
Come on, let's get killed today.
Sayla, if I close this room, maybe I'll join.
Perfect.
Come on, you guys, let's open the room. I think it'll be good.
That's what we wanted to hear. Nagus, hold on.
You can go open. You go open the room, and we'll put this topic to bed.
Okay.
Yeah, what's your title going to be? Hey, ladies. What's your title?
Oh, it's the propaganda versus the people.
Propaganda. And who? Your house, Sayla? Sayla's house?
Yeah.
All right,
sure, let's open up.
All right, here we go.
So Benjamin, I want to challenge you on you saying we're all Zoroastrian. I don't accept that.
Just real briefly, it goes something like, "I'll get you a paper."
Not me.
Yeah.
I wouldn't include Chenga in that list. Okay.
Well, because it says the idea that the world was created by God, although the profound dichotomy between good and evil, right? There are people that do bad things, people that do good things. That I accept. However, but it's still, it's still premised on a creator God, though, and I don't have that concept.
Before I leave, I wanna just recite a few lines from the song "Religion," sung by 10 Years After. I've actually performed the song with my band a long time ago. It's called "Religion." Never really understood religion. It seems to be a good excuse to kill. Never really understood religion. I don't suppose I ever really will. It is nothing but a power structure where ego is the driving energy. I killed mine a long, long time ago, and this is why I'll always be free. All right, honeys. See you guys.
Thanks, Nargis.
See you, Nargis. Always a pleasure.
Yeah, thanks for turning me on that song and that band. Great song, great band.
James, I'm going to put this message just in your private because I'm going to close this room.
Okay, cool. Right on, dude.
This is a link to an article called We're All Zoroastrians, How Persian Empires of the Mind Touched All of Humanity.
All right, I got it.
I think it's a pretty good article explaining more or less what I'm talking about. But one very cool...
We speak... yeah. So give me just a minute.
Hello? Hi.
Hold on. Okay. I just messaged Mary too. All right, let's ping. Let's go on a ping fest, Nargis. Ping fest. There she is. Boom. Now we got like the world's perfect mods. Shalom خانم خوشگل.
سلام عزیز دل چطوری؟
Not too bad, not too bad. I'm sure all of us are like just... Me and Nargis have been like crashing out on the app. You know, we're all on pins and needles because we don't know what the hell's happening, you know? But I'm sure you've been kind of the same.
We're all on pins and needles, 100%. We just, it's hard to live history one day at a time, and it's harder this time around than it was during the Women Life Freedom Movement, I think.
Yes, I feel like at the beginning, kind of, like me and Nargis were talking about this, it was so hard for us to, I don't know, not to like maybe get going. Like there was a feeling, right, Mary, of like, I don't want to be disappointed again, right? Like I don't want to think that we're going to be there, we're almost going to be there, and then it not happen again. There was that feeling, you know? Did you have that too?
I was definitely a lot more cautious this time around to not get as excited and to project my excitement onto what's happening inside of Iran. 100%. I was a lot more self-aware this time around than the last time. But undeniably, this time around, things were very, very different. Especially after the call to action by Reza Pahlavi, things were very, very different this time around. And we saw it. We saw the results. Tens of thousands of people have been lost. So this had more fervor to it. And the big difference this time wasn't just that we said no to something, because during Women Life Freedom, we got to this collective agreement that no to the Islamic Republic, but we never said yes to anything else. This time around, even just as a trial, there was a yes to something else. And I think that's important. That's one of the things that made this time around a little bit.
I wanted to pick your brain about that, and then you kind of told me. I was like wondering what you thought about that, like how you felt about people rallying around Reza Pahlavi. I see. So let me tell you where I'm at, Mary. For me, and I'm not speaking for Nagas, other people with their own perspective, but for me, I don't really see another way. Like, yeah, I do see other ways, but they're not viable right now, right? The only viable thing that I do see is Reza Pahlavi, right? And I do. Let me see. How can I put this? Like, he has the notoriety, the finances, everything that he needs to garner support and have people, propel him or whatever. So, like, I see that, like basically until another way presents itself, I'm not going to burn the only way that's presenting itself, right? I'm not going to talk against, come up with reasons not to. So this is what we got, and I'm gonna support it, right? Because this is all we have right now. But one thing that's concerning me, Mary, are some of the supporters of Reza Pahlavi. They're the ones that are scaring me shitless, Mary, with their behavior and their attitude.
You're not alone. Yeah, you're not alone. You let me just say something to you that might ease your mind a little bit. Don't forget that we are only exposed to the diaspora. And what is happening inside of Iran is very, very different from what we see out in the diaspora. I don't really want to get involved in dissecting what is happening. But there is definitely a large portion of Reza Pahlavi's supporters that are behaving more like his enemy than his friends. Because for better or worse, and even if it's out of desperation, right now he seems like the viable option we're at least willing to try. And if they are the winning narrative and the ones that have the power, their full focus should be on actually absorbing people like you and I. Right? But instead, what they're doing is they're holding a ruler at the door called Javi Shah saying, if you don't say this, you don't get to enter. And that by itself is eliminating, and that by itself is the behavior of the Islamic Republic, which we are trying to change. So if we are objecting to that behavior, if we're objecting to the behavior that makes you the other and then eliminates you from the conversation, then this opposition is no different from the position. The position and the opposition have become one and the same. And in some ways, we would just be changing clothes. We would be changing the Aba Ammame for Taj Shene. And that's not what we want. We are not looking to change clothes. We are looking to change the system. And I think one of the things that, again, makes me a little dubious about Reza Pahlavi himself is that he doesn't seem to have the influence on his own followers to make him follow what he says. He recently came out and said, hey, stop calling me King Pahlavi. You can call it Nizam Pahlavi. You can call it the Pahlavi administration. That's very different from King Pahlavi because we haven't had the referendum. There hasn't been the vote of the people. I have not been ratified by parliament. Sure. So to make this a foregone conclusion is going to look like we're forcing an option down the throat of people who haven't had a chance to voice their opinions yet. And that his followers don't follow him, you still hear people chanting King Reza Pahlavi at these rallies, and I think they're doing him a massive disservice by actually not listening to him. I understand the anger that motivates a lot of this behavior. Do I think it's valid? Absolutely not. And I think it's counterproductive to what we're doing somewhat out of desperation. Sorry, I'm talking too much. I don't know why you made me that.
Mary, my heart is singing because it's like we haven't talked at all, and we're just the same. We're twins, and that makes me really happy. It's just everything that you're saying, I've been saying in other rooms, I'm in agreement with. So this is exactly why I pinged you in the room. I don't know if you noticed, I have the propaganda versus the people, and there's a lot to discuss, right? Like,
our narrative is getting stolen from us.
Yes.
So hard, which I think that is probably the most painful part of watching what is happening. I watch each different interest group, the left, the right, the west, the east, all put their own versions of what they want onto the story of the people who lost their lives. And that makes me feel like that is a huge disrespect to the lives that we have lost. And it makes me really, really fucking angry, because the people who lost their lives didn't lose their lives for a king. They didn't lose their lives for the Palestine movement. They didn't. It is not the story of their lives and their wants and their desire and their bravery is not what is being jacked up to be. And they were not Zionists. They were not outside influences. They were not. None of this is true. And it feels like the truth doesn't matter. Power speaks, narratives speak, and it really doesn't matter what the people of Iran want when you look at it from like 10,000 foot view. Because if I look at what happens inside of Iran, that's a completely different story. Then I look at the Iranian diaspora and I go, you guys are on a different planet. Like what you are saying and what I'm hearing out of Iran are two completely different things. And then you get outsiders coming in. The Palestine supporters, people who I've been supporting for 2 years, are all of a sudden coming into my comments calling me a Zionist. That is such a cognitive dissonance right now that I just can't. I don't get it. I don't get how self-interest can completely blind people to the truth. So it tells me that it doesn't matter what information we put out there. It matters what people want to see, and they don't see the truth. They only see what they want to see, and they see their own self-benefit. They don't really want to see the truth. And that's
like, I can't even believe you, Mary. You haven't even been around, and you're so in the loop. So you must have been going through this on TikTok then as well.
Oh, 100%. I haven't been on this app, but I've been very active on TikTok, and yeah. از همه طرف بهم خیلی لطف شده. از همه طرف.
دلم دارم. خیلی شده.
ببین یعنی یه جوری از اینجا مونده از اونجا مونده شدم، دارم به ایرونی بودن خودم شک میکنم تا این حد. مثل اتاق چیز تهران.
I don't know what you said, but it sounds cool.
I'm saying that I've been called so many different names within the same hour that I'm starting to doubt that I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's not cool.
Because like 1 minute I'm a Zionist, the other minute I'm an agent of the Islamic Republic, the next minute I'm a member of the MEK, the next minute I'm a monarchist, the next minute like it literally changes by the minute. And I'm getting to I'm glad that I went through the training through Clubhouse at the other with the Gina movement, because otherwise I would have doubted who I am as a person. But they're getting me to the point where I'm doubting I'm even Iranian. Like it's getting bad.
Head would have exploded.
Mary, you're Zoroastrian.
Oh my goodness.
Mary is, yeah. I was like, wait, what are you talking about? Oh, yeah. Mary's into it for sure. She loves it.
Yeah, Mary, I don't know how hard your day is. Sounds like you had a hard day, but I have to say I had a pretty hard day. Somebody told me that they wished I were dead today.
Oh, I get 10 of those a day, Benjamin. So
you guys know who March is, right? Heads up, March primary. Be careful.
Oh, you don't have to be careful. I love these beautiful women. دلم برات خیلی تنگ شده.
I'm upset you're in timeout still until you fix your rectum.
Well, you can't police evergreen video footage. I'm trying to make a point. What are you doing? Are you actually doing action? Are you doing anything other than just running your mouth? I'm asking you, what's your objective?
No, he's actually probably playing a replay. And then it's not real.
It's John Kitover for Congress. Vote for John Kitover.
It's Adrian Dittman doing Adrian Dittman.
So, Mary, one of the main reasons of opening the room is I'm going through the same thing you are. So, you know that I very much think that Israel has done. I believe everyone has the right to be free. The Palestinian people, they deserve to live a life that's free, and they have rights as well. And I believe that. And so I've been alongside a lot of the, pro-Pali movement, a lot of people that have been pro-Pali. Now, those same people are turning to me and looking at me saying, this is all just Mossad propaganda. And it makes me want
to hear the funniest part of the cognitive dissonance with that. Throughout the entire Gaza ordeal, they kept telling us Mossad is liars, Israel is lying. If it comes out of their mouth, it's not reliable. All of a sudden, Mossad is tweeting about a covert secret operation happening live in Iran, and all of a sudden their word is gospel. What the hell happened? How did we do a full 180 U-turn of these people cannot be trusted with anything they say to all of a sudden everything they say is gospel?
And so me, I'm like telling them, number one, first of all, is that when there was Zionist propaganda going out, and a lot of my Persian people, they fall for that. They're eating that up, right? I listened to the people. I listened to what the Palestinian people were saying. I did my research, and I came to understand and learn a lot of things. But now my people are telling you something, and you're not believing us when I believe you, and now you are going and saying that this is propaganda. And here's the crazy part. I told them, I said, listen, maybe it is in their interest for this government to fall. It is in their interest. Maybe they even are doing stuff on the inside. But one thing I need you to know is that my people don't need any convincing and coercion. They don't need any push to hate this government more than they already do.
Class, today we're diving into some pretty important topics.
Outside people are coming in and trying to trick us.
The IRGC by not just the Palestinians, but also the Islamist groups. I mean, I'm getting this stuff starting from North Africa all the way to India. Like, it's not just one group that is coming and saying this stuff, but they're saying it out of self-interest, right? It is not aligned with their interest for an Islamic State to fall, specifically for the IRGC, because wrongly they believe these people supported them.
Here's another thing. I have a hypothesis. I want to see what you think. I really think some of it is our fault. And let me tell you what I think is our fault.
We come
A hero criminal.
The same way Palestinians.
But here's the other thing that I think is also our fault, right? Because this
Because we back with the Patriots in Super Bowl, and you're not straight to the Patriots yourself.
Them in the head. This is in the name of Islam. Boom, hit them in the head.
This is the Super Bowl squad this week.
A huge allergic reaction to anything that is, labeled under the umbrella of Islam.
Yeah.
So what happens is that you have these Iranians, right? Our folks, they come on these apps, they're in real life, they're everywhere, uncles, people we know, and push me down harchi ke Islam, right? And so what they do is they say things like, we had some guys, like, anything that's wrong in the world is because of Islam. This is what they say, okay? When you do that, let's say you have 5 billion Sunni Muslims who don't even like this government, right? You have now made it in their mind that this is like a war against Islam. Like you have literally tricked them yourself into thinking that like you are a hater towards anyone Muslim, right? And now people that could have been on your side don't even know what to do anymore.
because you have pulled back, you know?
Yeah, I get it. But as Islam, do you know where the word Islamophobia came from?
Show me.
The Islamic Republic is the one that created the word because they started making any criticism of the government, criticism of Islam, and therefore invalid. So we are the ones who created the word Islamophobia and then started propagating it everywhere. So it's kind of funny that it's coming back to bite them in the behind. But I think we have a lot of displaced anger as the Iranian diaspora. We are highly traumatized and we are bleeding all over all kinds of people. It's because we have been so traumatized by our government, and so whatever they have used for an excuse, we use as a weapon against them. So what we really want, what our freedom movement is all about, is secularism. Yeah, so it's the division and removal of any religion from governance. So it's not that we are anti-Islam. We shouldn't be. It's that we are against any involvement of any kind of religion within governance. That is the only way to actually respect all religions. Because if you really want to have a freedom of religion, you cannot have a state religion. Because then by definition, anybody who does not follow the state religion, it becomes a minority and their rights can be removed. So the only way to respect any religion, including Islam, properly is to remove it from governance. Because then it belongs in people's hearts, in people's homes, and in their places of worship. It does not come into the street, and it definitely does not come into the laws of the land. That's what we are after. The problem is we are so pissed off with this government that we take our anger out on other groups, including Islam, including Palestinians, because we feel like our government has misappropriated the funds that should have put food on the tables of our people and have spent it in places they shouldn't have. And instead of being mad at the IRGC and focusing our anger there, we are allowing some of this anger, some of the steam to escape to other people, the Islamist groups, the Palestinians, the whatever it may be. So I think that's what the issue really is, that we have a lot of misplaced anger and we don't recognize where it should go. Because if we were to actually concentrate all of this anger instead of on Arabs and Muslims and Afghans and Palestinians and so on and so forth, and Hashd al-Sha'bi and whoever, we hate a lot of people right now. But it's if we took that and instead of focusing it on all of these different places and releasing some of that energy, if we focused it on we wouldn't need the American army or anyone else.
Mary, last night...
Apparently I'm boring.
No, not at all.
No, not at all. Not at all.
One thing you're not is boring. Lala Layla asked me a question last night. She asked me, why are the Persians, why do most of them think that like Reza Pahlavi is the only answer or he is the answer? And I tried to answer the best that I could. I said, different people have different reasons. And I gave her the different reasons that people have for supporting him. Could you answer that, Mary? She's on the outside looking in.
The hardware store for boxes, screws, and the clerk says people like you want to stick to knitting. Can you believe that?
Given a particular perspective, it doesn't have the perspective of us as Persian people. So what would you answer her, Mary, to that question?
The easy 1,000-foot answer is desperate times call for desperate measures. That's the easiest, most logical answer I can give you. I need to dive a little bit more into kind of why this is our desperate measure. I can go into that, but the reality is that we're desperate. If we were not desperate, we would have the time to actually look for or allow for the people inside of Iran who have the capability of governance to come up and create political parties.
Everything's too big. The cars, the drinks, even the squirrels, they stare at me like tiny gym coaches.
Right, and all the money's the same color. I paid a bus fare with a coupon yesterday.
Outside, and the only figure outside of the country that has the celebrity pull, at least. If he's not charming, if he's not, I have a lot of criticism to what RP has been doing since 2022. You know this. This is not new. I was 100% out with it. I have had TikTok videos out about it. And this is part of the reason why the Congressman hates me so much. And they keep calling me a parastu. I'm an agent of the IRGC. But we don't have anyone else with his notoriety and his connections. Is he the best person for the job?
Where's my?
To be honest, I really feel like even if he was to go into Iran, he is very likely to be one of the first casualties of whatever freedom movement that is going to come.
Would be. What percentage you say?
Again, desperate times call for desperate measures. The people inside of Iran who are saying Javi Shah are not necessarily saying it as a yes to monarchy, but rather one as a Khamenei, because by calling it king that they overthrew, they are saying sorry, this is sound bad, but we rather grow up that we had before than you guys are. So I think it's one of the biggest ways to give a fuck you to the regime right now by calling and saying long live the king. And the people who are saying they're not necessarily saying that the king is coming back. They have decided, hey, keep saying, I don't want power, I don't want to become king, I don't have any political ambition, I want to be the leader of the transition period, so let's give it a try. That's
with labor, how much would that be?
point of the people on the street who went and died. They were not saying yes to the monarchy. And if you look at unfortunately, again, talking about propaganda, this narrative has been stolen and amplified, especially through Persian language media like Iran International. I'm not even going to talk about Manoto there. It's obvious what they are out there for. But other institutions like Iran International has, for example, exaggerated the veracity or the extent of the support for Pahlavi by like 400%. So in comparison to what was really happening.
Yeah, so that's very insightful, and I'm beginning to kind of understand that there is a big difference between Iranians in Iran and the way that they perceive things, and Iranians in the diaspora. And I also wanted to ask you a follow-up question, but I did want to say this first. The reason why I asked Sayla that question yesterday was because, number one, as a Palestinian organizer, I'm Palestinian, and as a Palestinian organizer, somebody who organizes for Palestine, we know, that we have taken to the streets for the past 2 years, and when everything was happening in Iran, in Southern California especially, we had a big population of Reza Pahlavi supporters that reached out to Palestinian organizers and asked them if they would be able to help organize protests. And I found that to be very, what the heck? I was just really confused, because these people, for the same reason, did not show up to any pro-Palestinian protests for the last 2 years. And then also on top of that, they're waving pictures of Benjamin Netanyahu with Reza Pahlavi side by side, and I understand from an Iranian's perspective in Iran, that makes complete sense to me, that maybe it is the option of the lesser of two evils. Unfortunately, that's what usually happens in American elections as well. But that's the reason why I asked Sayla, because I was like, why is it so that Iranians feel like that's their only option, like Reza Pahlavi? Because for me, I feel like if it was truly up to Iranians, especially the ones in Iran, they wouldn't necessarily 100% want Reza Pahlavi. It's just a matter of picking between the lesser of two evils, because they criticize Reza Pahlavi so much, as you said, but he's the popular majority right now, due to the situation. And then the other question that I wanted to ask was, the follow-up question that I wanted to ask was, is there any particular reason, like economy, or perhaps education related, I don't know, societal reason, that you believe if Reza Pahlavi were to come and get elected and to rule over Iran today, any particular issue that you believe that he would make better by being in power?
There's a lot said there, Mary, that needs to be unpacked. Do you want to take it?
What motivates you to
give up
your job, which is what you're doing, and put it all on the line to run state
power is going
line?
to exclusively be in his hand, that there's a difference between him being a transitional figure and being king.
Yeah, and essentially...
and also... there was something else. She made a distinction between what the people feel on the inside versus what the people feel on the outside. I want to make sure there's a congruency there and not propaganda as to what the people on the inside are feeling. You know what I'm talking about, Mary. So if you could touch on those things, yeah.
So let me try to go one by one. So one of the major criticisms that's been happening inside of the Iranian diaspora itself is the criticism of carrying the Israeli flag in all of the, especially the monarchist-led protests. Our Women Life Freedom protests were much more successful, and the reason for that was we were not carrying the pictures of anybody other than the people who were losing their lives, and because the emphasis was put on the human toll that was being paid, you saw people all over the world chanting Women Life Freedom, women cutting their hair, because we focused on human issues. This time around, unfortunately, this mistake was made, and we started carrying the flags of other nations. It wasn't just Israel. There's a lot of American flags that are being flown as well. And that was a major, major mistake. And we also started carrying the picture of Reza Pahlavi and Netanyahu instead of the pictures of the tens of thousands of people that we have lost. So in some ways, we also lost the plot. We lost the narrative. We lost focus on what this should be about, which is the tens of thousands of people that were on a line so brutally. Sorry, I'm using TikTok language.
We've suffered over much.
No, I understand.
Have achieved nothing.
Yeah, so that has been the criticism that has been going around. If there was a couple of protests that I saw today, not a single Israeli flag anywhere to be seen. And I'm glad that this is starting to be something that is being taken seriously, that we should not be carrying the flag of any other nation other than our own, and if necessary, the host country's flag. So if we're having a demonstration in Canada, it should be the Canadian flag to show solidarity with this country, and the Iranian flag. No other flag. And no other pictures of any celebrities of any kind. If we're going to carry pictures, it needs to be of the people that we have lost, because that is the story. We cannot lose that plot, and unfortunately, we have been losing that plot a little bit. So I'm hoping that that's something that moving forward we can address. I've started to see that is starting to happen in some of the smaller protests. I don't know what is going to happen in the bigger ones. My hope is we'll put down the Israeli flag. Also, the support for Israel inside of Iran is a lot less than in the diaspora. In the diaspora, there is a feeling that in the 12-day war, Iran was the loser. Inside of Iran, the feeling is that the inside of the 12-day war, Israel had no right to attack them, and that it wasn't a win, it wasn't a loss, it was a draw. So the support for Israel inside of Iran is not as much. What they are looking to is Trump. There is tremendous amount of support for Trump in Iran. I think Trump would very successfully become the dictator he wants to be in the United States and Iran, and people would be more than happy to have him. But because right now people are looking at the superpower of the world, the police of the world, to come in and rescue them, by proxy, I think then there is the Israeli support as well that comes in, because any military action that the U.S. takes, for sure, Israel is going to come along as well. So this is kind of a story of the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And especially the people inside of Iran, they're saying this fully knowing that the enemy of my enemy is not my friend. It's just that this person with their boots on our throat is armed and we're not. And we need someone else who's armed. There is a saying going around on Instagram especially that says, it is because of the shamefulness of the Iranian army that we are now waiting on the American army to liberate our people. And that is 100% accurate, right? If our own army had stood with the people, we would not need any other army to come in and get involved in any way. Because any war of any kind, I don't care how long it lasts, I don't care what they hit, it is not to the benefit of the people of the country that are being bombed. That is that. Yeah. It's not.
Layla, before I hand it right back to you, Layla, to ask more questions or maybe to press back, I want Taco. Taco's been throwing peppers for a long time. And just to let people know, sometimes peppers to the mods are like a way of letting us know you want to talk. But I'm going to come back to you, Layla. Let's let Taco interject, and then Layla, we'll see if you have any responses. And I see you two at the bottom right.
Okay. So, Mary, nice to meet you, and I agree with almost everything that you said. Very well put. A couple of things I'm going to add. Again, I'm not, definitely not a pro-Zio person. But what I will say is about the Israeli flags, I thought exactly like you, but then someone made a point and said, well, what if that person is an Israeli person going into the monarchist march? What would we do in that scenario? Would we say, hey, get that flag out of here? I mean, especially if you're in a first world country, like there's freedom of expression. Again, I don't want to see that flag. I don't think Israel has the people of Iran's best intention in mind. But I know it may sound a little nitpicky, but that's one thing that I heard that I don't know what you do. Maybe just ask them not to hold that flag. Yeah, but I 100% agree with you. Yeah, I think people that are not Jewish and not Israeli are bringing that flag just to antagonize.
No, I, John Kitover, am king of the earth and creator of the entire universe. All shall bask in my infinite wisdom. And maybe a 3-day weekend. Free pizza. I, John Kitover, am king of the earth and creator of the entire universe.
The lion and the sun without the crown. We are not even allowing for Women Life Freedom flags to come in. So any other flags of any kind are not allowed. We would ask people to please not carry them or leave them in their cars or whatever it may be. And I don't care, with all due respect to people, if you're American,
I'm John Kitover with KITV. Hi, class. Today we're diving into some pretty important topics. CRT, no, not the old TV, stands for
country. Everything is too big. The cars, the drinks, even the schools.
I'm Attorney John Kitover.
The hardware store for a box of screws, and the clerk said
Olympic run where we need to have everybody identified by their country's flag when they come into these protests, because then the French person should bring in their French flag, the German person should bring in their German flag, the Australian person should bring their Australian flag. And I think the only place that happens is in the Olympics opening and closing ceremonies. Other than that, I don't really think that nationalities need to come into play. So I don't care if you're Israeli or if you're American or if you're Canadian or if you're German. If you're coming into these rallies, you're coming to support the Iranian people, and we respectfully ask that you stand under our flag the same way we did for Palestine.
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna say, because there's a few things I wanted to. I don't really push back on it because I don't think I disagree with anything that you said.
Bill, but white taxpayers to pay the bills and
intentionally fund low-income housing to make it make sense. It's extremely disgusting, quite frankly, to see an Israeli flag at an Iranian protest, because if we think about what Israel stands for today, it is the genocide, and that's why we have so many people, who are hesitant. Like, think about it. Like, Palestinian organizers are probably one of the largest organizers there are. Like, we have like countless campus organizations. We have, so many coalitions, so many like nonprofit organizations. Like, there's just so much, happening around the world for Palestine. It would be great, if Palestinians felt more safe and felt more represented at these protests and didn't feel as though their support for Iran had to undermine their identity and existence as Palestinians, So if we see Israeli flags, and it's a very common thing in Southern California to see Israeli flags at these protests, many of us feel unsafe or feel unrepresented or don't feel aligned with the cause to attend. You know, the same way that if I saw like a Ku Klux Klan flag or a Confederacy flag at any of these protests, I would go rip it off and throw it in the trash can. You know, so the same thing goes for the Israeli flag. You know, and that has nothing to do with that person's identity, because they're not there to support Israel. As Mary said, they're there to support the people of Iran. You know, so that's the very first thing. And the second thing that I wanted to mention was when I did organize very early on for Iran, it was when Trump said that they're going to intervene in Iran. And it was and this is, I guess, like a follow-up question that I have for Mary and for anybody else on the stage, is that when we organized, you know, when Trump basically said that, oh, if, you know, Iranians protest, that we are going to come and intervene, number one, it was because that's an incredibly hypocritical statement to say, especially when so many Palestinians have been literally arrested, deported, you know, put in jail and arrested, and even like, you know, like just everything that you. So as a country, if you're so pro-speech and so, you know, like pro-free speech, then why are you doing that to your own people in your own country? And then there's the whole thing about imperialism, you know? So I guess like my question is, Mary, or to talk, or to anybody else, do you guys believe that U.S. intervention in Iran is a good thing? And do you believe that U.S. intervention would impose any form of imperialism on the Iranian people?
I don't know about imperialism, but I am not in the camp of people thinking that simply an airstrike is going to immediately lead to Reza Pahlavi, Netanyahu, and Trump flying in on Air Force One, rolling out the red carpet, and everyone chanting Jabi Cha. I don't see that happening that easily. I see a lot of risks involved in that, the chances of regional escalation, things that a lot of the diaspora get a lot of hate and slurs, and I think it's because nobody really wants to have that conversation. So I don't see imperialism. I don't think they're going to come and try to like colonize Iran or anything.
Yeah.
So I made a mistake on Friday, and I ordered a sandwich at Zalman's, and I forgot that they're closed, you know, for Shabbos during the day.
Mm-hmm.
And so I need to pick up my sandwich on tomorrow, 11:30. What do you want tomorrow?
I don't know, like a deluxe turkey with everything on it. I don't know, whatever gourmet sandwich they got.
Oh, no. I was saying, what are you up to tomorrow? I already ordered my sandwich. My sandwich is pastrami, barbecue, all that kind of thing.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it's a kosher place. Oh, yeah, you're welcome to come.
Oh, Rabbono Shalom.
Welcome to come. Zalman's is amazing. It's one of the very few, I don't want to be disrespectful, but it's like, it's one of the very few like kosher restaurants that can pass. It's like, you would think it's like a McDonald's or a Jersey Mike's.
Mm.
Really good.
Have you ever had yellow fish and white wine?
Separately. Not together necessarily.
Mm.
But I'm going to organize a freedom. The reason why I want to swing by you is I might need to put some cell phones to use, but not the end of the world. And I'm going to do a freedom breakfast.
Mm.
I mean, a unity breakfast.
Unity?
Yeah, you see how Tom Navor and Aaron Del Mar and Shawnee Morrison are all putting together $1,000 for a unity breakfast on the 18th, and so I'm going to create my own.
Nice.
On Facebook, and so
mock.
I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, there'll be a picture of me. Maybe I'll add you.
Why don't you do a roast unity breakfast? You know, we still need to do this Republican, Illinois GOP, Chicago GOP roast party. It's got to be online and digital. You know, we got to do it live.
I'm not actually going to do the breakfast. I'm going to do the event on Facebook.
Oh, great.
Yeah, and I'm going to say it's a pancake house, and I expect them to call pancake house and try to get it canceled.
Mm.
But I think it'll be pretty funny. But like a roast should 100% either. The question is, do we because like the Tom Brady roast was live, but most Comedy Central roasts are pre-recorded, and then they edit a few things out. Not even for offense. So the question is, do we do it on Zoom and then put it out, or do we make it like some sort of like live event? There's pros and cons both ways.
Well, YouTube allows you to simulcast. I think we should.
I know. So YouTube lets you
have multiple.
But you need 100. You need 100 subscribers to do that.
Yeah, I've got that. I got that. We got that.
Oh, nice.
I just got to send you the invite. I'm saying we can film it.
No, but the problem is, you can only do one person on YouTube.
No, you can do two. You can do two.
No, you can do. I'm saying only one other person at a time.
I know, but what I'm saying is we can record it from multiple angles. The whole thing is just trying to create as many recordings as possible from as many platforms.
The way I might do it, this is my argument. Just I'm not dead set on anything. Is you could do it on Zoom, and because when you do it to Zoom, is they send you one mega file of whoever's speaking at a time, but then they send you all the other files of everyone's own cam. So which can be sick, because it's like the reactions to Joe. That's the one thing I worry about, is catching like random people, like the Deus's reactions, and you can't. That's gonna be a problem if it's just two people at a time. Because your typical roast is you go, they spitfire, they attack a bunch of people, and then they focus on the main honoree. And who would we honor? That's another question, John. John?
Yeah, I mean, we can honor a whole bunch of people. There's a whole bunch of people.
We pick one. There's a few options. Like we can pick my dad, myself, you, Joe.
Rocio.
Like Steve Bear. No, usually maybe Steve Bear.
Rocio. Rocio upsets everybody.
No, she's on I see her more on the dais. You know how like it's the roast of Donald Trump, the roast of like I'm a roast nerd. Mm-hmm. I definitely can run this thing. It's not because I've seen what I've liked in that, and I've been the old school, like the old school Friars roast with like Don Rickles and Dean Martin.
Mm-hmm.
That was the shit, and it's a real it's an art and a science. And part of the art is you get people that are like actually funny and good at comedy.
Yeah.
And then you get people that are really freaking goofy.
Yeah, it ends up becoming.
You notice Comedy Central does the same thing.
Yeah, the roast ends up becoming a multiple roast, which is what makes it funnier.
Exactly. And I think we want more people that are in the know than comics. Like I should be like one of the only comics that performs. Maybe Cecilia. Like she'd be a good performer.
Everybody, if they want to perform, has to come with pre-written information.
Jokes.
You can't do ad lib. It has to be read. You have to read it.
Unless you're like a goofball, because you need some of the William Hunks, because then everyone makes fun of him. But you need Walt. Like Walt needs to be.
Yeah, Walt would be good.
Did you see he made one of the best debate performances I've ever seen. Did you see him knock it out of the park, John?
I didn't see it, no.
We're gonna give free IDs to like everyone because actually, I think IDs should be free, and veterans. I think veterans should have jobs. You guys see this? It was ridiculous. I was yelling at Walt before. I told him like, Walt, don't do a debate. Don't do it. I totally called it. I'm like, this is going to mess up your chances.
It might not mess it up. You never know how this is going to play out, but you know.
He's the favorite to win. I'm like, if you're the favorite to win, you don't debate. You're just giving him reason, like rope to hang you.
He's going to win the primary, man. You don't have to worry about it. The guy is going to win the primary.
Well, right now he is. That's why I told him, I'm like, you got to not campaign. People need to not see your face.
Don't let him be aspirational. That's what a famous rabbi told me once. Let him be aspirational.
Well, he can make his mistakes. I don't have a dog in the fight. I could care less. I don't see. Let him exactly free to choose. Just but I do think it's pretty funny. You should watch it. Great content.
There's too much content.
He totally did the thing too. He's like, Walt. No one's stupid. I'm like, you did the high angle to try to make yourself look skinnier, but it just looks ridiculous. He's like in the lower third. You know that shit the high angle people do to try to hide the chins? He did that. I'm like, well, everyone knows what you're doing. And it just doesn't look. But the next interview, he fixed it. He was in the center of the shot. But very fun stuff.
Well, I'm busy over here trying to regime change Iran. What are you doing?
I was asking. I'm probably just gonna take it easy tonight, but I'll be like driving around tomorrow. So if you have any plans, let me know.
What are you gonna do for the Super Bowl?
I could give $5. So I'll probably go to some like brother or parents' house. Are you doing any plans?
Well,
there's some event. I don't know.
Everywhere, you know, that I see an advertisement for, you got to buy 2 tickets. I'm like, what the fuck?
Well, that's why I might just go to like my brother's house or something, or not watch it. Like I'm really into football, but I could give $5.
Yeah, I'm really just interested in socializing and eating.
Yeah, but not that. I need to get back in shape.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to get the motivation right now to go to the gym now.
It's easy. No, it's not like this. You know, I think I finally am back in the motivation to do it, but it's just a decision.
The weather has killed it.
One of the best written books I've ever written. I can't believe I forgot the name, but I read it from time to time. It's Charles Bronson, the convicted, the guy that's been in jail in Britain for 40 years. They made a movie on him with Tom Hardy. Great movie. He basically went to jail for nothing, but he keeps beating people up. So he's been there for 34 years. He's a badass. But he wrote a fitness book, and he basically doesn't have anything. He's been in solitary for 90% of the time. And he basically goes through on how to get in top shape without anything. And he goes like, what's your excuse? And he basically goes, if you're fat, here's the truth. You're smelly. No one likes you. You're a piece of shit. You're dragging your heart. And he's like, also, if you're Arnold Schwarzenegger, you're also a piece of shit, and you're killing yourself with the steroids. A really good book. I'll try to find it for you.
Well, Arnold is a legend, man. That guy is a testament to just miracles.
I've not heard good things about
him. He does charity work.
He was just talking about. He doesn't know Arnold. This guy's been in prison for 50 years.
I know. Arnold does real charity. Say what you want that he banged his nurse.
I don't think Arnold is pro steroids anymore. You know.
Oh, come on. He's all these guys are into HGH, man. Kennedy, all of them.
No, but don't you think? I think he stopped because like he kind of lost his shape a long time ago.
Well, everybody ages, but the thing is, he's alive. Look at the other bodybuilder, the black guy.
Well, look at The Rock, and The Rock is that steroids. Yeah, you're right. Kennedy's on steroids. Joe Rogan's on steroids.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. HGH sounds fucked up.
It's so hard to go to the gym, and it's so hard to read a book, man. People can't.
It's not. Well, reading a book is I hear you on that. You know, ADD. But the gym, is you don't have a pull-up bar or push-ups, or you don't have a go-to exercise that you can do just like spur of the moment, like right now.
No, I do. I got my routine, man.
You got.
I'm a fatty, but I'm not a fat ass.
No, you're not. I'm saying that's kind of what Charles Bronson taught me. Is I belong to a gym. I belong to LA Fitness, Export, same thing.
Yeah.
And but you don't. I think that's a great investment, and I do go to the gym. But what's it called? The main thing is just the decision of just you're valuing building muscle. That's the main thing, and the gym is not necessary for that at all.
I don't know. I go to the gym.
Your body has everything you need. Do you have a pull-up bar? And that's like $20 tops.
I go to the park. I just use the swing set for the pull-up bar over there.
Oh, they have they have you been on near Legion Park? They got they have this like. Have you seen this weird shit? It's like for push-ups and pull-ups. Which in Chicago they have all these random like almost like free gyms.
You know what's better than talking about going to the gym?
What?
You know what's better than talking about going to the gym?
What, going to the gym?
Going to the fucking gym. But you're still talking about going to the gym. Listen, if you are around tomorrow.
You're the one that's talking about the gym. I wasn't. I'm saying you don't necessarily need the gym.
Oh, I got to go to the gym. If you're around tomorrow, let's go to LA Fitness. If you got a membership, I got a 3-day pass. But yeah, let's go to the gym tomorrow.
Do you want to go to the one near the kosher near Zalman's?
Is that Lakeview?
No, it's on Tui and McCormick.
Oh yeah, let's go to that one. That's a great one.
Nice. It's an amazing one, and it's also at 11:30. Got a dank sandwich. kosher pastrami. Good shit. Nice panini.
Delicious.
None of the I'm sure it's Romanian meat. You're in Romanian meat.
You ever go to a kosher restaurant that calls itself kosher restaurant, but it's not actually kosher?
Well, that's kosher, yeah. All the time. That's every freaking hot dog stand. This is not actually kosher.
Kosher dogs. Kosher, yeah. Kosher Illuminati America.
And then this guy that held he runs an addiction mental health center in Northbrook.
Mm-hmm.
He's the guy that held the event that Roasted did her stunt at.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't realize this. He used to own Bond Coffee, which is a great kosher coffee place.
Mm.
And it's sold ownership. And so it's no longer kosher. They now have like pork and shit like that. And so like, how do people know? Like if you like grew up or you live in Chicago, you moved, you come back, and I have some. It must be fake bacon. And then also here's a question: how much? Like which rabbinic organization do you totally trust? Because there's some decisions, man. Like the kosher Dunkin' Donuts,
mm-hmm.
2 of them, they're open on Shabbos.
Well,
so is it really kosher? There's a lot of questions.
When I was in college, this guy from Israel, he opened up a shawarma shop on King Street in downtown Charleston, South Carolina. And I said, well, you close on Shabbos. Why don't you let me operate it as a hookah lounge at night? I'll sell snacks, tea, and I'll sell hookah. And he's like, let me ask my rabbi. He's like, my rabbi said, no, I can't do it. I was like, wow.
Good man.
Ribono shel olam.
Good man. No, he's right, because I really don't think this is a debate. Some people disagree with him. But all they're like, it's a new business. It's a hookah lounge.
It's kind of interesting.
I'm not working on Shabbos. No, yes, you're having other people work for you. That's not how it's supposed to be.
Well, it's pragmatic to actually have like a pause in the business to because if you look at it from like when you're making your profit and it's like
farming. Even in farming, you're supposed to take a break on the land, and so it makes scientific sense. The only problem is that is Emperor Constantine, that piece of fucking garbage, that pagan pussy, wanted to appease to the pagans and switch Sabbath from Friday, Saturday to the Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
The Sunday doesn't make any sense, but that's the problem. Is that America is built around that Sunday. Like if you Friday Night Lights, where my dad's from, all Texas is all about. Friday Night Lights is not Shabbos. It's football. Roll Tide. That's Saturday day.
I would say the Romans probably did it the same way, right?
That is Constantine was Roman.
Right.
He appeased, he wanted to get the pagans into Christianity, and Rabbi Paul, who wrote most of the New Testament, he constantly kind of talks about like, hey, be careful about like selling out to the pagans, because like giving them the benefit of the doubt and not being mean, is they're just like, you know what, we want to get more people into Christ, so let's try to meet them where they are. They're already like that's where Christmas and Easter also came from. He did all that shit.
Yeah.
Because when Jesus was born, the what's it called? The shepherds were outside. They were living outside. It says it was not December 25th. They made that shit up.
I heard this rabbi giving a lecture, and he was talking about astrology. And he was saying the truth about astrology is it's real, but it's not real for Jews. It's real for the Gentile, but
I half agree with him.
But does that?
I half agree with him. It's here. The thing is that, like in the Bible, I think it makes it very clear that astrology is real and numerology is real.
Mm-hmm.
But it's very important for the Jew not to be a sorcerer,
right?
And then also the thing too is that only God can create matter or destroy matter, and so all the sorcery, voodoo, prediction bullshit is just like no different than me bending spoons. So it's like not even that big a deal, astrology. Like, oh, cool, when you're going to die, you're still going to die. Oh, congrats.
Well,
if you're going to the lottery, you're still going to die.
Part of astrology is trying to communicate with the planets, Jupiter, Saturn, Mars, etc.
I'm just reading it, because think about it, how light travels, and so you're literally looking at the past. And so I thought it was interpreting what happens. But you think it's more of a communication thing?
Well, it's a deviation from the one God. It's using
it's pagan voodoo bullshit.
It's voodoo. It's voodoo basically.
Yeah. And I think it does work in the same way that like some of the sorcerers in the Bible were like bending, they were like making the snake dance, like the stupid shit. The Yuri Brezhnev,
well, it's spam. It's spam, and so it's like saying that what the Pope says matters as long as what he says actually has some type of controversy. I mean, somebody today on Clubhouse was talking about how Stalin was being advised about the Pope. And then he says, how many battalions does the Pope have? And they're like, you don't understand, Stalin. And he was talking about charismatic communication and the power of, charisma communication, basically.
Oh, absolutely. Just think about how history is just basically a collection of personalities. Like when you think of history, you're thinking of Caesar and you're thinking of,
No, what I'm saying is when Aaron Del Mar says that this campaign has momentum and polls at 70%, that's spam. That's his.
That's casting a spell. Like
exactly.
He's actually speaking that into.
Exactly. He's
I'm the inventor of the presumptive nominee. I invented that. I got kicked off of Kelsey.
You're so funny, bro.
No, that's real. No, that's off your teaching. Like I'm not.
Dude, you're humble. So funny, man. You're so funny.
That's so real, though. That's so real.
You are the creator.
I can't even say you're presumptive.
You are a proprietary creator, sir. You actually have copyright and trademark to new proprietary.
So for mayor, we can't say you're presumptive. We got to say something about how like you're machine backed, or like something about how who's backing you. Like your Pritzker's pick for mayor, or I don't know. We'll think of something.
You know what's funny is LaHood is going up against this guy Paul Nolley. And when I FOIA'd the Illinois SBE, they sent me the 600,000 registered voters for the 16th district. And then LaHood comes out and says that it's all fugazi and you can't trust it and it's a scam. So I think LaHood is fucking worried that he's going to lose.
About you. Well, he was worried about you. He was trying to I think he was trying to blackmail my dad or bribe my dad.
Well, worried about me.
Nothing serious. What?
Worried about me, but now he's got to face the reality that all this R+, D+ type district data, it's all bullshit. And the fact is,
bullshit. He might it's going to be a close election. My prediction is 45-55. When it used to be 70-30.
I don't think so, man. I think that the real data, it's going to be 51% Democrat, 49% Republican.
Yeah.
That's the real numbers, because when you look at the districting maps in the major cities, Peoria, Rockford, etc., they gut it, but the whole thing's artificial because almost everybody's a Democrat, bro. That's the truth. Yeah. We live in a fucking clown world, my friend.
We do.
There's very few.
That watches the news is a Democrat.
Yeah, there's very few real Republicans out there, and the fact that
and most of the Republicans are a bunch of fucking criminal weirdo retards.
LaHood turned in 2,000 sheets for his petitions. People in the comments were saying there's no way that this is legitimate. And the thing is, it's not like he spent a lot of.
Worried. No, he's worried. You see him sucking up at Trump now and stuff in the media. No, he's very worried.
Well, you tipped the domino, dude. If you bring down LaHood, I mean, you are an actual political.
We already did.
Well, it's not until November, my friend. And you never.
We brought down his respectability, just for his personal respectability. For him having to care about you is the craziest shit. He brought himself down. How can he stoop that low? Why would you give a shit about you?
Dude,
he had 2 different lawyers, had state senators.
I was very depressed when people started accusing me of fraud. It really made me depressed.
He spent $10,000.
No,
you should have done what, or maybe you still can. Is what Joe Severino's argument is that's a slanderous accusation.
I agree.
And then you can hit him off for slander.
You know why? Because first of all, a lot of the challenges.
That's a crime.
Do you know most of the challenges on the petitions were because they were out of district? Isn't that fucked up? That they.
Yeah, that's not fraud.
Okay. So then the other thing is when I went on his Facebook page, I didn't know it, but he has his entire career on Facebook, and he doubled the number of followers he has because he's running ads. But it's mostly all bot followers that never interact with the page ever. Anyways, my point is, my depression disappeared when I accused him of fraud again because of the COVID-19 photos. He has his whole COVID-19, mask up library. And so I put all those into videos and I called it the Darren LaHood COVID-19 scam fraud, criminal fraud investigate. So I've called for the FBI to investigate him for COVID-19 vaccine scam fraud because he told everybody, get vaxxed. It's safe and effective. It'll protect you, your family, your community. We can't get back to work until you all get vaxxed. And so, when you see all the photos of him either wearing his mask or not wearing his mask, interacting with the military, the guy presents himself like he's a goddamn fucking World War II general, patriotic, but he told everybody to kill themselves getting an unnecessary medical intervention.
If not, he basically said you're an idiot. He goes, "You guys are too stupid if you don't kill yourself." He literally said that. He goes, my district's too rural and dumb.
It's like the vax.
No, what you're doing is you're doing great work, John.
The suspension of our Constitution and the brainwashing of our people, it's just like forgotten immediately. Like
he said they were stupid. He is such a piece of shit for that.
What a coward!
It was your fault. It was your fault.
So do you know that he's in the Epstein files? Like not directly, but he's mentioned in correspondence. And the other thing is somebody from Peoria told Jeffy, "You effing Jew boy, I love you." And he's part of.
He goes F Peoria. That was hysterical.
He's part of some neurolinguistic programming society in Peoria called Psychonautics, and trans technology, trans tech. That's what they call it, trans tech. So what they do with this trans stuff is it's total MK Ultra brainwash. And, they've created like a clone army of trans, and they are everywhere, more so than ever before. Because on Hinge and Bumble, you match with men that dress up as women all the time. So
I agree. It's crazy. I don't. That's why I have to go slow. It's because I feel like if you some of the platforms, I feel like it's 1 out of 10 is dudes.
It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. Who are these weird people? Like beyond weird.
It's an army. It's like there's an infection. Though.
It is a mind virus clone army.
What?
It's a mind virus clone army, man. It's
the True Wars.
Anyways, but it's been fun roasting.
We got to do a formal roast though, and.
Yeah, we need it's not a formal event. Man, we should throw an event at Moretti's.
It needs to be rules, though. Like, roasts have rules.
We should have...
The problem is when people go on for too long or unprepared. So there's rules. If you want to be a roaster, there's rules.
Yeah.
You can't just have people coming on.
It is what it is, man. There's so many people roasting so many people now. Like, dude, did you see the Chicago Flips Red didn't make a governor endorsement? You know why? Because they didn't get paid off by anybody.
Yeah, they told me they were supporting Ted, and they also didn't support Turned Out Tyler.
Dude,
Skyler.
How do I go?
Did you notice that they didn't support Skyler?
How do I go from hating some of these people to actually liking some of these people?
I've never hated. I've never. Here's the thing, John. Is we've always liked these people. Because the opposite of love is not hate, it is indifference. There's a lot of the reason why I've always been fascinated by these people is because I've always wanted to write a movie, and I do like books and films, and I think this is these are very really cool, complicated characters. It's just messed up that they actually are real, not in a book. That's the problem, is that they're running politics and not,
Well,
there's
so many opposite contrarian statements about so many people, and then when I try to ask, what's the truth, they tell me that they're, America first, pro-Trump, and they're MAGA, but other people are accusing them of just being like liberal, infiltrators who.
No, they're not. No, they're not anything. So I am an infiltrator, John. I've infiltrated many campaigns. I've taken down rest in peace Max Dixon. We took down John McAfee's campaign. No, don't rest in peace. No, yeah, we exposed him for insider trading. I can show you that. It's actually been written about. They just don't mention my name. But not insider trading, pump and dump. But regardless, the guy that was screening for John McAfee's campaign, I'm blanking on his name, but he was a military guy. And he kept telling me a lot because he basically was like, okay, what are your, you're a libertarian? Like, who are your, name some of your favorite libertarian, politicians and why? What are some, libertarian books that impacted you? If you ask people deep questions, it's very hard to fake this shit. And a lot of the people that say they're MAGA, America First, just ask them some real questions. Besides Trump, who's your favorite, besides Trump and Reagan, who's your favorite president?
Well, you could just.
What's your favorite?
You can just.
No, I had one on the phone, John, and I was asking him, because I was asking him, are you more libertarian, neoconservative, paleoconservative? Where do you see yourself on the spectrum? And then I was really trying to nail him in a category. I eventually did. It was a very positive conversation. But you notice that these people are really good of not expressing what they actually believe. Chicago Flips Red believes in abortion and reparations.
Mm-hmm.
And it's in
and LGBTQ and trans everything else probably too.
And then Greg Abbott is too far right, but basically it's people really gave up on this question of what does it mean to be a Republican? Because back before Trump, if you were pro-life, if you were rhino people meant they were bitches about guns and abortion, and then also bitches to the public union.
So
those are the three rhinos. Now it's rhinos just anyone you don't like. I guess anyone with TDS is a rhino. I guess now, which is fair.
I launched my Chicago mayoral campaign, and Facebook deleted my Facebook, deleted my Instagram. It's
Which one?
I launched John Kitover for Chicago mayor. They deleted a new burner account. I was putting work into it, and they deleted it. But I shall recreate shortly. And
that's political censorship.
Yeah, in March, I'm gonna put up a sign, Kitover for mayor, and it'll be interesting.
Okay, we gotta come up with something that's
I'm gonna run.
Next presumptive.
I'm gonna run as a libertarian.
Then you don't run as a party.
No, I'm running as a libertarian.
No, I'm saying you don't. There is no party for mayor.
It doesn't matter. The ballot shows libertarian as.
No, it doesn't.
It does. What are you talking about?
No, it doesn't.
It does too. What are you talking about?
No, it doesn't. It's a nonpartisan position.
Hello?
Even if you wanted to, I'm not
All right, listen, my friend. We've talked. We've been on. I got a 30-minute hard stop on all phone calls in for February. So
smart.
All right, I will talk to you tomorrow.
Well, $30. If you can run as a libertarian, $30, but you can't. It's
I will talk to you. I will talk to you tomorrow. Let's get that pastrami. Okay. Bye.
Sorry, I just wanted to say something to Layla because she said about movements, this movement being new. It's not. This, at the very least, started in 2009 with the Green Movement. I don't know if you're aware of that. That did make international headlines. That was something that Obama was blamed for over the elections with between Mousavi and Ahmadinejad. That was the very last attempt of the Iranian people to try some kind of a reform with the government that they've had, and ever since then there has been on a daily basis protests by different small interest groups, from teachers unions, lawyers unions, workers unions. Even the workers are not allowed to unionize, but still there's been all kinds of protests. And then you've had unifying events like Bloody Auburn in 2019, and then COVID hit, and then as soon as that was over, you had Women Life Freedom, and now we have this new movement. So for this idea that this is a newer movement and this is now becoming trendy, that's absolutely not the case. This has been going on for a very, very long time. This is why even in this scenario, you can turn around and say something like the IRGC is going to topple, because there has been movement after movement after movement. This is why I say that our people have been practicing at getting a democracy. That's what they are looking for. And I understand there are a lot of challenges, especially because the only thing we've ever known in that country has been dictatorships. It has been the rulership of the chosen by God, whether it was king or now the representative of God himself. And now they're getting, for the first time, I think, in our civilization's history, our people are getting to the point of saying, hey, no, governance does not come from a higher power. The power comes from the people, and our people are learning how to exercise that power. It is not going to be perfect. We are not going to get it right the first time, but I think practice is the point, and that's what we're doing. I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Naim, and then we're going to Sergio.
Okay, so thank you very much for giving me the mic again. I want to address the comments from Laila. You correctly mentioned the experiences in the Arab world. I think many of us in Iran are aware of those experiences. We don't live in a separate bubble. We are part of the region. We have seen what's happening in Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Tunisia, Egypt, elsewhere. But so there is this notion that we kind of don't know what's going on in the Arab world, or don't know what is the agenda for the Israelis or Americans. That is false, at least when it comes to our elites. You mentioned the possibility.
I, John Kitover, am king of the earth and creator of the entire universe. All shall bask in my infinite wisdom.
Hey, the life of an emperor. Cool breeze, warm soup, and a free pedicure. Easy down there. That's royal property. You like the soup on a Tuesday.
It's like Kitover Diamonds. It's 100% something that sparkles. This is the place. Full collection of certified stones and custom settings. This one here is a 1-carat round room. And the Kitover Diamond wholesale, where the sparkle means the discount.
You're hoping for something big but affordable?
Then you just made my day. Check out this
8 feet of luxury, the wings of words, and the timetable of the intercity.
The point is that for at least half a century, Palestinian cause, for better or worse, has been the pillar of the Islamic Republic's foreign policy. And it has impacted a lot of Iranians inside their livelihoods. And the geopolitics of the Islamic Republic has never been to build an Iranian empire, despite what some of our Arab friends say. It's actually been to create a corridor, to have land access to Israel, so that they can attack Israel for Palestinian cause through Lebanon and Syria and Iraq, and they needed that kind of the Shia crescent, which is interestingly Hamas opposed to when there was an uprising in Syria against Assad. So that's just to get the facts straight. Somebody mentioned Saddam's experience and in Iraq post Saddam, and that at the moment when they want to pick a new prime minister, Nouri al-Maliki, then Americans don't want this guy, and that they are interfering in Iraqi politics. I concede that's true, that's the case, that the Americans are interfering in Iraqi internal politics. We know that. But there are 2 points here to keep in mind. First of all, last time...
Forgive me the sudden intimacy. Excuse me, my good man. Cairo? Thank you. I was in Egypt. I have a surprise for you. Ta-da! Presenting Atmos' personal physician of Ramses II, the Great Pharaoh. I'm sure with all these secrets that soon he'll have you on your feet. Bless you.
I have to admit that throughout this adventure, you have been very hospitable towards me. I suppose that you were looking for a doctor in the hope of curing this poor child here.
Yes.
Believe me, I'm sincerely sorry that I can't be of more assistance. The professor did a remarkable job. His mental power must have woken the dead within a 2-kilometer radius.
And you're sure Ramses' doctors never left his side?
I can't recall them ever leaving the room even when he was mating.
So sorry to wake you, Your Highness, but I had no other choice. It's a matter of life and death. I'd like my sisters to come back. What is that?
The Pharaoh's entrails. Let's go out and see the sights.
Forgive me the sudden sudden intimacy.
Creating the atmosphere and the situation where foreign intervention.
I, John Kitover, am king of the earth and creator of the entire universe. All shall bask in my
over his rule. And so now we are seeing the results of his policies. I'm not dismissing any other external factors, but this is an important bit that a lot of people are missing. So when you have dictatorships who cannot keep people happy, they create dissatisfaction in the society, then it opens the way for foreign powers to interfere. How can we miss that? That's an important thing. So we cannot condemn a nation, a big nation like Iran, 90 million people, to say you have either two choices, either to live under the mullahs and be free of the foreign interference, or otherwise you're gonna join this big game of Americans and Israelis. We know the dangers of that road, and we think we have to find a way in between so that we can get out of this situation. And also you have to understand, it's a desperate time and desperate measures. We are not living in a utopia. We are living in a historical juncture in our history where we have to make a choice. Should we side with the Islamic Republic, or should we let it go? And also you have to keep in mind, we are not fighting Americans' wars. Americans are going to do the war, whether we like it or not. We have no agency in that part of the equation. So should the Americans decide to initiate the war, whether I like it or not, it doesn't really matter. Whether I support it or not, it doesn't really matter. Should there be a vacuum as a result of that war, then Iranian people could potentially utilize that. And we are discussing that. How can we utilize this situation the best to the benefit of our people? It doesn't mean that we like the war. It's gonna happen if it's meant to happen. And maybe it doesn't happen. Then we are discussing what are we going to do if Americans don't invade. It doesn't really matter if we are supporting this war or we don't, because we have no agency. We are not working in Pentagon. We are not working in White House. We are not working in Israeli Knesset. We don't know what they are going to do. So we have to reclaim our agency given the current situation. And I would like to thank you for pointing the demonstration. I was not aware of the demonstration where Netanyahu's picture was raised, but I believe you. Whatever you say, this probably happened. But I don't think Iranians are particularly a big fan of Benjamin Netanyahu. He's not really necessarily very popular in Iran. Maybe he has some support, but not the majority, as far as I'm aware of. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sergio.
Yeah, hello. Thank you so much for microphone. I want to say first.
I wanted to ask, when can you speak? What's the track for the?
I don't think anyone's thrown a chili pepper after Sergio. So if you want to go again, you can, Layla.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Sergio, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to first of all want to thank all the people of Iran for the braveness and give my support. And say that all freedom people today who want to live in free democracies need to support the people of Iran against this tyranny regime and the Muslim tyranny regime that want to oppress people, execute people, kill young people, kill women, give only 50% in court to the women under the Sharia law, and support all the terrorism in the Middle East, as we understand. And also we must support the choice of people, okay? Today, Iranian people just made a choice. They don't want to live after these 50 years of blood and bloody deaths under this regime. They want to be free from this. And I think that America, of course, will help the free democratic world to make another country, you know? And there is a lot of voices right now who are coming in the rooms and just try to tell us that, you know, there is a complex question. You saw Iraq, you saw many other places where it was a disaster between Shia and a Sunni after, invasion and so on and so on. But why do you ask these questions? Because Persian people were conquered, by the Muslim. They absolutely understand that they are not the part of this culture. They want to be free from this, and 60% of Iranian people, of 90 millions by the polls, they already left the Islam. And because of, you see in the streets how they treat women, how they treat, young people. And now they killed already, almost 50K. It's impossible. For 2 years in Gaza, people come into the rooms in a clubhouse and said that there is a genocide, and we're crying about this. But where are you now? Why the streets in the world are empty when there is a real genocide in the streets of Tehran and many other cities of Iran?
What the hell?
Yeah.
Are you saying a genocide can happen? What the heck?
Guys, let me speak this, okay?
You're saying a genocide can happen in Palestine?
Yeah. I will clarify.
Highness! Use your mic.
Oh, okay. Is there a free speech?
If you're gonna be decent, like a decent human recognizes the atrocities that are happening in both, but you have an agenda, so you can't do that. And once we see an agenda and it's not pure intention,
sorry, but what is
we know agendas.
Yeah, what is
Sergio,
do you know the difference?
We know agenda.
Sergio, do you know the difference between a massacre and a genocide?
Yeah, I understand.
What's a genocide?
I know exactly the convention. I can quote you the convention.
Yeah, tell me, what is that? What is a genocide?
Just focus on the fact that he wants to. What he's doing is not. I told you I don't have.
Yeah, he's repeating propaganda.
Why are you so nervous? Do you support the Iranian regime, guys?
Here we go.
We
do support the Iranian regime.
No. He's not with an agenda. He's not with an agenda.
Yeah. Now you're nervous. I understand why.
Now, listen, I don't have time.
Moron.
The propaganda versus the people, and you're bringing propaganda too.
Free Iranian people,
what you're
free Iranian people.
For Iranian people, but not at the expense of turning a blind eye to the humanitarian. I mean, the war crimes that other people are committing. Listen, I can chew gum at the same time, Sergio. I'm sorry that you can't. I'm sorry you think that us recognizing the slaughter of our people means that you have to turn a blind eye, overlook, or even gaslight the fact that Palestinians have been killed and 90% of Gaza has been flattened. And so the fact that you come and you do that shows that you're not a pure person. Like, you're literally not here to have a genuine conversation. You're here to do more propaganda.
No, absolutely no.
Because, absolutely.
No, I can clarify.
You're pushing your own agenda.
Guys, there is 50K for 1 week, okay? For 1 week, 50K, and for 2 years, 50K in Gaza, okay? Can you compare it?
Where
is the real genocide? Could you tell me where?
I think you don't understand.
This is not a contest for whose genocide is bigger.
Exactly. Thank you.
I, John Kitover, am king of the earth and creator of the entire universe. All shall bask in my infinite wisdom.
Somebody messaged me. I love my people. I really do.
Easy down there, that's royal property.
Everybody thinks they can do something better. And if you could do it better, then you would be doing. Like, I've gotten some messages. This room is about Palestine, blah, blah, blah. Like, listen, it's called the propaganda versus the people. And the reality...
Point of order, moderator. Moderator, point of order. Let your speakers speak. Stop controlling the propaganda.
If you can't recognize that the IRGC is putting propaganda all over social media, targeting a particular group of people, and that we as the people need to counteract that propaganda by telling our truth, I don't know what to tell you, dude.
Layla, can I have a chance to go, please?
Hold on, Layla. I was giving a monologue and I was just getting into it.
Oh, okay. Go ahead then. Sorry, I thought you paused for that.
It's all right. Anyways, like I was saying, honestly, my wish is this. This is my wish. I have a dream. Okay, this is my dream, and then I'm going to let you guys back to talking. My dream is that instead of listening to the propaganda, instead of listening to media, instead of listening to politics and government, we would listen to the people. Because the people have the answers. If you want to know something about what people are going through, go ask the people, not the propaganda that comes out, not the media. Go to an Iranian and ask them what they've gone through. And then when they believe them.
Hello?
If the tells you what their family has gone through, believe them. The propaganda versus the people, that is what this room is about. And to bring clarity where clarity is needed. And if you can't see how much that's needed, well, there's a little button at the top and it chunks up some deuces. You're more than welcome to click.
Yeah. No, I appreciate you saying that, Sayla. I'm not even going to address what he said because I think enough has been said. This isn't the action that he's seeking.
Let's hear from a couple other people and then we'll come back around.
The point is, you can't take God out of your movement and be an atheist because you will lose.
Letting him back up, dude.
Just remove him from the room, Sayla. You know
okay,
what he's like.
You don't always.
Let me just say one thing.
I kicked out.
I haven't wanted you because you're good at removing people prematurely.
Well, that dude needs to be removed because he's always recording rooms.
What? Buster's
You're right.
Who is that?
Buster doesn't.
I remove when they need to be removed.
Faggot, I'm still in the fucking room, faggot.
Okay. All right. So let's hear Dreamer. Over to you.
Oh, hi. Thank you very much. I want to non-Iranians say that, tell that, there are some reactions to Islamic Republic policies, 47 years of using Palestinian movement, using Palestinian tragedy to actually justify their own corruption, their own mismanagement, and actually it caused Iranians so much problem in the half a century, in past half a century. So I hope you understand that some people would have reaction to that, yeah, and people who are living in one of the highest inflation rates, a very disastrous economy. Iranian, currency is now cheapest currency of the world. Each US dollar is 1.5 million reals, and it was only 68 reals in 1979. Imagine what happened to this country. So, this regime always uses Palestinian agenda, uses Palestinian excuses, uses blames Israel and United States for all of their problems, for all of their mismanagement and corruption. And it is a completely corrupted regime that everybody in Iran can testify. Even people who are fans of this regime, they also say that this is a corrupted system, and they think it has to be there has to be some changes, yeah, but inside the regime. And then so I hope you understand that reaction. And also this regime actually didn't even help Palestinians, in my opinion. They actually pushed Arab states towards Israel because many of these Arab states were afraid, scared of Iranian influence, and they actually started going toward Israel. And this Iranian regime became more Catholic than Pope. Wants to decide even for Palestinians, and in my opinion, didn't even help them, and it caused so much infighting and sectarian conflicts in the region. And so actually people of the region, instead of paying attention to their own problems, they actually or Palestinian problem, they paid attention to these infightings. That is, I think, I hope you understand. That's why Iranians are actually react that way. And that's, I guess, all I wanted to say. Thank you.
And that's so true. Everything that Dreamer said is something that is true. Like, it's the same way. Let me kind of explain it like this, because you know how Israel acts like they actually care about the Iranian people and it's, human rights. That's the same way that the Islamic Republic acts like they care about Palestinians. So it's just, go ahead.
I just forgot to say, in my opinion, personally, I care about any civilians who is being killed, Palestinian or Iranian. It shouldn't matter for us. Any human who is being killed, a civilian, that we cannot justify it because that person has different nationality or has a different political,
Dreamer, I love you. Daniel Nero, you need to work on some things, but other than that, let's see. I think the floor is kind of open.
May I go?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So there were a lot of things that were said, and I'm going to address what each person said. So number one, Taco, are you still here? Okay, he's still here. So Taco, when you said that it's propaganda, I think I understand that there's propaganda out there, but there's a big difference between propaganda and lived experience. What I was talking about has nothing to do with propaganda. It's real things that and their actual experience, like the actual protests that I'm talking about. And I know that not all Iranians are like this, because there are so many Iranians out there that have supported the Palestinian movement for a very long time. But aside from the pro-Pahlavi supporters, Aside from the pro-Pahlavi supporters, I was specifically talking about the pro-Reza Pahlavi supporters, because I know that there are groups like the Iranian Student Association on my campus. They're very, very pro-Palestine. Okay, and in fact, they used their club's funds that they got from ASG and risked their club getting cancelled to buy food for us. They bought the best kubide kebab I've ever had in my life during our campus encampments when we were asking our university to divest from genocide, and they supported us through that. However, the unfortunate reality is that there's Persian Zionists that exist, and many of them are from Iran, and they're really, really loud, especially in Southern California, and that's just the reality, Taco. So that's what I was talking about. And to answer Mary's point, I would still say that 2009 is still relatively new compared to other movements in the United States. And the reason why I say that is because we have, for example, the African American rights movement that has been around for a very long time. The Palestinian movement in America has been around for much longer. So it's not new it's not, of course, 2009 seems like a long ago, but in terms of movements and how long liberation takes, it's still fairly new. Even the Palestinian movement, and what I meant by trend is that I'm talking about the surge of knowledge that people are getting to understand about what's happening now in Iran. It's much higher now. There's more people now than there were in the past. And I could say the same thing about the Palestinian movement, which didn't actually a full flight or became widespread as it is now, as it was when it was the only reason why it's happening now is because there's so much social media and there's so many people that are organizing, and that didn't happen even until the last 3 years. So and then I wanted to respond really quickly to somebody who had talked about building alliances. I think it was Naeem. Building alliances has to do with the West. I'm not talking about in Iran. I'm talking about, I don't know what it's like to be in Iran. I'm not Iranian, and I don't know what it's like to be in Iran right now, and few of us who aren't Iranian know, but I know about the West. So I'm talking about building alliances in the West. Palestinians and in the diaspora, we support Iranian self-determination. But again, it's not at the cost of our own freedom, and that's the reality. That's just the reality of it. Nobody's going to support a group of people if it means the undermining of their own people's rights or their own liberation. Now, Iranians in Iran leveraging Israeli relations, that's a whole other conversation. And I also wanted to respond to something very problematic that Mehrzad said. And he also back channeled me. You're saying that my college protests didn't do anything. Okay, well, I want you to tell the same exact thing to the Iranian students who were literally arrested for protesting for Palestine. And I want you to tell the Palestinian organizers that are using their money to organize for what's happening in Iran, that their money is useless to buy things like city permits and speakers. Don't be selective in your advocacy, okay? Again, I completely agree with what Dreamer said about, Iranian support for Palestine. It's definitely more symbolic. Other than things like funding Hamas in some way, the IRGC actually didn't help aid the genocide nor help Palestinians in any way, shape, or form closer to their own liberation.
Yeah, but like this is what is being said, Layla, is what's being said is that it's the way that I explain it to you is so that you can understand. You know how Israel tries to cover up its own atrocities by acting like it cares about the injustices of the other world, of other people, like, for example, the Iranian people. That is what the Islamic Republic does using Palestine. And not only that, they take food out of the mouths of our own children. And when our own citizens need it so badly and send it elsewhere, and they don't, appreciate that. So that's from their perspective. But there's something that I do want to draw out for mainly, hopefully, for discussions with the Iranians, and it's going to probably be. I always think that I'm opening Pandora's box, and I think I'm about to have a shit show, and then it doesn't go as bad as I thought. But I don't know. Maybe it will. I have to when it comes myself, I do think that Patty is the only kind of road we have available right now, a viable road. I don't think it's the only road, it's a viable road that we have right now, and I'm seeing the benefits versus the non-benefits. So me specifically, there's other people but one thing that I've been talking about is the supporters of Pahlavi are actually the ones that are scaring me. And so Layla, you're talking about certain things that you're seeing on campus, and I want to tell you that some of the things that you're seeing on campus are a direct correlation that we're having within our movement. And this is what I'm saying. I don't care what anyone says, but I'm seeing a direct correlation to the people that are being forceful and are coming and they call people names. Like if you don't say "Long live the king," or if you're voicing any kind of concern about Pahlavi in any shape, form, or fashion, if you're not saying "Long live the king," if you're not a monarchist, if you're coming at this like, hey, he's just a transitional figure, like he's not, calling himself king, you see some people start to foam at the mouth like they have rabies. I am seeing a direct correlation with the political stance of being a Zionist and that type of behavior. I'm sorry. I'm just going to put it out there. I am seeing a correlation that if you are an Iranian Zionist, you have the propensity to become dogmatic when we're having conversations that should be the foundation of democracy, actually. Exactly. That should be. Yeah, so hold on. Somebody threw some chili peppers.
Naeem did.
Naeem
did. All I want to say, encore.
Yes, thank you again. You said a couple of things. I'm addressing Layla's comments, not Salah's. You mentioned that Reza Pahlavi is Islamophobe Zionist. That was your statement.
Who said that?
Layla.
Oh, okay, great. I'm glad you're addressing that.
So, first of all, I would like to give a disclaimer. I'm no fan of Reza Pahlavi. I'm not a monarchist. I'm not a big fan of the idea of reviving a monarchy in Iran, but at the same time, we have to be correct in what we say. Whether Reza Pahlavi is a Zionist or not, I don't know. His Wailing Wall in Jerusalem, maybe that's a gesture. His daughter is married to a Jew. Does that make him Zionist? Maybe yes, maybe no. I don't know. we don't have a clear indication whether he's a Zionist or not. But with regards to Islamophobe, he is not an Islamophobe. He has not said anything that indicates that he's an Islamophobe. Actually, quite on the contrary, he has insisted on freedom of religion in the future of Iran. By the way, I don't like the guy. I'm just mentioning what he has said. And you cannot find a quote from him that says anything against Islam in particular. So, and he has been a Muslim in the past. I don't know if he is still Muslim, but he has been a Shia Muslim in the past. We have seen his pictures in pilgrimage and stuff like that. You can Google it and find it, with his mom being to the Shia shrines in Iran when he was a crown prince. So I think it's a little bit too much to call him an Islamophobe.
Yeah, it's a bit much.
Yeah.
Please don't do that. I don't like him that much. I don't think he's competent to be like the ultimate sole leader of Iran, like Naeem said, but it's a bit too far to call him like an Islamophobe.
And I'll add to that in just a minute. Mary, jump in there.
I also want to say we really need to draw a line between Reza Pahlavi himself and his fervent supporters. I think those are two different things. And he keeps telling those supporters that stop being Islamophobic. We are not trying to take Islam out of the country. We're just trying to take religion out of governance. Stop swearing at people. Stop being exclusionary. He keeps saying it, but his followers are not following what he's saying. And I think if I have a criticism and therefore a concern about his ability later on to be able to work with people who really disagree with him and wrangling them in when he needs to, it comes from this, that if you can't manage your own supporters and can't get them to stop doing some extremely problematic fascist bordering behavior, then we're going to be in trouble if you're ever in power. So, but he is not an Islamophobe. He definitely has a lot more democratic, open-minded, inclusive ideas in general himself. But some of his followers, I think you understand the word Hezbollah, if I say it, Leila, right? Yeah, of course you understand Hezbollah. So in our diaspora, there is and I'm going to get a lot of shit for this, but we also have what we call Shahullah. And for us, Hezbollah, he's in our version, are the people who fervently support and defend Khamenei. It has nothing to do with the Hezbollah in Lebanon. We call the fervent defenders of Khamenei inside of the country Hezbollahi. And by the same token, Reza Pahlavi has his Shahullahi people. He can do no wrong in their eyes.
Oh my God.
That
is so funny. That is
we are stuck. I swear to God, I'm getting attacked left, right, and center by Hezbollah. And their behavior is identical.
Oh my God.
Behavior, they just change players, but the behavior is exactly the same, and that is what's scary. I will say the Shahullahi people are in the minority. However, they are a very, very loud, very, very aggressive minority. They are a problematic minority, but they are a minority. I don't want to paint the entire thing with the same brush. It is absolutely not the case. They are, they're a small group that cause a lot of chaos. That's all I want.
And if I may finish what I was just talking about, and thank you for your basically approval of what I was saying earlier. The two more points. One is that following the previous things of Pahlavi, if I went to a Palestinian room and I knew that maybe some part of the room is from Fatah or from PLO, I would not, trashing Yasser Arafat in front of them. So maybe that's not the wise move to do, to talk shit about Reza Pahlavi. But that's, of course, is your personal choice, and I respect that. Everybody is free to express their opinions. But I'm just saying, strategically speaking. With regards to what you mentioned about Iran, and you don't feel represented in the demonstrations and the possibility to join forces, etc., etc., I want to maybe frame this in a little bit of a different way of looking at this. If I were a Palestinian, you mentioned that you're half Palestinian, or maybe you're Palestinian Pakistani. If I were in your shoes and I imagined myself in that situation, I would think, would it be better for my cause if Islamic Republic was in power, or I would be better off if these mullahs in Tehran weren't in power? So that's probably the equation I would be calculating in my mind. I know that the answer is not easy, it's not straightforward, but I think many Palestinians would probably find it better for themselves and for the Palestinian cause if it wasn't any Iranian interference. Or when I say Iranian interference, I mean the Islamic Republic's interference into the Palestinian cause, because they created a big of a mess there. And I don't think Palestinians are particularly happy about it. They have been undermining PLO since Madrid conference, in 1990s. They have been undermining Arafat and Abu Mazen and everybody in the Palestinian Authority to the benefit of Hamas. And we saw what happened, when Hamas did the October 7 and basically wiped out. Their policy, didn't really play well at the end. Okay, somebody raised the bell, so I'm gonna just be silent.
No, that means I agree with you, Naeem. Well said.
I meant you were saying I should stop talking. Yeah.
I think you say a lot of amazing things. I'm really happy to hear. However, from the other side, like, let's say, one of the things you said, there's a kind of a propaganda idea that kind of comes behind it. Like, the propaganda idea is, first, let me see if I need to preface it by saying something else. Okay, I'll just go for it. So the propaganda idea is that the Palestinian resistance, right, is only or merely an octopus or long arm of the IRGC, right? That's the propaganda talking point, that they're just a proxy, and it's not that way. Actually, the Palestinian resistance, they're going to take help for anyone who is going to give it to them. Like, anyone that's going to be there to help them is who they're going to take it from. And it's really important. Yeah, they're utilizing it to their own benefit, and it's a selfish endeavor. And but that's the same thing that Israel is doing as well.
And Salah, one thing, we do that for the Palestinians, and we can draw the same analogy for Iranian opposition. I mean, many in Iranian opposition would think the same way as the Palestinians do. Yeah. We take any support, even from Israel or America. It doesn't mean I agree with that personally, but it's the same thing.
Thank you. So how we can differentiate between a creator and a nationalistic or a patriotic? How?
I literally, that's when I was like, do I need a preface on the other end? That's exactly what I was going to say. So, Layla, taking it back to your Reza Pahlavi thing, right? Like, what you see right now is him shaking hands and kissing babies and doing what politicians have to do. Like, it makes me terribly, terribly, terribly sad that people have to act within their own interests. And so what happens is that it is so sad, but him shaking hands and kissing babies over here is acting in the interest of the Iranian people, and then the Palestinians kissing hands and shaking babies is acting in their interest, and everybody's dealing with demons and devils. And
yeah, before I speak, just anybody else want to go?
I just want to point out.
I just want to say something. You cannot make it equal. Like, you cannot make it equal for people. Occupation trying to get their liberation from the people that occupy them, admittingly that they're here for the Western interest in the region, admit loud and clear and in everybody's face. And you equate that, the Palestinian doing that out of a selfish reason or out of pragmatic outlook. Like,
what do you mean
you cannot say that.
What do you mean?
You cannot say that the Palestinians reach out to the Iranian for just parametric reasons.
No, what we're saying is that anyone that would be willing to help them, they'd be willing to.
Yes, and you said that's a selfish reasoning.
No, I said everyone is acting in their own self-interest. Everybody.
No, not in selfish interest. No. It's
self-interest. Self-interest.
It's not for the people anywhere in the world as we speak. Not for the people. None. Zero. It's all for whose interest in the first and foremost. That's it. Getting out of this, Trump came out and say we want no nuclear, no ballistic missiles, and no funding or doing supporting proxies. That's it. He didn't fucking care for anybody else or anything else. That's what he said. So are you trying to tell me and convince me that they are coming out of a good place, trying to save the Iranian people, to free them from the oppression government that they have? They're going to implement another one to oppress them.
We don't think that. Like, we already know that they're acting.
We're explaining what we've been going through all along, and we saw this repeatedly done. So how can you explain for me that somebody like freaking Trump asking for those things and you justify, he's doing that out of political reason, Pahlavi is doing that. Imagine what's doing under the table, what he's giving up. Like, dude, like, are we talking realistic or are we just saying stuff out of our butt to please ourselves?
Can I ask you a question right now? These naval vessels are in the waters. What difference does it make whether I like the fact that the U.S. is there and we are at the precipice of some kind of a conflict or not? Even
and your rockets are in the underground cities.
This is happening. Whether we like it or not, this is a runaway train. We either get on board or stand in the way. We rather get on board.
Mary, you getting on the board? Are you getting on board with the people that want to ruin your country and divide it? They say it out loud.
They rather have us as a friend again like they used to have.
No, they're not. They never want you a friend. They want you a slave.
Listen, Z. Before the 1979 revolution, Iran was the headquarter of the entire Asiatic CIA operations. Why do you think they climbed up those walls and went into that embassy? What did they print after the fact to get the shot
and
back?
How they divide the British petroleum percentage between the colonial power at the time.
They had a much better time in the region when Iran, which is by far the largest.
What was the percentage that the Iranian people got out of the equation with the British petroleum after it came back to the colonial power?
No, that's not. I don't think that you have history, right? But anyway,
it wasn't 40-40 between the British and the American and the rest for the private corporation that is
at this point. But the only thing that Iran has managed to do over the last 50 fucking years is to suck it out of the ground. That's it. They haven't figured out how to create.
Because of the sanction of the West, and they did it before.
Because the Islamic Republic managed to climb up the walls of an embassy and break the laws of diplomacy.
That's it. You gotta let her land her sentence, Z. You gotta let her land, and when she's complete, then you make a rebuttal. Marisol, I see you as well. Mary, go ahead.
The Islamic Republic had the wherewithal to climb up the walls of an embassy in 1980 to break the laws of diplomacy and create distrust, but they have not had the wherewithal to normalize relationships for the 5 decades after. If you want to talk about sanctions, this, that, and the other, this is 100% the IRGC propaganda. They have mismanaged everything. They have mismanaged international relationships. They have mismanaged the economy. They have mismanaged industry. They have mismanaged politics. They've mismanaged their internal narrative, education, environment, everything. They have mismanaged absolutely everything, and they want to put it out there that, we were the poor little people and we were under sanctions, and it's because those guys are mean. That's the narrative they're giving you, and that's not true. And we're not going to buy it anymore. That's the whole point. So whether you agree with this, whether people of Iran are saying Javid Shah, not particularly because they like Pahlavi, but they like where Iran was in 1979 compared to where it is now. When it was a developing nation, when it was developing industry, when people were getting educated. We have all the universities we have today because of Shah, because of the Pahlavi dynasty. Every bit of culture that we have ingrained in us is because of that. Right? We know what Reza Pahlavi, the grandfather, took as Iran and what his son gave up. So we want to go back. It doesn't mean we want to restore the monarchy. It doesn't mean anything. But when we played nice with the United States and Western Europe, we had a better time as a country. And that's what we want. We want to call it as us becoming recolonized and we're going to be in their pocket and this, that, and the other. Listen, at this point, the Islamic Republic has sold unofficially half of the country to Russia and the other half to China. There was a 25-year contract made with China that still hasn't been made public 10 years later. There is tons and tons and tons of money disappearing out of that country, resources disappearing out of that country. There is, somebody give me the word for ikhtilas.
Corruption.
Embezzlement. Multi-billion-dollar embezzlements happening by the government officials, and they're running to Canada of all places. So there is so much corruption and so many bad things happening that there is no way forward for the Islamic Republic. I don't know what you suggest we do at this point.
Mary, you are trading embezzlement and corruption for colonization.
Diplomacy has brought somebody like Trump to the door of our nation. They are there whether you and I like or not. And this is all because of the policies of the Islamic Republic over the last 50 years. If I'm going to hold anybody responsible for any kind of an attack on my country, it's going to be the Islamic Republic, not anyone else that actually ends up taking benefit from it. The Islamic Republic is responsible for where we are now and for crimes against humanity over the last months where they killed close to 50,000 people. That is not something we can come back from. That's it. With involvement, no involvement, there is no way forward. That's it.
And see, I want to ask you a question, and Mary, I know you want to talk. Yeah, she deserves a standing ovation. The question I'm going to ask you from your standpoint is probably going to be heartbreaking. Do you think that America or Israel would want to break up a country more that is against them or for them? Like, if you're seeing a trend, right, where the people have sympathy towards you or seem to want to be in alliance with you, would you want more of the people within the borders to be under the umbrella of that government, or break into factions where you can have more people that are against you? What I'm trying to say, which I know is really heartbreaking, like on your end, right?
No, it's
here, especially. Okay, great. Then it just seems, mathematically speaking, right, that if this country looks like it's going to be in a Western Democratic alliance with the Western Democratic world, that you'd be less looking at breaking up the country and destroying it. So
let's talk ancient Egypt. Week 3 of my internship. Let's try the big one. One is right there. They mail this appeal to the unemployment hearing agenda. All the answers that go with it. For Kitover Intelligence Services. Yeah, I got the numbers right here. 27 Zebra. Evening, I'm John Kitover. Tonight on Kitover News, voters in Hawthorne have chosen.
So it's peaceful for you.
Just a moment, Mary. Just a moment. It's not out of pattern for America to want dissect, to want a fraction in a country that they have an interest in. And they've been having an interest in Iran since it let go in 1979. Okay, so there is nothing here new under the sun for them to want it to be fractioned, divided, broken. For them, it's easier to control. It's been happening. It's already happened in front of us several times. Israel cannot survive with any country region that has the potential to be strong. None.
This is paranoid, and it ignores the suffering of the Iranian people.
Zionist!
Silence
him! Egypt has a peace treaty, supposedly, on the basis of a good economic relationship with the West, taking $1.something billion in every year for military aid. All the shitty stuff that's been signed on. You know what? 60% is under poverty, corruption is rabid, and nobody's coming to help. Why? Because they say yes for a coup that after a democratic election brought somebody that they didn't like. Just because they didn't like.
Colonizer!
Canada now, it's a different story. It's like we having an issue with the Americans. So it's not, everybody's working for their own interest, but at the end of the day, you are in this region for extraction. And they wouldn't allow
It's time to extract your natural resources for our productivity.
Should we live under dictatorship? What are you suggesting?
Let's let Mirzad respond because he is a powerhouse himself, and he may already respond some of the things that you think. And I think you want to get in there too. So we'll make Ramazi. You're coming off of mute too. So
I just had a question. I just had a quick question for Mary. That's all. And I mean, I don't know if you want me to ask it now real quick or.
Salah, let them go ahead of me.
Okay, Mazi, go ahead.
Yeah, quick question. Mary, I agree with most of the things you said. My only question is, I know you said whether we like it or not, they're at our doorstep. But are you inviting an attack to Iran? Is that like what you're leaning toward?
That's a loaded question. I want at this point.
No, I just want your honest, your honest take.
Honest.
I'm not trying to trap you or like.
No, my honest response is anything that weakens my country's defense system. I don't think is in the best interest of the revolution we want to have. We need to have the military wherewithal to protect ourselves while we go through transition. So I don't particularly like that idea, but if America is going to make the speedy fall of the IRGC, I'm all for it, whatever the price may be. That's the point. I don't like the idea of us not being militarily independent because I think that's important for where we're going. But hey, by all means, let's go.
But what if the price is more civilians dying, like a shit ton more?
We are going to have, if the U.S. doesn't come in, we are going to have a lot of casualties on the ground because you're going to have an unarmed, angry population going against an armed regime. We are looking at a lot of blood loss anyway. Actually, if these guys come in, it might be surgical and less blood. We are literally talking about cutting out a cancer that's metastasized throughout the whole body. This surgery is not going to be clean. There's going to be a lot of price we're going to pay for this freedom. That's my realistic view of what is happening.
So let's go Naim and then Mirzad.
Okay, I've been listening for a while to what Z was mentioning. I understand what she's saying, but it's unclear to me what she is suggesting us to do. What do you expect us to do? Do you expect us to accept that we're going to live under the dictatorship forever? For the entirety of our lives and say, okay, we don't want to be colonized by the United States. And can you name a country? You quoted Henry Kissinger. Can you name a country except China, which is a huge powerhouse? Can you name a single country who is the enemy of the United States and is doing well? Just name one.
For what we are entering as a friction of the world order, or for the one that we've been living under for the last 100 years?
Iranian struggle is not going to solve the issues with the world order. So stop with this ideological stuff. We are not here to change. We are not here to fix the world order. The world, it is as it is.
You ask her.
It's not going to change.
Let her answer the question, maybe.
Sorry?
You ask her a question.
Yes, she already answered. I asked her to name a country. I did not ask her to give other stuff. I asked her to name a country, and she could not name a country that is doing well.
I think it's a bit offensive.
This indictment.
I didn't answer what you asked me. All I said is we are in transition as the word, as we speak. We are in a whole bunch of shit as the word, as the planet. Everybody's going through it at this moment. So whatever was.
So what's the point of quoting Henry? What's the point of quoting Henry Kissinger then, when the world is in transition? Because this guy is from 40, 50 years ago. Right? It's from the Vietnam War era relic.
Was talking about the word with unipolarity as America.
We do not have a word. Yeah. Can I have the mic back, please? So I think I got my answer. We are not going to change the world order. We are not going to be able to do that. We will only be able, at the best case scenario, to navigate ourselves within this changing world. And also, we no longer going to have a unipolar world. America is as it is. China is going to be on the rise, and Europe is going to do something. Russia is going to be a player. India is going to be an emerging player. And even when you look at these so-called countries that you call them so colonized, like Saudi Arabia, pockets of the camps. If you look at them carefully over the last 10 years, they have been diversifying their foreign policy. They are no longer slaves of the United States. Saudi Arabia at the moment has more trades with China than they have with the Americans. Emiratis are doing the same. They are playing their own game. So it's not that the world of this superpower versus the slaves anymore. We are not living in the Cold Era mentality anymore. We are not living in the First World War era anymore. The world, as you correctly mentioned, the world is changing. And so countries are allying themselves up based on their own national interest and diversifying their stuff. Saudis now have good relations with Russians. Even Iraqis, look at Iraq. Okay, they had big problems and still have big problems, but you can say that they are more or less, at the moment, better off than with Saddam Hussein.
Not true.
Well, I am disagreeing with that, right?
That's the Iraqis themselves. Not true.
Yeah.
They are.
If you
money is in the American Central Bank, they cannot even access it. And
that's not the
Trump
case.
put his foot down and he said no to Nouri Malki. No, even if the people came and said we want him, no to him.
He said, okay, can I have the mic back, please? Because you're jumping into my mic.
I told you.
He said, if Nouri Maliki is elected, America is not going to support Iraq. Okay, it's America's choice. They can continue to support or stop their support. That's not the case.
They have their money in the American Central Bank.
And guess when they had the Iraqi money in American banks? That was during Saddam time, when there was sanctions.
No, it wasn't.
When they had to sell. Can I have the mic?
Yeah, but it's still a voice app, okay? So people can respond, right?
I'm not sure what you are referring to. So anyway, during the Saddam's time, they were oil and they were getting food in response, and UN was controlling Iraqi's money, basically. And that was during Saddam rule. Okay, do we want to continue Saddam rule or we want to have a different thing, right? Whether we support American intervention or not, it has nothing to do with if this happens or not. It's gonna happen if it's meant to happen. So you preaching to us and ranting about this, that the world order is gonna be such and such, and there's gonna be this imperialism, and there's gonna be you becoming a slaves of the United States. It's not gonna change anything. Like, what are you expecting us to do about it, right? Your words have to mean something in terms of actions, Do you want us to say, okay, now let's side with the mullahs. Let's defend our country against the foreign intervention and side with the mullahs. Okay, we're gonna be killed and defeated. Do you think we can defeat Americans in the war? Is that what you think?
Can you maybe think about the fact that you say us and them?
Time for a little yoga while I catch up on a...
Hey, it's Marisol's turn. I see that you want to be in the queue. Is there anyone else that can mod? I have to step away for a little bit.
I would like to be added to the queue.
Yeah, I'll mod while you're away, so.
Yeah, right. Buster, are you there?
I'm here. I can try my best. I'm not an expert on the topic, but I'll try my best.
No, I'm sure you're expert in letting people have their opportunity to speak. So, and it'll be non-biased. So that's great. Marisol Bugging is next, and then I think Paul wanted to go after that. So
I would like to queue. I also put it in the chat, but no one paying attention.
We'll see how the conversation goes, Jason.
It's not to learn about paying attention. People can read.
Yeah.
White men go last, Jason.
Well, Jason goes last.
Yeah,
anyway.
This is biased. This is despicable, Cora.
No, it's because you bomb in with your freaking explaining hot white man take, and it's not always productive.
And it's till showtime.
That's despicable, Cora.
And I mean, I should have said white man hot take, because, yeah, you're not a hot white man. Anyway.
That's despicable. You should be ashamed of yourself, Cora. Look, I'm trying to cooperate with the modding, and you're showing such
Can we hear
bias.
from Marisol? Yeah.
Did you finish your talk, or
Yes, Mirza John, you can continue. Thank you.
So, to my Iranian friends, we cannot teach an old dog a new trick. If somebody is pretending to be asleep, you cannot wake her or him up. End of the story. What Naeem said and what Mary said is what I wanted to say.
It's till showtime, Bobo. Are we the loudest crowd or what?
Z or any other people here, the word does not go around you. It's not perspective of Palestinian or Islamist or whatever you guys believe in. Doesn't matter what I think. The people in Iran, they are done with Islam. Long time ago, even before this massacre. We are looking for a secular regime. They're willing to shake hand with devil, no matter you like it or not. This is going to play out. And if you understand the politics, if you understand economics, if you understand geopolitics, you would not say of this nonsense that you said in last an hour or so. I was patiently listening to your nonsense. And I'm surprised how patient Naeem and Mary was to explain this to you. Guys, please don't waste your time. That's all I'm just going to say. Those people who were able to see it, they should be able to see it right now. If they don't want to see it, if they close their eyes to the reality, they're pretending to be asleep. Thank you for listening.
We do. See how secular was. Amazing.
My horn just gave its 2 weeks notice. Listen.
Right now, it's just being
A little bit as a cider to the conversation. I think I'm speaking to you, Z, but I'm I understand, like, I was educated during the era of neocolonialism and anti-colonialism, and I'm a social scientist and all that, and I get that dialogue, but I've also seen, as the decades have progressed, that even neocolonialism has evolved within, like, the global economy. And so it's similar to what I see, like, even locally within my neighborhood, that you get people that are opposed to gentrification, and at the same time, they prevent their neighborhood from being improved for the benefit of the health and the economic health of the people that live in the neighborhood, simply because they're opposed to the way it looks, and that's the thing, is like, the Iranian people need to be able to self-determine. If they have an outcome in mind and it doesn't match your outcome, I don't think you should be coming in and saying that the outcome they desire requires being colonized and controlled. I think what they're doing is leveraging the resources they have to get to the outcome that they want. And you, it sounds like to me, even though you're not explicitly stating it, have a different outcome in mind. You have different priorities. And being Muslim, you know, and both being Muslim doesn't necessarily mean your priority is aligned. So that's all. That just from an outsider perspective.
I never mentioned Islam, Cora. That wasn't even my angle. And I never want any people to be under oppression anywhere or anything. But a known pattern that's been going on for the last 100 years, and the outcome is still the same. I'm not saying...
I'm saying it's not the same. The outcome is
asking for a foreign intervention always end up that being a traitor, and then the traitor get ostracized after the foreigner leave them behind.
So if you have an oppressed population that doesn't have access to resources, and their only way to gain resources, right, is to go outside of the oppressors in their country that have control over a regime to gain resources, I mean, what other options do you see? It's like they must say, what do you expect them to do? Just go up against the regime?
They have
with no weapons, with nothing.
Do you understand that the iron is our design? Do you understand that the IRGC has promised to empty out 10 bullets in the brains of every single Iranian to stay in power? Do you understand that that is what we've already been told? Do you understand that this can happen? They have killed 50,000 people in a matter of 48 hours. Americans cannot do work. The IRGC, fuck every government on the planet. I'm not disagreeing with you. All I'm saying is that the people that clap for the coup in Egypt, he did the same. Nobody can say shit. And everyone in prison, and he extracted all the economic power from the bottom to the point of that 60% of the population of Egypt, 110 million, is under the poverty line.
Correctly, all you're saying to us is we're going down to hell, no matter what. Happens. Yes, because we don't have any other option. We can't stick with the IRGC. We cannot continue with the IRGC the way that it is. We cannot continue with the IRGC because they're killing us at an alarming rate at this point. They have shown a willingness to use the military of the country against their own goddamn people. And we have an anarchy going against that.
The coup that got accepted by every Western country on the planet killed almost 4,000 people in one night, in one place.
4,000 compared to 25,000?
In one place.
We killed 25,000. They killed 25,000 people per night.
In one night, in one place.
Listen, Z,
this is not about the IRGC versus the people alone, because the IRGC is supported by foreign countries. Okay? Z's argument would make sense if it was just Iranians versus Iranians, but it's not. And it's never been that way in Iran.
Z and Mary,
and Russia and
Z and Mary, I think you guys are both opposed to the IRGC, and you both want the same thing for the Iranian people. It's just different ways of going about it. So let's maybe both of you, or Z, since Mary's a mod and she's from Iran, maybe let's. You should try to find a middle ground where you guys would come to an agreement, because you ultimately want the same result. It's just different ways of going about this.
He is an Islamist. He's an open Islamist.
Z is not an Islamist. Islamist is not even a fucking word. Islamist is not even a word. Islamist is not a word. It's not a word. It's not a word. How about that?
There's no secret.
Islamist is not a word.
It's a word, and she is one.
No, it's a Western term you white people made up. It's not a word.
What? Like, what does that mean? All she's saying is internally topple, do not externally freaking let your hand out.
That's it, I guess.
And I wanted to say something to Z, just as somebody who, because me and Z, we agree on a lot of things, and I think I can communicate what she's trying to say a little bit differently. I think if we can agree that Reza Pahlavi should be a transitional power, then I don't really think that Mary and Z would disagree, because I think what Z is trying to say is that, for example, if we look at what's happened in Masr, when Hosseini Mubarak became the president of Egypt, in 1981, after Anwar Sadat was assassinated, he was supposed to be the stabilizing transitioner, someone who could guide the country through a difficult period. But instead of stepping aside, he stayed in power for more than 30 years. He used the emergency law, which was originally meant to be temporary to maintain control, but it was renewed every year until 2011. And over time, what ended up happening was that what was supposed to be the short-term leadership turned into this very long-lasting authoritarian regime. And I think that if we agree that Reza Pahlavi should be this transitional power, then we're good, because long-term rule would result in dictatorship.
It's not for us to decide, yes, we do agree that, Reza Pahlavi should come in and be a transitional figure to let the people decide. But if the people decide that they want him as a symbolic monarchist or whatever the heck they decide, it's not for us to say at the end of the day.
100%. But what I'm saying is from a geopolitical lens, from a lens of political analysis. I'm talking about using what has happened in the past as an example to what might happen in Iran, a potential to what might happen, because Reza Pahlavi, for example, aligning with Zionists, aligning with America, these imperialistic genocidal powers, right, is not a good sign, a huge red flag. And we can use that to make an assumption, or at least a critical analysis, that there is potential for a dictatorship to arise. And we can learn, for example, what happened in Egypt to inform Iranians and to tell them for example, we're all one body, we're all human beings, we're all one world. We don't want history to repeat itself. And so, as Arabs and as Z being an Egyptian, I think all she's trying to communicate, and I don't think there's any kind of animosity here either. I just think what's trying to be communicated is that look what happened to the Arabs. We don't want Iran to turn into a colonial, like a product of colonialism or a product of Western imperialism. We believe that Iranians should have autonomy and to decide what is best for them. So that means but that is without U.S. intervention. That is without all of these. That.
Hi, can I place an order for pickup? Hi, can I place an order for pickup? Can I get the half chicken? Can I get French fries and the plantain? Can I get a 2 beef empanada? No, that's it. John. Okay, see you soon. Thanks.
In Iran now, I don't see the point.
We're all speaking on behalf of people in Iran. Here's a person who is in Iran right now.
I don't see the difference.
Give us this. You don't see the difference? No. I'm sorry, you don't.
He's in Iran, but who cares?
Look, Aga is a mod. Jerome Aga, John Aga is a mod, and that's what he wants to do.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Now it's getting interesting. That's a shame, Chibo.
Bro, what's wrong with you, bro?
من صبر کنید دارم صحبت میکنم. آقا میذاری من صحبت کنم اینا؟
بفرما.
منم صحبت کنم که اینو بگم که اولا که وقتی در راجع به ایران صحبت میکنیم من فارسی صحبت کنید. این یک. دو، وقتی که من صحبت کردم طرف گفتش که کی براش مهمه که این از کجا داره صحبت میکنه؟ کی براش مهمه که این داره فارسی صحبت میکنه از کجا صحبت میکنه؟ پس شما دارید با اینا صحبت میکنید؟
بهش گفتیم که خفه
حالتون خوشه؟
گفتیم که خفه
دارم صحبت میکنم رو ما کم نیا.
I can smell the freedom from here. It's
Can I respond to him for a second and then I'll translate what he said?
Leonardo, یا حرف بزن یا نزن. ایراد گرفتن نمیخوام. حرف بزن دیگه.
اتاق فارسی الان 50 تا هست. اینجا اتاق انگلیسیه برای اینکه اونایی که انگلیسی زبانن روشنشون کنه.
ببین اصلا برای ما نیست که اینجا اتاق انگلیسیه یا نه. خب اینجا که ما اینجا ترنسلیت نمیخوایم بکنیم که تو فکر کن من از ایرانم زبان انگلیسی من خوب نیست دیوید درسته؟ فکر کن مثلا زبان بلد نیست گوش کن من صحبت میکنم تو 1% فکر کن من زبان بلد نیستم من از داخل ایران اومدم دارم تو رو گوش میدم این درسته که شما همتون داره انگلیسی صحبت
لیوناردو جان داریم آگاه میکنیم کسایی که فارسی بلد نیستن من الان اتاق آلمانی برم اتاق پرتغالی برم نمیفهمم و متوجه هستم میرم اتاق فارسیه مثلا اتاق انگلیسی میرم یا فارسی میرم شما اتاقی که زبانشو میدونی باید بری
مثل اینکه تو داری خودتو بدجوری را میزنی دیگه اطلاع ها ببین تو مثل اینکه داری خودتو بدجوری را میزنی
لیوناردو جان دیگه زیادی نکن دیگه خواهش میکنم احترامو نگهدار قشنگ صحبت moving on. Sorry guys.
Yeah, he was trolling, bro.
No, he's a man that's
emotional artist
yeah.
and
he's been traumatized.
You can still be traumatized and troll.
It's still troll. We're traumatized.
Can I ask a quick question?
Hey guys, I'm back. So Cora, go ahead.
It seems to me that like there's this sort of equivocation of a potential more secular state in Iran with being controlled by the West. And I just want to understand from other people's point of view is like, is there internal motivation for, a return to a secular state or maintaining a secular state where there's a little more freedom of religion and everything going on in Iran? And if so, what can we do to convince people that would prefer there not be a secular state to stop this sort of like characterization of the secular state as, quote, Western control? Because the U.S. could go in and help and then completely back out, and they would probably still be accused of controlling it if, a secular state formed to replace whatever's there.
May I, Salah John?
The U.S. doesn't even want to control Iran.
And
no desire for that.
Stop.
So go ahead, and then after that, let's remember that Jay Paul wanted to speak too. I don't know if he got the opportunity or not, but over to you, Hamid.
With all due respect, I don't think people understand how dire the situation is in Iran. There's shortage of gas, of electricity. There's no oxygen. Literally, it's hard to breathe. People with asthmatics or respiratory problems are advised to stay at home more than half of the year. This is existential for Iran. There's not going to be anything left of Iran if this regime continues with its mismanagement and corruption and this stupid ideology that they've been conducting for the past 47 years. It's not a question of secularism or Islam, or I don't even think they care who runs the country. They just want, the basic needs provided, or at least facilitated, not completely taken away from them. And they're losing everything. Half of the population is below the poverty line. They can barely... consumption of meat in Gaza while it was going through the war was something like 97 kilograms per year per person. In Iran, it was something like 3 kilograms per year. The shortages are just rampant. Prices go up on a weekly basis. I don't think people really understand. It's not about politics. It's about existence. Thank you.
So you just said that the Israelis are treating the Palestinians better than the Iranians are treating their own people.
Liar.
Hey, Sadr, I just want to let you know did your request to come up, and I don't know if you're just not coming up on your own, but you might have to leave the room and come back, just in case. I'm just letting you know that I approved it. So J. Paul, thank you for waiting. Can you pronounce your name so that I keep calling you J. Paul?
Yeah, thank you. You do a great job at that. Keep it on JP.
JP, cool.
Yeah, to keep it simple. It's Jeroen Paul, but I'm from Holland, Netherlands. But keep it on JP. It's on the shirt of Elf. I use Elf as my backup. I don't know if people know Elf.
Yeah, I remember.
Maybe it's interesting.
Stay away from my cat.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Yeah, I eat cats, or at least I used to do. I sort of evolved, revolved. Is it right? Yeah. And thank you for this room. And I already sent some compliments because it's a hard thing. It's a difficult thing. I already said in the chat that I don't really exactly know what to say, but I think it's important to stay in contact. And I think Clubhouse is a beautiful platform. Here in Holland, it's mostly misused, and it's not getting this serious as here now. So I'm sort of proud. I think it's a good thing, or a good thing. It's not a good thing, but.
J. Paul, do you have anything that you want to comment?
What do you want to say, man?
Yeah, actually, I'm talking bullshit, right? Yeah.
What are you talking about?
I eat cats, and maybe we can laugh for a few moments, and then we continue the
Good Lord.
But I do have an opinion.
Is it about Iran or propaganda that is affecting Iran?
He has no opinion. You guys.
Sorry.
You have no opinion. I
don't have an opinion.
You're a joke.
Thank you for helping. Oh, interesting. Okay, thank you for helping me.
Okay, who's a joke? I think you're a joke.
You think I'm a joke? May I ask you why?
Of course, you're a joke.
Dan, you're kind of interrupting. I want to find out.
Let him. This is.
Oh, come on, let it go. JP, do you have a comment that you want to make concerning Iran? Yes or no? And if you do, let's hear it in 45 seconds.
I do.
Okay, then don't joke around. Just say what you have.
Shut up. I'm so proud of the many people
that wasn't me.
in Iran who do protests and stand up. If you don't do it, it's like the thing you hear within the discussion. We enter the point. You cannot do anything. We don't know what will happen later on, but what's happening now, it's not a good thing. So let's support them and be there for them. It's in the news now.
Thank you.
You can say whatever you will about something. Thank you.
Somebody kill me with a blunt knife. Thank you.
Okay, so let's don't joke around. Let's talk about the real stuff, like what's gonna happen, what will happen in the future.
That has been happening, Dan. You need to take a breath, breathe the room, wait a little while before you insert yourself into the conversation. So.
Okay, no problem. When it's my turn,
wait until you're called on to speak.
But
nice.
Okay, I'll wait. But let me tell you something. I'm the person you want to know who knows all this stuff.
Of course, yeah. I'm sure you can explain it quite well.
Well, I've been hearing Z, and I've been going to Selanos. I go sometimes to Emir's room, and there are certain people who just have an ideological opinion, which is fine. And they have this war with whoever, let's say in their case, it's with colonialism and the United States and this and that, which is fine, that's what they choose. Dan, turn off your mic, please.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. So they have their fight with whoever and whatever. Obviously, that's their choice. So far, that's their choice. But once they want us to fight their fight, they don't have that right. Once they, another individual, they don't have the right to tell another individual what to do and not. So they can talk to them, but they cannot, try to judge them. Oh, you should do this, you should do that. Hey, you want to do it? That's fine. Now they try to pose that opinion and a nation that, oh, this is the fight you have to fight and blah blah, etc. It's like, no, that nation can make their own decision. It's a mistake. Let them make they can make their own mistakes. Nations make mistakes and decide based on that. I appreciate the opinion, but then when I see like that's what they really focus on. They put rooms and etc. And like they really want like, no, this should not happen. And then as Allah Hamid said just now, like this is a matter of life and death. And then here they bring up, oh no, you continue to die, but you should not, U.S. should not be this, that, whatever. It just doesn't make sense. It absolutely does not make sense to a nation that's practically suffocating, losing their best, their youth, and everything else, to tell them how they should live and how they should not live. So let us make our own mistakes in your view, and there are 195 countries in the world, and let us be one of the 180 some that are trying to live through diplomacy and whatever in this bad world, rather than go and fight your so-called enemy. We don't choose to do that. 47 years we've heard Death to America. Trust me, we've heard it every Friday on TV everywhere. We've heard Death to Israel. We've heard it more than you try to tell us. We've heard it all. We've heard every logic that you say on 12 or 20 Islamic Republic TVs and radios in all different languages, 24 hours a day. We have heard everything that you say. In fact, a lot of things that, many of you say are the talking points that, we've heard many, many times. So thank you, but no thank you.
I mean, to be honest and to complete what you said, David, what we want really doesn't matter at this point. There's certain things that are in progress and they're going to play out regardless of what all of our opinions collectively in this room and other rooms and social media is going to be. This is it. History is taking place. We're just going through it one day at a time. And I think releasing our anxiety in rooms like this, I think that's the crux of what's happening in the majority of these rooms. We have zero control over what's coming. We are hoping for the best, but we are completely aware that we have zero control over what is actually happening.
Well, Miss Mary, what, in your opinion, what is the best? You're saying you're hoping for the best. Can you explain? What are you thinking about?
What is my hope, or what is my understanding of kids?
You said we're hoping for the best. In your opinion, what
the best is a speedy fall of the Islamic Republic, followed by a formation of a secular, representative, democratic country governance.
Wait, hold on. 1 second.
That's it. That's the best case scenario.
With minimal casualties, minimal loss of life going forward.
Surgical removal of the IRG.
Yeah, with a no harm rule, with no bloodshed.
And all their followers and people who are on their payroll. You know what I mean?
I just want to know if
less and less. That should be like all humanity.
I don't know if no bloodshed is realistic.
Why don't we hope? And let's just talk about reality.
I just don't think that's realistic to say no blood spilled. I just don't.
Hold on. I want to find out what Dan's point is, because so that's not.
I'm just saying. Like, so I have a hope. You have a hope. Everybody has a hope. I'm not saying like there's nothing wrong with us having a hope. What I'm trying to tell you guys is, let's talk about reality. What's happening right now, like at this moment.
What is your reality then?
Complete limbo. That's what's happening. There's some kind of a sham negotiation happening. The two people have gone to their capitals, and we are sitting in limbo. What else is happening?
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening.
So are you going to do this? Are you still going to be hoping?
Dan, listen, Dan. Instead of asking others what they want, we want to know what you want and what you think. Don't bring up others. What is your opinion? What do you want?
No, what I want is the world be in peace.
No, we're talking about Iran.
Yeah, Iran is one part of the world. Actually, it's all the news is going around Iran, so it's really important. Iran is really important because when you open up the news anywhere, CNN, Fox News,
so far
they're all talking about Iran. So Iran is important.
Fuck Iran. What's wrong with you? White people killing and raping.
All right. No, let him be up. No, you should have let him up there. Let's see what he has to say.
We're just more interested. No. We want to see what.
Guys, this damn guy is not a serious person. He's just a disruptor. He's wasting your time.
One of the guys said Iran, he had to be kicked out. He had to
he has to be kicked out just for that. Thank you.
Good call.
He had his chance, and that's all he did was just to disrupt.
Yeah, David, why did you specifically ask about Iran? What's wrong with Iran, in your opinion? Like, what mistake Iran did that America has to punish Iran for? What mistake with Iran? What's wrong with Iran? Because I can ask a question like, we need to punish America as well. Why not? We need to punish England. We have to remove England.
Try to do that.
What does America need?
Some questions do not deserve an answer. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Resources, baby, resources.
Mohammed, you can do what you want, and Iranians can do
Iranians
what
don't like the government. They want it out. That's what's happening. And at the time, there's self-vested interest coming from the West. We are aware of that. We are not blind to it. There's a lot going on. And the regime is not kind to its people. It's a killer regime. So there's a lot of hotpots going on.
Allegations were mentioned by America before invading Iraq, and eventually...
Let's not forget the sanctions, Mohammed. That too.
They ended up killing 2 million in Iraq. That's basically what America achieved.
Yes, but Iraq is a much smaller country, and you're talking about a ground war, which nobody's talking about at this point. The forces that have been deployed have been given a maximum of a 4-month deployment. We're not talking about the ground war that was in Iraq and Afghanistan. They tried it in both of those countries. They are not much smaller in terms of geography compared to Iran, and they know that they're not going to be able to occupy and hold Iran the way they did with Iraq and Afghanistan. They were not even successful at fully holding Iraq and Afghanistan. It caused a lot of casualties and a lot of money and all of that. That is not what is going to happen in Iran. That is not the kind of tactical maneuvering that we are talking about happening in Iran. So it's going to be a different ball game altogether. So our concerns are not the kind of killings that you saw. Bombs and airstrikes don't kill as many people. But again, in the day of war, we saw how strategic and tactical and surgical they were with what they hit and where they hit and how they hit. So we're hoping this means we're going to minimize blood loss.
Fine. So give me one example.
Can I respond to you, Mary? I want to give you three brief points. Point number one, and this I believe is the American plan. Point number one, decapitation. This has to happen, meaning slice off the IRGC, including with the Ayatollahs. Point number two, restore the internet, because right now you guys are in darkness, and therefore this regime can do whatever it wants, and nobody can be witness. Point number three, all of the banking by the IRGC is now being done through Dubai. So what we need to do is turn off the shadow banking system that they're using in Dubai. Those are the three things that the United States and Israel as its ally need to do in Iran. I'll land it there. Feel free to respond.
Why number 4? Get rid of Zionism.
Yes,
well, Zionism is what's going to set you free. Zionism is part of the equation of setting you free.
Free Russian Americans, Zionists,
I have been putting these chilies, the peppers, for a few times. I'm not sure if you still keep track of that. But can I have a couple of minutes, if possible?
Please. I would like that a lot. And then after you're done, I want to ask a specific question regarding the numbers of those killed coming out of Iran. Go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, it's been a little chaotic in the last few minutes. I think we have to get back to the topic if possible. I'm a little surprised by the sheer level of hypocrisy among some of our Arab friends here on the stage. When Assad was killing a lot of Syrians, and then Qatar and Saudi Arabia and Turkey and US and Russia and everybody was interfering in the internal affairs of Syria, as to say. None of these guys were saying, oh, you're making a mess of Syria. And they were siding with the Syrian opposition against Assad, right? Including Hamas, which many people among the pro-Palestine camp, they cheer for, right? I'm not saying all of them, but many do. So this resistance basically sided with anti-Assad opposition. So they could understand in that instance why the Syrians are fighting against the Assad regime, even though Assad regime was pro-Palestinian because he was supporting Hezbollah, he was arming Hezbollah, Iranian arm was going to Hezbollah through Syria and through Assad, and it was having a claim over Golan Heights, right? So they could understand and make the differentiation in that case that, okay, the plight of the Syrian people matters. So now, given that situation, we still side with the Syrian opposition against Assad, right? Even though that was a huge mess in Syria, and I think everybody on the stage can admit that. The whole geopolitical mess that was being played out in Syria and still continues.
You're falsifying reality. You're falsifying reality.
Hold on, Mohammed. I'm going to put you...
Let me finish. Let me finish. And when it comes to Iranians, all of a sudden the narrative entirely changes. You no longer see any sympathy. And we are thinking about what might happen, we're gonna be the slave. So in the worst case, we're gonna be your Egypt, right? That's your worst case scenario. We're gonna be your Iraq, right? I'm not saying these are the good examples. I don't think we're gonna be like that. But maybe it starts with fixing those and giving advice for those rather than telling us that we might become like that. And given the situation we are already in, which is a huge hell. Right? So I think we have to put things into perspective, right? And the probabilities. And just taking a stance and saying, I'm anti-American, so no American interference. So I see this as a big American game. I see no agency for Iranian people. And then just going down that route, then you are prescribing something that would leave us with having to be forced to live under the Islamic Republic forever. And you are not giving any other alternative in that sense. Thank you.
Bro, you mentioned like Al-Assad was killing his own people, and you didn't mention that Iran killed 2 million in Syria, okay? Iran killed 2 million in Syria.
Yeah, that's why we don't like them. We don't like the government for the same reason.
Why didn't you mention that, Naeem?
Okay, let me answer to that. First of all, the number of people killed in Syria, that was not 2 million, it was roughly around 500,000, right?
How many Iran killed in Syria?
And Iran was on the side of Assad, so I don't think there is a statistic of separating, and that actually what you are referring, that was my point. I was talking that the Palestinian groups and Arabs and a lot of people who are probably here supported the anti-Assad movements, the anti-Assad opposition. There were different factions fighting against Assad, including the Free Syrian Army, including Jabhat al-Nusra.
Who opposed against? He was killing 2 million people. Even his father killed.
Yes, not 2 million. That's why are you against that? Wrong.
I really don't get your question, right? First of all, there wasn't 2 millions. You're wrong to say that 2 millions were killed in Syria.
How many? Let's say half
The
million.
statistics is 500,000.
IRGC should not have shook hands with Bashar al-Assad. This is why we don't freaking like the IRGC to begin with.
Yes, so we are living under the same beast, which killed, in collaboration with Assad, a lot of people in Syria, and in that Arab country, you were okay with being opposed against the IRGC. But when it comes to Iran, you are condemning us to live under that. It's very interesting.
That is interesting. Somebody threw a chili pepper. Who was it?
That was me.
Who said that was me? Oh,
Yeah.
Meron. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not trying to scare anybody, but the worst case is that IRGC, which has all the guns in the world, there is an overthrow of Islamic Republic, and IRGC stays gunned and comes. We have another Daesh in Iran. That is the worst case that can happen. It happened in Iraq. It happened in Afghanistan, and that's something that is the worst case. I'm not trying to scare anybody, and that's the reason that I kind of stand behind Mr. Pahlavi, because he has a good relation with Israel and all other countries, and that might help us somehow, because there is no way that U.S. back down if they don't get what they are asking for. And if that happens, we might have a disaster on our hand, and we need somebody who can calm situation down.
Dang. Benny Adam, what are your thoughts about all this stuff going around?
I was kind of listening in and out, but generally speaking, yeah, I do agree that there is hypocrisy if you were to support the Syrian revolution, but not the Iranian revolution, since it is the same power that you're revolting against. I am also weary that America's interests and Israel's interests for Iran and for Syria at that are not necessarily, let's say, altruistic.
Yes, I said the same thing.
Yeah. So, did you use the same word?
Signs. I used exactly the same word, altruistic.
Okay, Jesus. Oh my God. It's either I'm becoming like anyway. So I would be weary. Iran is a pretty big country and has the potential to become a very powerful country. It has the potential to become like the next Turkey, basically. Similar in terms of population size, geographically a lot harder to invade even than Turkey. Turkey has a big coastline, and Constantinople is pretty easy to invade as opposed to Iran. Has a lot more resources. It has a lot of potential, and I don't know if America wants to build another giant in the region. So that's just my 2 cents.
Cool. Before, there's one thing I wanted to open it up to, and I kind of want to ask the Iranians, the Persians. It's just the Iranians. I'm sorry. I'm just doing multiple things. Just Iranians. I want to ask you guys a question. But before I do that, I want to tell everyone that when we, like I myself, other people talk to their family members, they're saying that it was a massacre that occurred in Iran, and that because you have more than 20 cities, right, that were protesting, in each city there were thousands of deaths. Okay, so we know that the numbers had to have been extreme, right? But here's my question to the Iranians. Do you think that, first of all, do we have a solid number? That's number one. Do you think our lack of a solid number is actually hurting? If we don't have a solid number, do you think that that's hurting us actually, having such a range of numbers being coming out in the media? What are your thoughts against the casualties numbers that are being told through media? Iranians first.
Well, let's start.
Can I start?
Islamic Republic gives, which I don't have the latest, but it's like 3,000 whatever. They have confessed.
When they said 3,000, we can double that for sure to at least triple. Yes.
Okay, let's just start with their own number. That the killers are saying that's what those are the number of people they killed. All right, even at that, that's a start. You know, that whoever comes and is on their side or takes their numbers, okay, now they have to justify why they did what they did. But then, like you said, you know, the next question is, what is, and they say, they claim, oh, it was the Mossad, it was Israelis, this and that, they were part of it. So the next question is, if it was them, why did you turn off the internet? Didn't you want to show the crime that was being done by others? And the next question comes like, okay, so you turned off the internet not to show the hostility, the killing and all that. And therefore, the numbers are definitely more than that. And how come you have so many body bags ready? It's like, I'm amazed that the number of body bags or those black, what it's like is everywhere. It was as if they were prepared for this in a country that doesn't have anything. Just this one thing they had just plenty of ready, like as if some bunch of people are going to just die at the same time. So the burden of there are a lot of burden of proof we have to put on them. Now, on the other hand, us not knowing the exact numbers is, first of all, because of the oppression, lack of media, the not allowing the independent media, etc., entities to come in there, the internet that they. But then, in situations like that, there are other ways of statistically figuring that. First of all, the human rights organizations have to do a better job of trying to tell people, even they don't have to say what is their relationship, but give the name of the people who got killed, where they got killed, the pictures, stories. Every story is another mass of meaning. We have so many of these stories to express. But my point is that beside that, what the human rights organizations should do is that as after a certain number, it really, of course, it matters, but that's not the question anymore. It's a country, it's a
There's in Ukraine as well. I would recommend America
on people.
America have to interfere in Ukraine because I can't see many.
Mohammed, please stop interrupting David. Let David finish, please. David,
I'm done for now.
Okay, no problem. Okay, go ahead, Mohammed.
Yeah, I think it's a silly question because it's not about numbers. If we want to talk, if America is controlling the globe, they have to involve in Ukraine to prevent Russia from killing innocent in Ukraine. Okay.
What? Did you hear the question? Did you hear the question? The question that's
the question was not about how many got killed in Iran so far. That's the question.
No. The question was, I'll explain to you that if you want to answer. First of all, it was for Iranians. I presume you're not Iranian. Second, it was about the number of people killed and how did we find those numbers. So it was not about the United States. It was not about Ukraine. And it was not, to start with, was not.
Bro, you don't have to give me a specific way to answer, okay? I don't know, the same allegation was mentioned each and every time America wanted to invade any country and to involve in any country, the same allegation was mentioned. We would like to establish justice in that country. And I never saw any country that was in a good condition after the American invasion. Never. It was just I want to finish.
Hey, time out. Everyone, one mic on me, please. Mohammed, listen. We're not saying your points are invalid, but this is Selah's room.
she started off a topic and she's going in a certain direction, we'd like to stay on that topic. So if you'd like to address her question specifically, please. So you'll listen to you.
Yeah.
No, this doesn't have to do with foreign intervention right now. What we're trying to discuss is as David mentioned, the number of deaths that occurred in Iran, and that's what we'd like to discuss.
Me how to answer. Why do you care about?
It's okay. Mohammed, let me tell you, like what you just said, right? It insinuates that like me as an Iranian woman or all my Iranian friends, that we're just like, are we lying? Like we're like what? It's just America is just making this stuff up because they want to come in and do something. Like it insinuates something. Do you understand what I'm saying?
What is the situation with the Iraqi women at the moment? What is the situation with the Iraqi women? Did America protect them? Did America?
Oh no, Mohammed. What we're saying, I'm not arguing with you that something about there's something beneficial for America to fall. I'm not saying that. But the way that you pose the question, it has to be posed in a way that it doesn't silence the cry of the people. Because the way that you pose the question, it comes off like this is just America propaganda. That's the only problem. And I hear what you're saying. I know what you're saying. How about in Sudan right now? There's people crying out. They don't care. How about here? How about they're funding atrocities? Right, I get all of that. But what I'm saying to you is that when you pose the question, you have to make sure that the question isn't coming off as if like this is just an American propaganda and that the Iranian people aren't suffering. That's the only thing. Back to you, Mohammed. Go ahead and
Stella, you also wanted to speak a little while ago.
Got you. Let's let
Babak wanted to speak a while ago.
Babak's been wanting to talk for a long time, actually.
Yeah, it's really, yeah.
Okay,
Mic is open. Z's mic is open.
Okay. Z, I don't know if you know your hot mic, just in case if you don't know. Okay, Mohammed hasn't said anything, so Babak done. Do you want to go ahead and finish your statements, and then we'll go to Babak done, who's been waiting for a long time.
Okay, I'm gonna be concise.
Sure.
A point which is about waiting for some numbers to be killed and for us to involve, it doesn't make any sense. And
who said that?
You didn't say that, but I want to speak as well. Okay. So,
but you want to make things up, Mohammed? I don't understand. Nobody said that.
Tell me the reason why you opened this room. Why? You care about Iran, or you would like to discuss the topic? Okay, the topic is about America gets ready to invade Iran.
No, that's not the topic.
Mohammed, this room was open to shed light on facts and reality, not to muddy the waters.
What reality? What reality? Okay, what reality?
Thank you all for joining us. Facts and reality, Mohammed, not to muddy the waters with misinformation.
What fact?
So, Mohammed, what we see as Iranian...
Fact is that within a matter of 72 hours, upwards of 30,000 people, innocent civilians on the street, have been murdered. Thank you all for joining us. Fact is that I said upwards of 30,000 innocent civilians have been murdered in cold blood within a matter of 72 hours in a country. We're talking about facts that people have been chased. It wasn't crowd control. Protesters have been chased in back alleys and shot in the head execution style. Thank you all for joining us today. Fact is that people have been sought out. Quiet, I'm making a point here. Thank you all. These are the facts that we're trying to clarify here. Fact with evidence, with witnesses, is that the people have been chased in hospitals while they were still syringes connected to them and shot. Do not interrupt me. I'm making a point.
I want to listen.
Keep your microphone off and try to understand the facts that we're trying to talk. I am a mod here, and I'm trying to explain to you what this rule is about. Fact
is that have been sought out in hospital beds while there were still syringes connected to them and shot point blank in the head. Fact is that there are tens of thousands of people who may have been injured and they're afraid to seek medical help. This room is set up not to muddy the waters and talk about American atrocities. America is the most atrocious great Satan that you want to say. I don't care. I care about Iranian blood being spilled by Islamo-fascist apartheid regime on the streets of Tehran right now. I'm talking about the mothers who are searching after playing cards among bodies in morgues, and people are laughing at them. I'm talking about the humiliation of a population that all they're asking for is the right to live. I'm not talking about American imperialism or some of these jingo liberal propaganda that is being spread by people who have a beef with Israel or America. My concern and the concern of this room and the concern of Iranians who are crying their hearts out every day is the blood that has been spilled on Iran by the same hands that have killed upwards of 500,000 Syrians in Syria, that have been wreaking havoc in Lebanon and Afghanistan and all the neighboring countries, all using Iranian treasure, Iranian blood. This is the light that we want to shine on facts. You want to talk about and I'm just shaking to my bone here. You want to talk about American atrocities in Ukraine? Open a room. We will come and help you talk about American atrocities in Ukraine. You want to talk about American imperialistic 200 years of slavery, 500 years of slavery, and whatever it is, we will open a room. We will come and talk about all of that. Right now, my concern is about blood that is still being washed off the asphalt on the streets of Tehran by a fascistic apartheid regime.
Sure.
I'm talking about facts on the ground that there is a regime that has a stranglehold on an innocent population for 47 years, and over the past several years, if a woman didn't have her scarf on right, street cameras will pick up the license plate and confiscate her car or send her fines. But right now, 30,000 people have been killed on the streets and the numbers are still not clear. And the claim is there's Israeli criminals in Iran or American terrorists in Iran. Show me those street cameras that the bloody fucking Chinese have been providing you. How come you can catch one innocent young man on the street because he's been walking on the wrong side of the street, and they send text messages to people threatening them that you've been walking on such and such a street? But they can't find out how many people have been murdered by these thugs on the Iranian streets. And then we're sitting here patiently listening to a bunch of jingle liberal bullshit being spewed by people who have a beef against imperialism. This room is opened by Iranians who are concerned about Iranian blood that is being spilled.
I put a link in the chat that if you want, I can put there has pictures of
Iranians. The blood is red. The blood which is fresh and the food. What about Ukrainians,
I am the first one, Mohammed. I am the first one. Don't kick him out of the room. Let him listen to this. I am the first one to come and talk about your blood that's being spilled. Go open a room and let's talk about that. We can't talk about 100 different. Only reason why we muddy the waters of conversation, the only reason that whataboutism comes up is the device of tyrannical misinformation. At the moment you pin down these Islamo-fascist apartheid regime in Iran, it talks about Palestine and Gaza and Ukraine and America and imperialism and colonialism and all those other things. I don't give a shit, and believe you me, search my background. I'm not some unknown person showing up in these rooms. I can give you a lecture, 10 series lecture about American imperialism or slavery, or since 1952, all the atrocities that America has committed around the world. Right now, I don't want to muddy the waters. We have to have clear eyes with honest humanitarian heart about blood spilled by fascists on Iranian streets. We need justice for that. America and Israel could be the biggest criminals, great Satan, that you would like to go and get off on and masturbate on. It doesn't make a difference right now about the mother who's crying over her disappeared baby in Tehran or in Isfahan or in small towns. Don't muddy the water. Open a room about Ukraine, open a room about Syria, open a room about all those. I will be the first one to come and help you shed light on those on those facts. You know the reason we're emotional here is because the title of this room is Propaganda versus the People. We're talking about propaganda that has seeped into your bones and into your DNA, that you're unable to see human blood spilled on the streets because whatever you have to do, you have been conditioned, brainwashed by a propaganda system that says, turn the eyes away from the people that have been feeding murder and bloodshed around the Middle East. It is only Iranian, not only, but Iranian treasure. The poverty in Iran, because that money has been shoved down the throats of people around the region to wreak havoc and to create bloodshed. And now that those guns have been turned more against Iranians on Iranian streets. That's the facts that I'm trying to talk about. Have there been crimes and atrocities committed in other places? Of course they have. Who has negated that? Who's talking about America being the great angel in the world to come and save? But there's one reality. After 47 years, every time the people of Iran, in the most peaceful way that no other people in the region or possibly in the world have expressed so much peaceful resistance towards a peaceful change in their country, they have accepted indignity and inhumanity and humiliation by the most fascistic state in modern world history. But they've tried and tried and tried, and every time the bloodthirst of this fascistic regime has become even more future. Vicious and violent. They killed 1,500 people under UN internet blackout. They have normalized violence. They have normalized inhumanity. A death cult that hangs people on city streets for 47 years in front of the public. They have normalized that inhumanity. Now, one room has been created with 20 people trying to shed light on it, trying to lick each other's wounds, and trying to see if there's at least something that we can do to ease the pain on that mother in Iran whose son or daughter has been murdered point blank by some fascist thugs. And what do you want to talk about? About American imperialistic crimes in Ukraine.
You won't take corporate PAC money. Will you commit to not taking super PAC money?
Right on. Babak-chan, do you care to venture a guess as to the question?
Well, here's what we've been talking about over the last several days with people around me and in the community. First of all, we have to, instead of playing the game...
Can I say something, bro? Can I say something?
I'm here to talk to you today about...
Let him finish his point now, and then you can speak.
I didn't finish. I didn't take my time.
Stop yelling.
This room is not about you, my friend. You need to wait your turn because there was this specific question that was asked, and we would like to hear Babak speaking. If you don't mind, we would like to hear him speak first, and then you get a chance.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let him, because we are talking about something
okay.
that we want to specify.
I think the answer is important of what you have to say. Say that first, and then he can continue his point.
The trap that is being set here is that somebody under the veil of darkness, with internet blackout, with intimidation and persecution of people who want to at least find facts, they are deliberately
joining us today,
covering up and they're deliberately muddying the water. So the speculation over the numbers becomes the issue. And some jingo liberal leftist organization across the world who wants to talk about facts says we don't know how many people were killed. As if it makes a difference. 10,000 people less or more for them.
But that's, right? That's exactly why I opened the room, is because the IRGC is paying enormous amounts of money.
That is the point, Salajan, and that is why I unfortunately, and I apologize for raising my voice here, because when I hear the messages from these people in Iran who've been brutalized, and I see some people making a mockery out of the subject of your room, which is extremely important, and you know, Salah, that I don't roam around in clubhouse rooms easily, and it just pains me.
Oh, Boba, you should see my back messages. All our own Iranian friends do is criticize me. They can't see what I'm doing. Like, they cannot
criticize you about what?
About having a room with this, like, bringing these people to the table to explain what's going on. That the only thing we should be talking about, like, so if Mohammed comes up with his understanding and what he's been told, right? Let's say Mohammed, forget Mohammed. I'm not going to bring him into this. What's the girl's name, the makeup girl that they just crushed all her makeup?
Buddha.
That girl is just reciting what has been being sold to her.
It's propaganda that is being
exactly. And so if I bring her here so she can voice what she's being taught so that we can answer it, right? In my back channel, I get attacked by our own people, Bobojan. It's so
Bobojan. If you want me to talk about that,
yes,
Senator, if you want me to talk about that.
They attack us for not being the pro-Pahlavi the way they want it to be, the way they have designed it to be. It is either that or it's nothing.
But we should not play into those hands. You see, here's the problem. A propaganda system, multiple propaganda systems are at work at the same time, that is deviating from the core issues at hand. This thing that Sela is talking about is this two-sidesism that I call it. That as if everything has two legitimate sides. As if the murder of 30,000 people, there is another side to the story of murdering 30,000 people in point blank, cold blood on the streets. There are no two sides between justice and injustice. There is no two sides between tyranny and a fight for freedom. What is happening is, unfortunately, because of the disarray, because of our own shortcomings and the problems that our community at large has, there's a vacuum that is being filled by ideologues and partisan ideologues and people with a partisan agenda, and the apologists and those who put lipstick on the pig on behalf of the Iranian regime, and they're filling the space systematically because they've got resources, they've got an agenda, and they've got people who are furthering that agenda. So we have a situation where, from New York Times all the way down to some what's this guy's name, Pierce something or other in London, is being inundated with Islamofascist propaganda, apologist propaganda, and nobody from the side, and then on the other side, we've got some extremists who have whatever agenda that they have, but the silent majority, the people who care about democratic principles, freedom of speech, and freedom for Iran, they have no voice because they're not organized and they don't have a proper support structure. They let themselves be manipulated.
1 point, I'll be fast, okay? And I'm gonna go 1 point.
Go ahead, Mohammed.
So, I sense your voice as if you bring any country, disregarding what country you want to bring, okay? You want to bring one country to your own country to protect you, but it doesn't exist. I'm gonna tell you why.
Muhammad, I went on a 5-minute, 10-minute tirade, and I I've got 20 people sitting and listening. I never.
Why do you mention the numbers? Why do you mention the numbers if you don't bring anyone? If you don't want to bring anyone to your country, why do you mention the numbers?
Bring to my country? I've got 90 million people. I've got 90 million people. The majority of them are above the average of the region in education. I've got 90 million people. If they're giving an inch of freedom and fresh air, they will be able to put.
My country is
me say things like
okay. 10 years ago, a lot of my friends got killed in the street, and I never heard any one of my friends' families
I'm sorry about that.
Just hold on. I would like to speak as well. I never heard about anyone inviting any country to protect us, okay? Because it shouldn't be mentioned publicly, because no one is going to assist you. And even if another country came to protect anyone inside your country, it's not going to happen, okay? Because we have an evidence. We have an evidence at the moment when the American soldiers went to Iraq, and let me complete my point if you don't mind. When the American soldiers came to Iraq, they wanted to kidnap, women on the wedding ceremony, and that caused one of the severest wars to happen in Fallujah. The American soldiers wanted to kidnap one woman on the wedding ceremony. So first of all, they might remove the regime, but eventually they would, control the country, because no one is gonna defend, or no one is gonna.
Let me try to put this subject. I understand, Mohammed Jan. What you're putting in my mouth that I never mentioned is that I'm inviting America to come and invade Iran. I never talked about that during my entire 15-minute tirade, no matter how angry, upset, and out of control I was. But let me put that issue to bed, and I apologize from the rest of the people in this room, so that we will never have to talk about this again. There's an old Turkish saying that says, if you want to shove a needle up somebody's ass, prick yourself with a small sewing needle first and see how it feels. And let me put this in historic context for you. These American imperialists that you're talking about, the great Satan, at the end of World War II, they had the power, they had the intent, they had the will, they had the excuse, they had every reason to not let a country like Germany or Japan raise their head for the rest of history again. They put 2 nuclear bombs on Japan, killed 300,000 people in a matter of 2 hours. They destroyed Germany for 6 weeks after the capitulation of Germany. They continued bombing, and the mission, what historic record says, the mission was that there should not be a structure higher than 10 feet anywhere in Germany. But what happened? After the war, a country that had 2 nuclear bombs in it, and a country that was ravaged and raped by East and West and Allied forces and everybody, and no upright structure was left in it. And the foreign powers, including the United States, had every reason not to let Germany exist again. Those people came together. Those people had a sense of self-dignity and self-worth and self-value. And they took the aid that they could take, but at some point they turned to themselves. Instead of fighting against themselves, instead of 150 different Shiite sects and 250 different Sunni sects at each other's throats, burning and pillaging and killing and raping each other on the streets, from the Yazidis all the way down to the mosques in Baghdad, the Japanese and the Germans held together. They swallowed their pride, they fixed their country, and every one of them both of them within 20 years became an industrial powerhouse, and they did not have oil, they did not have a large landmass, they had nothing. They were living off the ruins of imperialistic invasion.
Under the American guideline and destroyed when they tried to get over it.
They put something in the water.
In 1980s, when Japan tried to get out of this for a little bit, America came back and destroyed it.
No, they didn't.
Thank you very much.
Constitution for them. They wrote a constitution for them that's still upholding, and look where Japan is today.
Look at Japan and the private. Are you serious?
That they're following
in some alternative reasons.
Why don't we, if you like that, why don't you go to the streets of Lebanon and see
What do you think? What does Japan have anything to do with Japan? The Japanese are very content with what they have today. They're very ahead. Really? That's why they have a population less than 1%?
Really, they became the number 2 economic power on the planet after the United States rebuilt them. Correct.
At least.
By what? By the debt empire? They're giving zero interest whatsoever, and people taking the money out. Are you serious? You don't think we have the Russians running Iran today for 40-something years, and the Chinese behind them? You think that the Ayatollahs are there by themselves? No, not by themselves, but are you telling me that the Iranian people doesn't have at least an independent opinion of what they are doing for the last 50 years? This regime. They cannot without the help of the world. You saw it happening. There was a mass... The Iranians are capable to do this on their own. Interference can give you colonization and fractionalized.
Okay, I have been given the privileges of a moderator, but I'm not interfering because I'm party to this conversation. Somebody give some order to this room so we can have clarity on the conversation. So we'll have some meeting.
Well, I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make an executive decision, and we're gonna turn to Mehran to kind of break up the tension. Mehran, you go, and then we'll turn back to the other people that are in the conversation. Mehran, go ahead.
I'm so sorry. Before Mehran starts, I'm so sorry. Thank you, everybody. I have to leave.
Mary, you're
I did not want to disappear without saying goodbye, Bob. Actually, it was a privilege to hear you speak as always. Thank you, everybody. Long time no see.
I love you, Mary.
Free Iran and Payende Iran Azad. Good night, everybody.
Free Iran. Okay.
There's 8 of us now. Sabrina, you're the moderator, correct? There's Tina right there.
Boom, Tina.
How you like me now? It's Tina.
Hey, Tina. We are playing 90s trivia, so let me just run down the rules quickly for you so you know what's going on. Okay. We're doing first person to 3 points is the winner. If you get one wrong answer, you're out and you go to the goo. I have to question and all 3 answers. You can come off of mic to answer. To answer the question, you just have to say Tina, and then I'll call on you, and then you can answer the question.
Hello?
I got it.
Oh, so you yell your name if you think you've got it. Okay, got you.
Yeah.
Hello?
But let's say if 2 people say their names at the same time, I will
the moderator picks, and otherwise it's jinx.
Pretty much. Like I'll have you count down from 3, and then you'll do it again. And whoever is the first that time, they will answer first. Okay, ready? Are you ready for question 1?
Go. Do we have teams, or is it just individual right now?
Individual.
Oh, nice.
First question. Which 90s song by Britney Spears became her breakout hit in 1999?
Who, Brian?
You can't answer yet, Don. I have to. You have to let me.
I was going to say Doc, but I was going for the answer. I'm so I screwed it up.
It's okay. But unfortunately, Doc, now you can't answer this question. I'll read the question again. Which 90s song by Britney Spears became her breakout hit in 1999? A, so I did it again. B, Toxic. Or C, Hit Me Baby one more time.
Violet.
Steve.
Yeah.
That one gotta go to Violet. Hit Me Baby.
Oh, that's how it works.
What was your answer, Violet? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Hit Me Baby.
That is correct. Hit me baby one more time.
Maybe one weekend, that's when she was dressed as a little schoolgirl with braids in her hair.
She was cute. It was a cute song.
Scoop.
Well, I'm also fat.
Well, you should eat less, because, that's what my dog's vet said.
Yeah, that's true.
That's pretty fair, yeah.
Eat less, but also lots of water, fruit, eat like different stuff.
Bliss, I thought you were talking to one of your kids.
Oh my god.
No, I knew she was talking to us.
No, I'm not that bad of a mother. You're not a bad mom at all.
Yeah. You always said that.
talking about mothers. About 2003, I saw this photo of Mom Kali in a museum in Michigan, and I knew it was like sold on the black market. Like, it was, wow. I feel like calling the cops because the lady that was talking about it,
police officer, they were just warning you that it comes with a price. So I decided not to be. Because, you go to a house and there's like 5 kids getting molested, or whatever, man. Like stuff you don't even want to. And they all become alcoholics or depressed, kill themselves, or take it out on other people that maybe don't deserve it. I don't know. So I'm not getting involved with that. I mean, I think it's a great thing what people do, but depending on where you're at. But
it can be like that in education too. I mean, these days in education, it's
oh yeah, that's much hard. Well, I wouldn't say much harder, but I'd say
it's
also difficult.
Yeah, it's constant because you're indirectly inserted into the lives of people.
You have to be the parent where the parents.
Yeah.
And unfortunately,
it's like guidance counselor, uncle, whatever.
I have my friend. His brother was my teacher in junior high, and then his dad was also a teacher, so like 3 generations of them.
Hello?
His brother was pretty cool though. But it's tough guys.
But you're not in law enforcement. You didn't do law enforcement. You didn't do that as an adult.
No. My dad hated police, so he pretty much said if that's the case, then
Bro, your dad was a trip. That day you had your dad on, that was hilarious.
What do you remember about it the most? Because I like to hear your perspective. I don't care about mine.
Well, I guess I'll tell everybody here. So this guy,
you can do it.
This Jacob here, who I really haven't really known that long on this app at all. So I really
Ghost, you want a new faggot target? You can just look for this wigger faggot here. Pro lyrical Dr. Trump derangement syndrome, man.
Clubhouse, man.
Leading the coolest conversations, and he never gets married because he's like an Epstein type. He likes to abuse his young students at his university while he lyrics his way to success as the super wigger of Cloud House. Wigger! Go in there, Ghost Lulu. You can troll him. His name is Pro Lyrical.
And then we couldn't shut him up. He was talking for like 3 hours, and then you were like, "What? Will you stop talking on this? Get off! You're embarrassing me." Your dad was a trip.
Good one.
He was ready to go. Did he grab an account on Clubhouse? Or was that a one and only thing?
No, he doesn't know how to use it. So I have to kind of. Sometimes then if I'm in a good mood when I get off of work, I'm like, "Hey, Dad, I found some recipes." Because some of these rooms, they'll pick them apart, I'll fucking consider. But some of these, I don't want to expose them like really bad, negative people. So I have to be really choosy about when and where. Like here is fine, but some of these rooms, man, they're like, what? I had one crazy guy threatened to bomb him from the air. And maybe some Jacob Harrison, if you heard him, but
hello.
Hey, Marshall, what was that other crazy guy that used to come on here?
Kitover?
That used to shoot the guns all the time.
Oh, Doc. You're talking about Doc.
Narrow it down at all. I don't know.
Doc or something. The guy from Georgia.
Oh, about the Iraq War veteran, Doc.
Well, I think he's fake, but and he's like, I think he probably killed himself at this point, but he was shooting around.
Now he's in another room right now doing trivia.
He lied about his credentials, because even my dad's like, this guy's full of shit, because my dad was a Marine for 10 years. And so he's like, that's not true, He's like, well, if you don't like me, then leave.
Yeah, saying someone's crazy, that wouldn't narrow it down on Clubhouse.
I don't know. I was in the military. It's not up to me. I don't really care. If somebody wants to lie about who they are, I think that's their problem.
Well, I've been doing this. I've been doing this little interview series, and the problem with it is trying to find people who kind of are who they are and aren't afraid to do an interview like
like Marshall, you're who you are, so I could interview you, kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? But like people who are interesting that have, you know, some opinions about some things and are willing to be interviewed. So Michaela can interview you sometime, but like, and then let people interview them after, you know, based on what.
I think it's a good idea. And anybody worth their sense, like when Marshall comes in my room, it's like a brand. I know what I'm getting, you know? You know what you're getting, a service or brand, whatever you can call it, whatever. But I know I'm going to get a quality conversation, whether or not we agree on everything, that's a whole different point. But in general, it's going to come down to, it's going to make a better conversation being talking to everyone in this room right now, for example. And if we can make that better, market it better, or do it better, this is the kind of conversations people really want.
I suppose, yeah, it just depends on the day of the week.
Well, yeah, that too. But you got to be flexible, obviously.
But the thing, what my point though is that it's like there's a lot of people on the app who are very interesting people, but they're not exactly. It was to your earlier point. They're not necessarily public about who they are. Like they're sort of quasi-public. You know what I mean? So if you get someone like Fleming's Fleming down there, right? So like,
hey, what up, Fleming?
You could talk with Fleming, and he's representing himself as Fleming. You know, like he's not hiding who he is, kind of thing. Like that's his picture, and he's got his last name. He's a real person, you know. But
hey, Fleming, come up. You from Compton, G?
Yo, Compton, G!
But a lot of people aren't, you know, who they are. So it makes it tricky. You can't really ask them too many questions. So
a lot of people are avatars, right? You need someone that's transparent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what up, Fleming? What up, Young Zealous?
What's up, man? Who wanted to know if I was from Compton?
I was reading your bio.
Oh, yeah, man. Born and raised, man. Born and raised.
How is it now? It's like mostly Mexican, right?
It's on your shirt, too.
Yeah. Predominantly, yeah, about, 97%.
Oh, so y'all move out or what? What happened?
Hello?
I still have a house here, man, but, you know, California's expensive, man. There's no rent control, so a lot of like
we don't have that either, though. We never had rent control.
A lot of people move to the Southwest or move to Lancaster, Palmdale, because it's cheaper. You know, Texas, Arizona, Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, those places.
How much money do you have to earn to be okay out there where you live in
Canada?
Approximately to live comfortably, if you don't have like a shit ton of kids, anywhere over 150,000.
How would you be able to do that without being like a doctor or a lawyer or something?
I mean, you can pick up a trade. Like, there's a lot of guys that I know that do the HVAC stuff, man, and they're doing that. Even bus drivers, metro bus drivers, they pull in over 6 figures.
How the hell's that? Really?
Yeah, if you factor time, they get a lot of overtime. Some drivers are working like 16-hour shifts, man, almost 5 days a week.
16-hour shifts. I'm not doing that.
It's either that or be like pro and, you know, go on the blade and then, you know, sell yourself, man.
You know?
That's funny. That's funny.
Oh, goodness gracious.
How are you this evening?
Oh, man. What's up, Benjamin?
Can I report a good conversation with a bad person today?
Sure. Yeah. What's up, Indigenous?
Good conversation. No, I had an interaction with a really wonderful person who told me they wished that I was dead.
Wait, who said that?
Wow.
I think I heard about that. I had, you know, I have my little boys who text me all day long, and so that was communicated to me.
Benjamin, why did they say that about you? Or he, she, or whatever it is? Probably trans, right?
Yeah, Benjamin. Why did they say that about you?
No. We did a room today about a very particular Sephardic rabbi with his very peculiar views. And I'm not going to repeat them here because
I don't know what this Sephardic is, but I'll just pretend it.
This room has turned into that room. And I don't really want to do that again.
The Spanish vein orthodoxy of Judaism. This guy who, how to say it really fast, this guy who has some pretty radical views. Benjamin was arguing about his views, and
No, just to be clear, his views ended up in the Epstein files.
Yeah.
So I went and looked this guy up. There was a conversation in the Epstein files, and I was like, where'd this come from? And I found it. It's this one rabbi. And let's just say in context and out of context and any other context, and poor Dr. James tried to say, well, you're taking it out of context. We turned it around on Dr. James, and it said, okay, Dr. James, tell me please, what is the right context for this particular idea? You know, he didn't say another word for the next 7 hours. It was the quietest he's ever been.
Let's say hello to John Kitover. John, how are you doing today?
Oh, crazy John, you listen to me.
How's it going, John?
Hey, John, when are we gonna get it?
Hey everybody, how you doing? Yeah, Caleb, Rabbi Caleb today made a death threat and said he's going to call the police, he's going to get Benjamin taken out, and that 1,000 sons of hate. And I think it's actually because Benjamin plays the fool. And he's not stupid, but he's playing a fool, annoying everybody, constantly brings up genocide and murdering babies over and over and over and over. It's so annoying that eventually some people are going to snap and they're going to say what's in their heart with regards to Benjamin. Hello?
John, are you calling people annoying?
Listen, sir, I don't know who you think you are or where you think your credibility comes from because you're a math teacher. How do we know you don't target your students for sexual exploitation? Your music sucks. You're a wigger who plays white trash fucking hip hop. You're a low class, low IQ mathematician. Where does your credibility come from, pro? And you live every day with hate in your heart for our president. It's pathetic. Get a life. Do something with yourself. I know you're doing something, but you're so brainwashed. You'll never recover.
Control of your room.
Take control.
Take much control.
Take control.
What do you have it for?
Not to take control of it, just to, entertain myself.
Kick Jacob in the balls, please.
Jacob, you don't have to worry about it, man. I can handle it. But
Can I make my question, brother?
I did want to hear John Kitover though, because he really
I know
plays well
John.
for the title.
He's from my neck of the woods. We live 18 miles away, and he's got about 10 different Clubhouse accounts, and he stays.
We all know John. We all know John.
He runs for Congress, but he gets like 6 votes. But writing himself in on the ballot.
I'm pretty sure that's his other account.
Then he report on whatever. I mean, I'm not gonna judge it. I feel bad for him, but he's right.
Jacob, I was just running my room, taking control of my room right there, throwing you in the audience for a minute. You're talking too much. Someone was saying something I didn't actually hear.
No, bro, I just want to make a small correction for brother. Was it brother Jacob? Was it D. Lee?
No, I just put him in the audience because he was being too talkative, and he wanted me to take control of the room. So I just want to show him what that looked like.
No, I just wanted to say really quick. I want to correct myself when you asked me about living comfortably. I want to say that as a single man, you can actually live comfortably making anywhere between $50,000 to $60,000 if you are very financially literate. That's if you're a single man. But if you plan on having a family, I think you need to, make a little more. But also, in addition to that, Benjamin, brother, I'm sorry that you had to go through that. I know Rabbi Caleb, he also goes by Rabbi Early.
Benjamin has not been traumatized. Don't worry about it.
No.
He's okay.
I'm just saying, as a Muslim brother, man, I hope you live a long, healthy life, brother. All right? I'll land.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Benjamin is the most prepared to handle death threats on all of Clubhouse. I'm sure Benjamin was trying to think of like a comedy sketch to develop from it after or something.
Well, I just don't know what I'm going to do with all this shit. I mean,
are you double checking your locks? Are you?
No, but I need to scoop up. how are we going to get all this shit back in Caleb? That's what I just don't understand. I mean, completely lost his shit.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to have to piece him back together.
And
again.
as much as you love Caleb, this is
I do.
unfortunate moment. And you're always citing him as one of your favorite persons on the app, one of the most intelligent people in the app, in your esteem.
I hate to see him.
What does it say for you that someone that you find to be the most intelligent person is sending you death threats? This is to the title of the room.
I think it's, I don't know.
Is it vice versa?
I think somebody went after him with a discombobulator and like everything fell out.
It's a classic case where Benjamin thinks he's doing the right thing, that he's the good person, engaging in these difficult conversations, and other people think you are the bad person. It's just couldn't be more.
I think that there was only one bad person in that room, and that was the rabbi who posted a statement. Yeah, the guy who made the statement.
I have multiple emails and texts from people who are saying they'll no longer be in a room with you. So you're doing something.
Damn.
But
wait, will they be in a room with this rabbi? It's the rabbi.
I don't think you have to worry about that. He's dead, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's 90. He's in his 90s when it was written.
Literally uses his textbook on the Torah because he's such a scholar of the Torah that Caleb owns his books, uses those textbooks to understand the Torah.
Daniel Cha Shakes.
Violet.
Damn, Violet.
Arby's.
1 second. Counting down.
American.
That is correct. It is Arby's. Look, Violet's beating your ass. I've never eaten at Arby's. So.
If you've never eaten at Arby's, you've never lived and eaten slaughtered meat that is just sweating with juices. Jeremy down there is a fat pig. He probably knows what it's like to eat Arby's. Hello?
It's not a mountain.
Don't kick him. Don't not kick him.
I didn't kick nobody.
That's John Kitover.
Oh no, that's Don.
It's John Kitover, the one and only. The one and only, the world famous John Kitover.
John, well, you gotta be in the goo because you're distracted.
Hello?
Okay, next question.
Yeah.
What is the annual revenue of all junk food companies in the USA? $1 billion, $5 billion, or $2 billion?
Olive. $1 billion.
Wait. It can't be 2026.
Hold on. Olive, what did you say?
$1 billion.
1 million?
In a fucking day, sweetie.
Unfortunately, Olive, that is incorrect. You have one strike.
No, we gotta get rid of her.
Liquid. Liquid.
Bye, bitch.
No glue. It's $5 billion, but
bye, bitch.
You said $5 billion?
We said 2 shots, not 1 shot.
Yeah.
Liquid, did you say $5 billion?
I can't hear.
Did you say $5 billion? Is that your answer?
My answer is $2 billion.
Are you fucking all stupid? 10 billion in a day? What the fuck kind of planet you fatties live on?
Can we stop bringing him up?
God damn! Are you motherfuckers even know math? The truth of the earth escapeth thee.
I feel like
Somebody's bringing him up.
I feel like the energy and vibe has changed with
it is, right, for real.
And do we wish to continue? Because it's getting the vibe.
Yes, please. I'd like to.
Yes, please.
I'm done
Yes,
after
please.
this round, but please.
Now, not that $2 billion.
I heard you say $5 billion at first.
I thought they say $5 billion, but you
okay,
want
so
to go with $5 billion.
no, I mean $5 billion is wrong. So I'm correct. The answer is $2 billion.
Right, exactly. I'm supposed to lose. I get it.
Yeah. Next question. First Taco Bell restaurant opened in Mexico, USA, or Spain?
No, I can promise. I don't make that type to make that promise, and I'll assure yours. So I said USA. But I'm a medical professional, so I can do it. So it doesn't hurt.
Things are not helpful.
It's not helpful at all.
You just quote one little thing from the Epstein file, and suddenly people come. for your head. Like,
you talking about the colonizers?
Yeah.
There's people who recant colonization. They're dope. I like those people. I think every kingdom sucks over time, and I think there's a good side and there's a bad side, and his kingdom is coming to his end and all that stuff like that. But everybody's not an evil person that's white. So
let's bring John up. Speaking of that, let's bring John up to see if you still feel the same way after John talks to you.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to actually ask a controversial question about the difference between opinions and facts, because it's absolutely effing obvious that no one on this stupid app knows what a fact is or what an opinion is. And if I were to ask you, is that your opinion, sir, or is that a fact? Do you know how many assholes on this app will say, it's a fucking fact? It's not my opinion. So when you hear losers like that who are really angry and all or nothing, and they think they know fucking everything about Christians, about Jews, about Muslims, about him, it doesn't matter what it is, they think their opinions are actually facts. And so hello?
Let's see. Let's test that. So Michaela, do you think John is speaking facts? What's your opinion?
I don't like to talk when he's broadcasting this onto YouTube and all that. I don't like to talk when he's in the room.
I hear you. I mean, he's pretty much always in the room. See that Anon account down there? That's pretty much him too. So you kind of can't avoid him. It's kind of...
Well, I would just say that that's both just your opinions. But the truth of the conversation is, I'm a good person. There's a lot of bad people on here who project themselves, though, as good people. And the fact is, they are the bad people. Hello?
Okay, is that a fact?
You're like special.
You want to break that down as fact or opinion for us? Because it's Michaela's opinion that talking while you're recording is not a good thing.
Yeah, where's the data, John?
You got to admit, it's pretty cringy, John. Recording everybody's room and broadcasting on your own channel. It's kind of weird, right? That's just my opinion. It's not a fact. But it is a fact that you're recording all the damn time. What up, Dennis?
Well, I would just, quote Marcus Aurelius when he said, life is opinion, universe is transformation. Therefore, everybody's facts are actually just their opinions. And my opinions are my opinions. And I don't think I necessarily, project facts all that much. I think I play the devil's advocate a lot to a lot of people. I play the contrarian. I'm a libertarian. And the truth of the matter is people on this app are extremely programmed, highly liberal, highly Democrat, socialist, populists that hate Trump, that live with Trump in a secret closet in the back of their fucking brain 24/7. And they come on here and they are political. And you are one of them. And a lot of people in here, if I were to ask you, are you political? You would say, no, I'm not political. But bitch ass wiggers, you spend the whole day here talking politics. And if you don't know what a wigger is, just go look at what Pro Lyrical does with music. This man is the Eminem of mathematics. And for him to do an interview with Lifestyle Steve, but never do a one-on-one and talk about the abuse of his college students, how do we know you don't have sexual relationships with your female college students? Who are you? What's your credibility, wigger? Hello?
It sounded like a lot of opinion there, Joe. I'm not sure. The Eminem of mathematics. That was a hashtag right there. The rest of it I didn't quite hear. Do an interview with who? And then not with who? I missed that part. Do an interview with Lifestyle Magazine? I didn't hear what you said about that part. I missed that.
No, the atheist Lifestyle Steve who lost his marriage. Anyways, the point is not that he has committed fraud by filing, thousands of Social Security disability applications, making over $1.5 million doing it fraudulently. The point is, Are you looking for good conversations? And sometimes is that going to require you to communicate with bad people or people on the opposite side of the aisle? Hello?
I have you up here, don't I?
Hello? Well, I think if you can stand getting roasted.
I got some merch ideas for you. If you make a shirt, you should hashtag that hello with a whole bunch of O's on it. You know, like hello. Like that's definitely your catchphrase.
Yeah, that actually is really funny. That would be smart.
John Kitover for Congress. Hello on the bottom.
Bro, I got the feeling I made a few converts today.
You think so?
Well, you kicked me out of the room immediately, Benjamin. You said I was a mistake and an error, and you kicked me.
I think that AJ might be on the fence. I think she's ready to you know.
You think she secretly admires you?
Well, it's not about admiring me, but I think she might be just about done with her religious affiliation. You know what I'm saying?
Benjamin, you do the same shtick that everybody else does on this app, which is prove to me God exists. And that's the name of the show. There's the pro way of doing it. There's your way of doing it. There's the other retard's way of doing it. And it's the same show, different category.
I think there's one more person for whom this particular passage, first of all, was fresh, right? They hadn't seen it. They didn't really understand it initially. But after they understood what it was and it was coming from a rabbi, and then it had a long history of scholarship behind it, I think some people are double thinking. And I think that's why they raised such a ruckus, because Caleb could see people walking out of his congregation.
Benjamin, you're taking something from the Epstein emails where Epstein, who is a piece of shit, is taking a very, ridiculous statement. Part of ridiculous statements, Benjamin, which is what you do, is the opposite of the ridiculous statement. And that's what you're failing to see. And you fail to see that when you're the green bean and it's the Benjamin show, it's centered around you. It's your doing and it's your content. And so I know you want to come in here and relive the moment with Caleb crashing out. Caleb has crashed out 1,000 times. You're not special. He's trying to fuck with you. And look, you carried Caleb all the way to this room. So the joke's on you, fat boy.
Caleb, baby. That was a Caleb with a V. To answer your question in the chat.
It's Rabbi Uri.
Here's my empathy, Benjamin. I think you're not fat. I think you're good.
You're probably wrong about that, but
here's my empathy, Benjamin. I think you think you're a good person. I think other people think you're not.
Wait,
I think they have
Epstein.
I think they have reasons for their opinions. What's that?
Epstein. This is the reason for their opinion. Epstein goes to Epstein Island. Okay. He gets hold of some rabbi's quote about, I'm not even going to say it, it's that nasty. And he's got this quote from a rabbi, leading rabbi in Israel, in his emails. And I, put this up on the top of the Jumbotron. And how did the bad guy in this story, how come it's me for complaining about this shit? How come it's me for calling it out that's the bad guy? Why don't they send you emails about how they're going to disown Epstein and burn all the books they have from this guy, this cleric rabbi? But no, they're making no commitment to increase their Epstein number. Instead, they're just getting mad at the messenger. What is the heat for the messenger?
I think it's the tactic of the messenger.
I think of the messenger was, I don't know.
You just
Dr. James. where Dr. James really put his foot in it, he was so incredibly stupid. He was blaming me for having taken the quote out of context. It is the most stupidest thing a person can say.
Well, Benjamin, you're a confirmed racist. Benjamin, I was shocked.
I can't believe you can get a
I was shocked. Benjamin was accused of being a racist like 5 times today. I was like, you're going to call this fat-ass innocent puff a fucking racist? This fucking pussy fat-ass fuck? He's racist? And Benjamin even called it out. He said, everything is racist? It's just so funny, Benjamin, that people project onto you whatever their internal feelings are. And when people accuse other people of being racist, they are generally racist. It's always projection. That's what this app proves, is that projection is real, that it is internal dialogue. They're talking about their unrecognized self when they cast their self onto you through a projection. That's what this app is actually all about. And most people never see it because they're fucking stupid or they're a fool. And the point is, not everybody, it's a fact. It's not an opinion. Projection is real. And I witness it all day, every day. And I got a fucking bell here. And when I hear a projection, like right now, I hit my bell and I say projection alert.
Does that help you? One of the things that was really strange, I gotta admit, it was really strange, was because Dr. James was kind of accusing me of being racist. And I wanted to calibrate his raceometer. So I just asked him casually if he could call this rabbi who said, and I'll quote it now, non-Jews are only in this world to serve Jews. That was the quote from the rabbi, the good rabbi in Israel. And so I asked Dr. James if he could just say that the good rabbi was a racist piece of shit, just to see if his raceometer was properly calibrated. Now, weirdly enough, he couldn't do that. But he could call me racist. That's a weird calibration on the racistometer, I think. So I think we got to get
what's up, China?
Dr. James's raceometer checked.
Yeah, I'll make sure to let him know that, Benjamin.
What's up, China? That can be difficult if he goes into professional work and he doesn't have that adjusted properly.
Benjamin's dealing right now. Sorry, Chaya.
What's up?
Yeah, I'm a black woman in the United States. And
are you 60, right, Chaya? You 60 years old?
What y'all? Yeah, I'm almost.
Are you an elder? Because I heard yesterday you were preaching and telling everybody you an elder.
I am an elder, but I'm not quite 60. I mean, give a couple years, and you hang on to a couple years before you show up at 60. 60 is a different story. So I'm holding off on 60, but damn near 60.
Bitches and elders.
I'm damn near 60. Nevertheless, my question is, with all you, I guess you white people on stage, what do you consider racism? I don't believe in racism from y'all's perspective, but I'd like an idea of how y'all see racism being a thing.
Well, can I ask you a question with a question? Because yesterday you all up about white structural racism and evil white man and the fucking white man system and all this other bullshit. So now when you come up on stage and lie and say you ain't a racist, but you want to know what racism is because you don't believe in racism, is that you actually saying you were fucking racist? Hello?
Your accent is just, I couldn't really understand what you were saying, but you want to talk about what I was talking about yesterday, and I don't have a problem with that. I'm very confident about all the things I talk about on Clubhouse, and I've been on here for 5 years, and I'm liked and I'm disliked. I've been called a racist my goddamn self, and I've been called a person who hates black people. So I'm not offended, and I'm not afraid of the things that you're trying to project on me right now because I had a question. But if you want to dive into what I was talking about yesterday, because I was on multiple stages yesterday, I'm not afraid of that either. I'm not afraid of the opinions I spoke about.
All right, well, let me ask you a question. You said you ain't a racist. Is it your opinion you ain't a racist, or is it a fact you ain't a racist? I
was the one who was asking the question. Can anybody answer the question? I'd like to know from y'all's perspective, because I think it's a trophy for y'all to consider yourselves racist. Although I don't believe in it, what is racism to y'all? And how do you project it? Or how do you know other people like you who are racist project it?
everybody's racist. So first of all, it's not a question of if, it's a question of how much and to what extent, and are you cognizant of the biases and stereotypes that you bring to a conversation. In a simple simulation of interactions between people, all you need is for people to like their culture. It's not even their race, just their culture, what they grew up in, the language, and so on. That's enough to give you the precursor to effectively having racism in play in a population setting. It happens in a population setting. It sucks when it happens if people suffer as a result. And yes, some people have more privilege than others just by virtue of the color of their skin. Like, end of lecture. I don't know if anyone wants to add more to that, but I think that's pretty.
For something, no, it wasn't clear. What's not added is your self-reflection. That's not what's added. Projection is one thing, but self-reflection negates racism.
I'm beautiful and I'm pure.
I put it in the chat too.
Self-reflection negates racism.
It doesn't.
Like too big.
How?
It does.
How?
It does. So in the last room I was in, I said to the audience that sunscreen has offered a lot of confidence.
Illustrations between two C's.
Disillusioned confidence.
It's just going to be such a powerhouse
amongst people who use sunscreen.
Sunscreen is. It's just not like if I'm sitting in Dubai, I will never let it happen.
Like, why would I want a powerful, secular, functional state there? It just doesn't make any sense.
The problem is you are all still talking. You gotta start to learn how to play music.
What's going on, everyone? That's what I was saying.
Yeah, I think he hit the nail on the head.
What's up, tacos? Like the Gulf Nation.
How you doing? Why would the Gulf Nation want to
don't take him down. Don't take him down.
Well, not only that, the Gulf nations have shown that they have no problem competing with each other. Right? Yeah. And they're cousins, literally, right? They see Iran as foreigners, and in addition to that, Shia, right? And they don't really like Shia very much. So yeah, they're not going to want to see a powerful Iran. They're not going to want to see in Iran competing on resources, on airline travel, on cutlery to the West, so to speak. Any of these things. So that's why they will probably, and I know you guys don't want to hear this, fund separatism, specifically the Ahwaz, probably the Kurds as well.
Absolutely. These are things we're not considering. I mean, obviously, man, like they're little, like Siova said, these are little factions, little groups, and powerful groups, and wealthy as fuck. Why would they want one majestic Iran there? Right? It doesn't serve their interest. So this is something I think I've thought about before. Maybe we can consider that.
Iran has the population of...
You gotta learn how to play music, everybody!
Can you guys hold on 1 second? One mic on me. Do not let Congress back up. Andy, however many accounts.
He has multiple accounts, so you just have to...
He raises his hand. I know. I removed the other Congress from the room as well. The guy has a lot of accounts. Moderators, if you see him, do not bring them up.
Some LGBTQ's triggered. I triggered an LGBTQ. It's always the LGBTQ that are always immediately triggered the most.
Also does not want to see Iran that's closer to the West, that they can also sanction Iran.
Yeah, because India wants to be that freaking bridge. Yeah. And he was saying like the RGC serves them pretty well. In the sense that, so far as there is turmoil within the state, right? It would serve the Indian government well to be that particular bridge. China doesn't want to, much China as a boss, just wants to be the side moneymaker. The freaking Arab countries want to.
They're gonna bring me up again. We're gonna do it again. Come on, do it. Do it.
I mean, think about it.
Bring me up. Do it.
This particular nation just be as majestic as it can be, right? And RGC is a very good excuse, I think, to just stay there and be the source of freaking turmoil within its own people. It looks like it's all designed in some way or the other.
Honestly, I can think of a reason why every major power in the region and every major power in the world, almost every, would not want to see a powerful, stable, developed Iran.
Okay, I have another follow-up. Is Iran too big for itself? Okay, maybe I will just jump in because I was waiting to see pointed out. So we need to shift our mentality from this, that if we are successful, then they're going to be failing and Emirates airline going to go bankrupt and all flights are going to be through Iran. Maybe Emirates will invest in Iran. We don't know. Maybe there will be joint airlines. KLM and Air France, they are joined together. So now one is from Netherlands, the other is from France. So actually there are also opportunities in this, and I think at least in the business sector, some see that because Iran is a very big market, and if investment is not subject to sanctions, and given the potentials and human resources of Iran, so it opens a lot of opportunities. So the question comes to the mentality. We are stuck with this idea that if Iran is great and then all the countries in the Middle East are gonna go down. That's not the case. And another thing, we speak of Arab world as if it is a monolith. It's not. For instance, we were talking about Islamists, and then if Iran becomes some sort of anti-Islamic state, that's not going to be the case. Even if that becomes the case, Emiratis already pushing and supporting the far right in Europe to kick out immigrants. Emirati politicians are talking about this because their concern primarily is about Muslim Brotherhood. Is about the Sunni jihadism. So that's their number one priority. And I don't think a secular Iran or even slightly anti-Islamic Iran would necessarily be a threat for Emirates. Actually, they might even welcome it. Of course, Iranians are mostly Shia, so of course there is little impact on Emirates if there are Islamic Republic doesn't have really much influence in terms of ideology inside Emirates, but Bahrainis, for instance, would benefit from that because they have a significant Shia population. So it's not a monolith, and it's not something that we can quickly draw a conclusion on.
Exactly. Also, when did money speak the language of religion? Like, let's get over it.
Yes.
It sounds like Catholics and Protestants arguing in like the 16th century.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh my God, we can't have a Protestant king, you know?
Yeah. Exactly. When did fucking finances speak the language of?
That's exactly where we are. We haven't gone through Reformation, Renaissance, industrial area, and the Middle East. That's exactly.
And I can tell you one thing is that it's already you have IDF soldiers, Jewish IDF soldiers on the beaches of Dubai entering from Israel to Emirates, visa free with Emirates Airline and with the El Al airline. So if Emiratis have no problem cooperating with Israel, a Jewish state, they will certainly have no problem cooperating with the secular Iran.
Yeah, they're in the Epstein files too, by the way.
Yeah, but that's the exception.
Do you ground the positive side of what I'm positive?
No, I do, but the thing is that
Yaakov has.
You kept on bringing up the UAE. The UAE is the exception, not the rule, right?
Well, I have been to Egypt, and there is full of Israeli tourists there as well. So what other countries? Morocco? I can give you another example. I have been to Jordan.
So Egypt reluctantly accepts Israeli tourists. The Israeli the Egyptian population is not friendly to Israelis.
But that's irrelevant. We were talking about the state.
Yeah, but they do so reluctantly because they kind of have to. Because of the deals that they signed with America and all of that. Morocco, kind of the same thing, right? But generally speaking, in the Middle East, they do not view Israel favorably. And in most Middle Eastern countries, Israelis can't even come into the country. Actually, anybody with an Israeli stamp on their passport can come into the country, not just Israelis, right?
Well, we already know that.
Get into that, guys.
Yeah, so speak about the generality, not the exception. I think that's more honest.
My point is there is no generality. There are some countries where Israeli tourists can travel to, and they have business collaboration with Israel, and there are some that don't.
No, there are most that don't, and there are some that do. That's more intellectually honest.
Yes, but he's saying lesser exception, more generality. That's how he's.
Most of society does a shitty job of doing social cues for that kind of stuff.
Well, I had a conversation with a white guy in a racist room, and I'm not racist. I had a conversation with him about science. And in my bio, there's a whole lot of scientific evidence about how different we are.
It's my theory.
Biologically. And
she
just
projects,
because you need sunscreen
and
to shit,
actually
I don't look at you
is a
in
bitch.
a negative or an inferior light. We're just, we're people trying to figure out why the fuck we're here.
She
That's
says
how I
she
see
read.
things.
It's my theory. She
in this
projects and actually
conversation,
is a bitch.
He said, fuck science, because I had him cornered by science. He said, fuck science, let's go to the Bible. I said, okay, let's go to the Bible. In Genesis, the beginning of Genesis, God said, let there be, the first thing he said was, let there be light. And then he proceeded to make Adam and Eve allergic to that light. Is that a real thing? And he got nervous and wanted to go back to science. That's the reflection I'm talking about. Y'all don't reflect. Y'all just do not. Sunscreen.
Well, I was gonna recommend a little reflection.
Sunscreen got y'all batshit crazy out of control.
I was really feeling the word that God put it on my heart. To share with all y'all. Just a little passage from the Word of God. We could just find our way to our seats, take a deep breath, put aside the cares of the day, and focus on the book. Reading for tonight is from Leviticus, the 21st book, and it starts hot. Comes in the chapter at verse 9. If a priest's daughter defiles herself, now this is time for reflection, contemplation. If a priest's daughter defiles herself by becoming a prostitute, he disgraces her father, he must be burned in the fire. The high priest, take a deep breath, hold it, The one among his brothers who has had the anointing oil poured on his head, who has been ordained to wear the priestly garment, must not let his hair become unkempt. Let that breath out, or tear his clothes. He must not enter a place where there is a dead body. He must not make himself unclean, even for his father or for his mother, nor leave the sanctuary of his God or desecrate it, because he has been dedicated by the anointing oil of his God. I am the Lord. Amen. Can I get an amen? Amen. I am the Lord, he said. The woman he marries must be a virgin. You must not marry a widow, a divorced woman, or a woman defiled by prostitution, but only a virgin from his own people. Not even a virgin from like some other people. No, this has got to be a virgin from his own people. I don't know who that is, but we'll figure it out. They settle now. Don't get excited. Trust in the word of God to do its work. Know that he will not defile his offspring among his people. So if he took a virgin, but not from his own people, see, he would be defiling his offspring. The word of God says, I just trust the word of God. I am the Lord who makes them holy. Hallelujah. Can I get another praise Jesus? Praise Jesus. Okay. Chapter 16. The Lord said unto Moses, say to Aaron, I don't know what's wrong with God. Wouldn't just say this to Aaron himself?
God's like, yo, send him a text message from me. It's like, yeah, but you got a phone too. No,
right, like, you know, that guy, Jesus has like a single line. He's got a red phone to Moses, but he can't reach Aaron. He's like, turning the dial.
Listen, Jesus has the God app. The other guy doesn't. You know, it's like,
which I quite irrationally connected with my financial position. Had a sudden impulse to eat heartily of the fish. It passed quickly, with the queerly hopeless thought that it wouldn't work. The blood now congested the brain and became slightly tipsy in a silly and puerile fashion. I had yawning fits, became restless, wanted to stretch my limbs, and experienced an absurd inclination to giggle. Faint, flitting thoughts. Vague vanities chased each other in my mind, which seemed full of rosy laziness. I felt an almost pious satisfaction at having eaten the fish, and a sharp, half-shocked annoyance with myself when my mind wandered from the subject. At one moment I had an actual pang. I can only compare it to that of a boy who has idolized and idealized his sister, and comes on her kissing the butler. This was when I had enjoyed a long rapture, almost a swoon of sleepy self-satisfaction with the fish itself, and with myself for having eaten it, and suddenly switched off to remember a peculiarly ribald and degrading episode in Naples when passion happened to be the master's word of the situation. A similar angry refusal to face the facts of life started up at the intrusion of a thought about the meaning of fish in ancient religions, as explained to me once by a contributor to the London Pontinello, who subsequently disgraced himself in an unspeakably loathsome piece of abomination. Last year's would rule, yet as the archer gaineth skill by
I told you, Buddy can't eat barbecue chips. Last time he tried, it's still showtime, Bobo. We're ready to wow. Come on, let's roll into
time for a little yoga. Hey, I'm Johnny Kitover with United TV 8 News. Here are tonight.
true magician knows that all his practice has a mathematical, geometrical basis. But in the difficult geometry, he retraced the administrative or concealed necessities. He uses geometrical formula and diagrams in his practical work. Finally, though he knows himself to be above nature, he understands that his operations succeed to the degree that his thought, word, and action transmit faithfully the powers of the plane above him.
There's like 10 more pages in this book. This is going to be the last page I read, so.
Clear window pages to reach the light of wisdom within the house of Christ. It streams forth.
After this, I'll try to find Dr. Copeland's room again. I couldn't find it. I was playing something else with Lonzo.
The arbor of roses of the magicians.
Okay, it's page 66.
I have a 134 IQ. I make less money than friends who barely passed high school. Here's what it's the world, because the world itself.
During this half hour of hallucination, I was all the while conscious of the efforts of my body to eliminate the poison.
They were not displayed.
I felt an assured confidence that it had no real hold on my system. Rather, as a man might pick up a woman of a certain class after overindulgence in the pleasures of the table, and fancy himself fallen in love, yet with another part of him well aware that she was no more to him than occasion for the sin and delight of the night, and for the repentance and disgust of the morning. 40 minutes after tasting the fish, the symptoms had completely disappeared, leaving a slight headache and an inexplicable sense of disappointment, such as a man might have who had backed a winner at 100 to 1 and been paid in notes of the Bank of Engraving. For long after, strange to say, certain psychological effects of the experiment persisted. I found myself constantly on my guard against those weaknesses which it had revealed in myself. I became almost morbidly suspicious about my food, and even cut out whiskey, coffee, and tobacco for some weeks. The reason is evident enough. I am a man of science.
Jacob, hey!
First,
Hey, Jacob, you want to get a beer? I'm in Lakeview. Where you at? Welcome to the new Talking Apes League of 2026, Jacob. You a talking ape. You talk a lot. You a big talker. I know you work in sales, so you got to make friends with everybody because everybody could be a possible sale. Hey, you're a salesman. Welcome.
Turn the replays off.
Nah, I don't turn my replays off. You turn your replays off. Don't you come in my house, in my room, and tell me to turn my replays off. I turn my replays on.
I'll say bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Joliet Jacob. Bye-bye. I can't have friends because friends won't have me. I guess that's what's the problem. It's not a big problem.
Sunscreen. It just does.
Come on, Kaya.
You have a lot of interesting ideas. A lot of them seem grounded in pseudoscience. A lot of your links that are here sound like science fiction. I was just looking at one of them, trying to type these in and figure out what the hell they're talking about. But, my friend Chinga here is a little bit more qualified to poke a lot of holes in your claims here. But, this thing with, I'm lactose intolerant. And the idea that you think, you haven't actually said it, but after I've heard your pitch, it seems like you're trying to say milk isn't good for African Americans, right? And the real fact is that lactase persistence is a trait that evolves, right? It varies by your ancestry. It's not African versus white, and it's not black versus non-black. There's many African populations that have high lactase persistence, and there's European populations with low, right? So that's a history trait. It's not really a race trait. It's just that you're tracking where the ancients put their cattle and what they do. It's not a skin color thing, though you may see a propensity for it, and the bone density stuff too, like the stuff that anybody's read or done a little bit of reading on. It's like bone density averages, they differ slightly between whatever population samples you're looking at, but clinically, doctors already know that using race-based correction factors is a dangerous area. It sounds like you might not be aware of that, but it's why medicine is actively moving away from all the race-adjusted kind of, whatever, all the risk calculators that are out there. This race is just an awful proxy for these kind of things, right? It's like population averages don't belong in individual diagnosis, right? I'm not sure what your background is on these things, but they seem like really classic kind of tropes and memes here that you're pushing. There's stuff in here that's real genetics, right? Like kidney disease stuff or whatever, but they're not black genes and they're not race genes and cultural identity markers. Most people with African ancestry don't have the high-risk variants that you think they do here. This stuff's malaria and parasite history. It's not race. So it's just weird that I'm wondering what your training is and what area that you're up on. Is this just stuff that you're perusing through, or?
So one thing that I appreciate is that you actually tried to access my bio. So thank you very, very much for doing that. Most of my links don't come from speculative sources. They come from sources that you respect. That's first off. Secondly, I would like for you, since you're doing that, and it's hard to, cut and paste my links because it's not live links. Focus on, I think it's the first one. It's from science.org. It's not from africa.org. It's not from kia.org. It's not from problackpanther.org. It's from science.org. And it's the most powerful for me. It's the most powerful link that I have in my bio. It speaks a lot. So if you can go to that, if you want me to just put it in the chat, I will. That'll make it easier for you to copy it. But if you've copied it and pasted it already, I would ask, Pro, that you go halfway down that article. It's a long article. If you're not interested in the article's subject, then I'd encourage you to go ahead and forget all that and just go down halfway to a chart that they sourced from the genome database that every healthcare provider and every scientist uses as a gauge for what you just asked me. And it will tell you that only less than 2% of the African genome has ever even been collected. And all of the genome, 78% of the genome is from Europe. And that's where the basis of all this science comes from, is 78% European. And European descendants make up at less than 1 billion people on the planet Earth. You have China that's 2 billion. You have India that's 2 billion. You have Africa that's 2 billion. That's 6 billion already. And forget the South Pacific and the rest of the world that make up a whole lot more percentages while the database is 78% European, less than 1 billion. And they ignore the rest of the world to come up with these scientific conclusions. When you have that kind of scenario going on, and they at the same time say that Africa has the most diverse genes in the world, we have problems. If you look at that chart, there's a paragraph below that chart. And it's not the captions of that chart, it's the paragraph below that chart. And that is probably one sentence long. And it says, once collecting African genetics is established, the African genome will be the foundation of all medicine for everybody, everywhere. Since right now it's less than 2%, we're only relying on white genes and we have no idea what black genes look like. There are some instances where they have accidentally or because of a lawsuit had no choice but to focus on what they ignored. One of which is my last link, and that's the HLA gene, which during the COVID-19 epidemic, when they created the vaccine, they ignored the scientists, the white scientists, because when you do participation rates, in all studies, you would find 80% European and like 2 two black niggas somewhere, and the two black niggas don't coincide with the 80% European results, they ignored the black ones, and that's what they did in this study. And so the HLA gene that we have to African Americans, as African Americans, while they ignored it, when they rolled out the vaccine, young black men suffered the most. They suffered myocarditis. They suffered pericarditis. They are still in hospitals and can't fend for themselves because science said, we don't give a shit about the HLA gene that we see they have that's going to interfere with this vaccine. We don't give two shits. But you call everything that I put in my link, in my bio, pseudoscience when you know reputable sources according to y'all standards is in my bio. So stop playing with me. If you want the link up in the chat or we have it, please read.
That was nice. Well, I mean, I've read, and I'm looking directly at the first article that you have here, which I see it's your science. That's cool. There's a lot of interpretation on what's going on to this particular article. This one from Science. The way that you're interpreting stuff is revealing a definite slant that you have, which is an interesting.
Like this is how they operate every day. It's crazy.
God damn it! Make America Trump again.
Is this did your mom or dad teach you stuff like that?
Why can't all black people get along with each other? Why don't all black people get along with each other? Why do you guys kill each other because you live down 2 blocks from each other? I don't understand.
Nah, it be over money, over bitches, whatever you want it to be over.
So you're gonna kill your fellow brother for that?
Yeah, I'll kill you over some money and a bitch.
But I'm not black, so I don't know.
It don't matter. Anybody.
What about money over gun?
Nope.
So you would kill a person over money? Interesting.
Yeah.
Who told you that? What?
Oh, fuck your mama though. I'm gonna keep it real.
Point of order, moderator. I would like to point out that Bima told me an interesting story a couple of weeks ago about how she was robbed.
None of that suck ass shit.
Bima was robbed by a young African American male who made her go on drug delivery runs, and Bima didn't say anything. Eventually, Bima was tired and was like, "I gotta go home," and the drug dealer was like, "All right, bye, girl, you can go," and he let her go. But Bima, risked her life to make these drug deliveries with this street thug who put her, at gunpoint and was like attempting to rape her or kill her. But Bima stayed cool.
She should have wrecked that bitch. She going around telling motherfuckers.
Hello? I'm going to report you for saying that, Mr. T. I'm sorry, but you're going to have to get a new party hat, sir. I'm reporting you now to Clown House.
Can I get some credit? I didn't call the cops, though. I'm not a rat. I didn't call the cops, though. Wait.
You're not a rat. You didn't call the cops, and you were robbed at gunpoint to go commit crimes.
So you let a criminal walk away to just, hurt someone again?
Hell yeah.
Not you.
I mean, that's what criminals do. He's a criminal himself.
Right,
so
but
why not?
thought that she's like, but I didn't call the cops on him. So,
yeah, she's also a criminal.
Yeah.
You's a dick eater. Get off her dick. First she smack you, nigga.
Listen, that's
so she's a transgender then? She has a dick?
I don't know what she is. Goddamn, you go find out.
Well, I mean, you could be anything nowadays. That's the point that I'm trying to make.
Yeah, you damn near a bitch, though. I hear like your voice.
He is a douchebag. Does anyone disagree?
No, my voice is called being intellectual, something that you'll never be.
The biggest douchebag.
I'm proud of.
Well, point of order, the topic is Trump is a racist, obviously, and there's nothing you can do about it, MAGA, because when he puts Michelle Obama, beautiful Michelle, who's not trans, and dresses her up as a gorilla, and makes Obama, Barry Soetoro Barack, into a chimpanzee, we've got content creators that don't know what is appropriate and what is inappropriate. But they made AOC into a donkey, and that was actually accurate. There were other characters cast in the CGI film. It wasn't just Barry and his wife, her husband, Michelle, Michael. The thing is, there were a lot of political celebrities being roasted in that CGI video.
To really, y'all really did this.
This is crazy.
What's the matter? Why can't T have some space? Go ahead, T. Tell us why you like Trump, T.
Man, listen.
Wow.
Hold on, let me tell you why I don't like this dick.
So y'all
Bruce.
got this cool
Get my
nigga.
dick out your mouth, Bruce. What you worry about?
You got a cool nigga, a house
I'll fuck your bitch.
And this
fuck ass fag.
Really?
He's a
And then
Buford.
you got
Bitch, shut up.
racist, a couple of racist white people on here. And come on now. I hope you better than that, Ann.
Me?
Fuck Obama.
Better than what? Do you hear what he
Oh my
He
God.
likes Trump.
No, I don't give a fuck what she says. He also said
Dude,
that.
you like Trump, and
What?
you like Trump.
Like?
You like
He
Trump.
loves the Trump. Is that right, Ann?
All right,
I don't want to
yes,
speak
he
for you.
loves.
Go get another beer,
Like,
bro.
why y'all even bring this little cool nigga, this dude, this T in here? Like, what are y'all doing? Like, are y'all serious?
Why can't he have some space
my
though?
God. And then,
Why can't? But let me just tell me.
and then
Why?
the whole point, you got these, come on, dude.
Hey, Bruce, do you know how wise Lima is? Bruce, do
Oh
you know
my
how wise
God. And y'all hate Trump. When Trump, seriously, so y'all hate Trump that way, that bad that y'all gonna bring this dude on here.
No, Bruce.
This dude is so, you know, he's so bad. He's not even a good actor. Kill yourself,
Bruce
dude.
knows,
Dude.
That's good.
No. Seriously, dude, he needs to kill himself. He needs to die. Like, don't even be on here, dude. And then he's like, Ed, oh my God.
Bruce, I'm
All right.
this isn't my room, Bruce.
This is crazy. Y'all really
Bruce,
gonna
did you have? Are you okay?
Are y'all really gonna hate Trump like that?
Bruce,
Seriously, all right.
can you tell us why you like Trump, Bruce? Tell us why you like Trump.
No, Bruce doesn't like Trump. He's just promoting him tonight because
I fucking like Trump, dude. Y'all stupid.
You do like Trump? You like Trump?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, tell us more.
That's right.
Bruce has always liked Trump.
Because he's realistic. Y'all not realistic. Y'all not like, seriously. Y'all had correct. Wow. Seriously. So he just like, hey man, this is the way it is.
That's
and
right.
y'all
Leftists
not.
need a notepad. Take some
All right, go ahead. All right. It is what it is. But the whole point is to kill yourself right now, dude. Like you're not even a good actor. You're done. Like,
Stop telling people
don't do
to
that.
kill
No, he needs to die.
He needs
Because
the character, right, Bruce? You're talking about the character.
If y'all pay this dude to do this,
You're still
ignorant ass
listen to
shit.
you.
Dude, what?
Are you talking about?
Did you smoke today, Bruce?
Take the leftist out of the fucking leftist.
Oh my God. You need that too, dude.
Well, you gotta stop, Rick.
You need to stop, dude. And like, why y'all? Well, okay, why you white people? No.
Yeah, but he's a little inebriated.
Yeah, he needs a.
As many as 1 million worldwide, Africa has received less than 1% of the total investment in genomic research and clinical studies. Marcia says that part.
No. It's the paragraph right after the chart.
Shit y'all be going through respectfully. I'm sorry. And I got friends that go through that shit, so I'm not looking down on.
Jeremy. Just who I'm looking for. Oh, he left. Couldn't take it. He was gonna get sloppy. People keep mixing them up.
This is our Lord, the joy of the world. To be the whole of the Lord. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say now. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Free man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will.
Talking games. Serious, I'm saying about this talking games, man.
To love as he will.
Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch.
And will love as ye will, when, where, and with whom ye will, where and with whom ye will. 5 man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. Slaves shall serve. Love is the Lord.
And how you get this? Now I'm doing it. That's what I'm saying. I don't do nothing. I'm telling you,
technical livers of the figure
respect.
See, but that's the thing. You immediately, you consistently say you don't mention children, but yet you just did.
Hey, Ducky, do me a favor and back up from your microphone, please. Jesus,
I can't.
What children?
That shit was so loud.
Children.
Yo, you just mentioned. Don't ever. You have no right to ever say you don't mention children.
What? I mentioned children just now. Other than you.
Seriously, you didn't mention my son?
Bro, I never mentioned your son.
I told you, you are the fucking little Christian chasing the child in my PTR.
Nah, he's Dory from Finding Nemo. He forgot.
Wait. I mentioned your son?
Can't remember.
Seriously?
Seriously.
Wow.
So,
really? Oh, wow.
What?
Yo, listen, it doesn't matter.
Liquid. You need to get some help.
I never disrespect people's family. So I don't know.
You mentioned his son and his wife, bro.
Yeah, word challenge.
You mentioned my wife several times.
I always mention his wife.
Damn. Yo, y'all motherfuckers got different, boundaries of respect. I would not expect.
Like, what happens if y'all actually, confronted me and then you still fall asleep, right? When I separate you from your consciousness, right? What happens then? It's not like I'm bullying.
Dude, you are not even conscious right now. You don't even know what the hell you're saying.
I don't even know what you just said.
What I just said was, that's how swift it happened. I didn't know what happened.
Yeah.
It's just black. Let me just call the cops. I'm going to my white roots again. Let me call the cops. I'm going to my white roots. I ran into a real...
Can we normalize, can we normalize apologizing when we, cross the line? You know what I mean?
Yes.
Can you apologize to him now?
Yo, Liquid, if you keep on going, I'm going to marry your daughter to stay.
Okay. You're going to marry my daughter,
See, now if he... See?
Well, I never mentioned your daughter. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I never mentioned your daughter.
What did you say?
Yo, gulag his ass.
What are you talking about?
Fucking bitch ass Dookie.
What did you say, though? We slow it down for a second so I can understand.
Listen.
All right, so Lala or Sabrina, did I ever mention his son? Yes or no?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention.
Right, because I never did. Did I mention his son again? Lala. So y'all keep on making shit up. You guys
I wouldn't lie to you, bro. I wouldn't lie. I ain't got no reason to fucking lie to you, bro.
What did I tell you about his son?
What you said was that his son hates him. Right, Boris? Yep. Or I don't want to say right. Is that what you heard?
Oh, that's exactly what he said. Your son hates you.
Oh,
Two
white
something
niggas
with
with
your
little
wife.
dick trying to figure out how to break a strong.
That's not it at all. Stop
You got me
deflecting.
smiling.
Making a video.
43, 53, 93. $43, 53, 93. $43, 53, 93.
Never mentioned his son or anything.
So I think that everybody should just know and agree
43,
that children are off
53.
limits. But then, Bert, to your point though about like everybody having a line for like when it comes to disrespect, right? Some people's line is their kids. Like you don't say shit about somebody's kids, and then if you say something about someone's kids and they feel some type of way about it, they take that as disrespect, right? Just as the same way as Jeremy calling me a monkey, I feel as though that's disrespectful. It's like everybody has a level of disrespect. Like, you know what I mean? It's just, it's like weird double standard.
Not everybody playing the same game with the same rules. Some people are willing to go beyond hell.
I get it. You used to like, I get it. You used to like cornflakes and sweet shit in your cereal box because you was a little baby. Now you're a grown man.
I used to put sugar on my cornflakes,
I don't care. I never mentioned shit about nobody, children, or his son, because I didn't even know he had a son or anything. Y'all just made it up because y'all
go ahead, bro. All right, so I believe you. I believe you. I really don't care.
Go back into the replays. I'm not even like that.
I'm not gonna do that.
I would not let nobody disrespect your family, your kids, if you have one or not, his, mine's, none of that. I'm just like man to man, face to face, people to people, nigga.
Okay.
Okay, so let's leave it alone.
Yeah, let's move on.
Because it was kind of weird that you actually, I know you was lying. You're like,
Bert would be like, straight up lying. Shit, bro. I wasn't lying, but bro, I'm not gonna argue with you about it. And it's Boris, like, who feels offended. So that shit ain't my beef. You need to tell him that, not me.
Listen, I exist. I'm one of your comrades. I'm just here. Do not try to be like, how can I just like, all you gotta do is focus on the women. Don't look at me and be like, damn, don't compare yourself because it's gonna be a tall order. Behold, nigga.
Okay. Alright. I don't know what the fuck you talking about, bro, but alright. I'm with you. Oh shit, Jeremy thought that room was about to be popping. How many people we got in there?
Hey, this is how that works,
back
right?
channeled me.
He thought that shit, right, Bert?
He back channeled you. What he say?
If you weren't, Jeremy said to me, and I quote, if you weren't a victim of the USA education system and an anti-free speech Nazi, you would have read what I said properly, aka you're a talking monkey, not a talking ape. It wasn't race based. It was talking ape based. That's why you white. That's why you are a white American Nazi, aka talking monkey, instead of talking ape. This motherfucking house was built on allowing diverse views, talk, and debate their differences. You just a Nazi cracker victim of your USA education system, and that's why you'd rather shoot me. You ice over a TA every day you come on this app, and I'm gonna treat you accordingly. Anti-free speech ain't TAs. Kicking people from rooms against the rules. And he can argue with himself at my back channel.
Take her to court. Take her to court. I'll be her.
No. Don't take her to court.
You can't take. My thing is, I don't have a leadership or an admin in this house.
Oh well.
So take me to court for what?
There you go.
Also, the way that he wasn't typing with correct grammar was insanity to me. But again, he can argue with himself in my back channel.
He was upset. You know when people get when you know they're really upset, a lot of typos in what they put.
Exactly.
But you know what? You know what's going to be funny though, Sabrina? If we just ignore that, if you ignore that, watch how you pop back up in here. Watch how you pop back in here, and then we
here's
laugh.
Another one. But you a cracker Nazi who don't care about TA rules, right, Sabrina? You just a white ice cracker dying to shoot a foreigner like me. Did you get flushed and excited when you shot me, ICE agent?
Wow, that man is unhinged. Like, what the fuck? Why is he speaking as if he's not a white guy?
What he's doing is trying to protect
speaking as if you're a white woman. That's weird.
No, he's protecting himself through his text, so it don't look like he's racist.
Regan said, "Is he smoking meth?"
Yeah, I don't know.
You gonna shoot me? You a cracker? No, you really talking to her and you call her.
Everything's too big. The cars.
Don't try to switch it up and say you cracker and call her all this. He's trying to protect himself through his text.
Country, everything is too big.
You call her monkey straight up.
The hardware store for a box of screws and a clip says people like you ought to stick to knitting. Can you believe that?
All this other shit that sound like, I gotta protect myself.
We fucked up with that one. That's a bad look right there.
You know what I mean? Like, huh? What? You gotta be like, nah, you can do that. I don't know how to do that. Let me get a little messy. Let me call a black woman a monkey and then call her a cracker in the same sentence. Get the fuck out of here. Nazi in the same sentence. Fuck out of here, nigga. Anyway, what up, Sin? This is why I'm going to leave America.
Yo, let's go.
You know what I mean? Like, yo.
Spirits of the Nile, accept this offering.
Mind you, I tried to be nice to Jeremy today and ask him if he wanted to play trivia.
But he was like, trying to be nice to him. He was like, Sabrina gonna be the best lead ever. He was picking you up, and then now he fucking fights with you and shit. That's so close.
The thing is, Sin, I didn't start any of this beef with Jeremy. What happened was him and Samoa had that dumbass bet, and then when I didn't agree with Jeremy winning the bet because the whole thing was like convoluted, that's when he got in the chat and started calling me all types of crazy things. And then so I addressed him. I said, "Hey, I didn't like that you said that stuff about me. Like, can you apologize? Like, because I felt like you were disrespecting me." And then instead of just being like, "Yeah, my bad," like that was disrespectful. He was like, "Well, I'm going to explain to you like why I said it." And I was like, "Jeremy, I don't give a fuck why you said it. It was disrespectful." Like, hello? And ever since then, it's been like, it's been this. So. Yeah. I'm pretty sure this is also Jeremy and as the Anon right there, probably.
You know that you got so much fucking pull in this fucking game to make them motherfucker look stupid for just being quiet and just let him just laugh at everything a man is screaming at. You monkey, you this and that. I need your attention right now. I have a room that I'm lonely in. Just do something. Do something.
Room that I'm lonely in is crazy.
Just do something, Sabrina. I'm important, Sabrina. If you just chill right now, he's gonna come back up here, and that's when we go boo hoo ha 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 ha. We go boo hoo ha. Look at that nigga. So
No, that motherfucker turned his back on this house, bro. He dropped his admin and all that shit, man. Stop acting like you give a fuck, bro.
Isn't that the most whitest shit that somebody can? No disrespect on white people. No disrespect on white people in here, but they're like, fucking nobody love me. Boom, shoot myself, and then get mad at everybody because you literally took away your own leadership. Like you're like, fuck it, I'm just gonna suicide bomb, and now you're like fucking with people.
We have another one. He said, and I quote, "What's funny is that you probably just got the same rush from treating me like an Edomite, whatever that word is, Edomite, as a BHI. What is a BHI?
A black Hebrew Israelite. Yo,
He's trying to find you. He's trying to figure out what you are right now.
He said you should check out the Israelite movement on this app, Serena, or the white supremacy movement. Both would be right up your alley. Anti-free speech Nazi. I'll speak with anyone. Nazi silence. I silence. Sabrina silence." I don't know what the fuck
he's actually wrong about that, because those two like groups, people are support white supremacy and
Just need to stop talking so much and play some music.
I'm actually going to respond.
No, don't respond. That was actually inaccurate of him. Join white supremacy or the black people Israelites. They're anti-free. No, in fact, they're the opposite.
Both parties. The Republican Party was founded on the abolition of slavery and the abolition of multiple marriage. Like, that's literally the whole thing. What you're trying to do is you're trying to frame that the Republicans are the winners, and they're not.
If she actually creeps up in that black, I would not stop. I'm like,
to achieve the greatest third party that has ever come about. So
she's gonna be like, why the fuck are you crackers doing?
There was never a party switch. The mentality, the mindset of the Democrats has never changed. We see that in modern day politics today. When they argue pro-mass migration, they argue, well, who's going to pick our crops cheaper? They argue that same argument. Yeah, we're looking out for them. We feed them. We clothe them. How would they survive without us? And it's absolutely ludicrous to say that the Democrats of the past were not big government. Where do you think all the farm subsidies came from? Came from Democrats. So if you want to talk about what occurred in the switch from the Republicans of the early 1900s and the Democrats of the early 1900s was the class. At one time, Democrats were the farmers and the Republicans were the urban centers. Now that aspect switched. However, the value system at one time was agreed upon. The value system in the country we shared. You know, God, country, Bible. This is what we had. As a common bond between Democrats and Republicans. What has happened with the modern Democrat Party today is they don't share the same value system as the GOP does. Plain and simple. That is where the
everything is too big. The cars, the drinking, the squirrels. They stare at me like tiny gym coaches.
I know the money's the same color. I paid a bus fare with the airline yesterday. The same as it's been for the last 150 years.
Right. It says the abolition of the three clans. So the first Klan was 1860s to 1870s, which was the Southern Democrats, and their main target was Black Americans and Southern Republicans. The second Klan was 1915 to 1944, and the affiliation, both parties depending on region, and their target was immigrants, Catholics, Jews, and Black Americans. Now the third Klan, 1950s to the present, and the main target, civil rights activists and minorities.
Look, to add on to that, look at what the Democrats have today. Rather than the Klan, they have Antifa. You have these masked marauders going around and creating chaos and havoc in urban areas and trying to frame it on opposition forces. Look, the mentality hasn't changed. They just have changed their names. They changed the colors of the clothes that they wear. Rather than wearing white masks and white hats, they wear black masks and black hats now.
I wanted to add here, and what's up, everybody? And the Great Switch thing, like, the Great.
Hello?
Or,
Hello?
Great Switch thing, real quick, I'll be quick here. The Great Switch is that I get Joe is right about that type of switch also, but the whole switch thing is referred to like when the South went red, right? That's really what everyone's kind of think they want to talk about, when the South went red. Because before the whole civil rights shit, the South was all blue. If you look at a map of the United States, you know, like, you guys are football fans, like the Southeast Conference, right? So like Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee, Kentucky. The whole like southeast part of the country. That was all blue, right? Remember the guy in Mississippi, Wallace, right? All the motherfuckers, all the senators, everything was blue, bro. They all voted blue, all of them. And then right after civil rights, it went red. And everyone's like, oh.
Hold on, Mike. It wasn't right after civil rights. It was 30 years later. The Democrats still controlled many parts of the South.
Yeah, all
the way up until the Clintons and even into the early 2000s.
Yeah, agreed. But I'm saying, like, that's...
Point of order, moderator. This type of history hypnosis will never end. How much longer will we have to bear this American history hypnosis?
Okay, well, here, I'll tell you that what I'm getting to, and then I'll go back to it. The point is, when the South went red, that's when the South stopped being racist. So I want you to understand that. It's when they stopped being racist. Everyone thinks, oh, the South is so historically racist. And now look, the South is all red. No, the South was racist when it was all fucking blue. And then civil rights came about. Go look at civil rights. Civil rights does not get passed without Republicans. It just doesn't happen. The Democrats had like 70 senators. They had like 70 fucking senators. And only like 40 of them voted for civil rights. Now, how many votes do you need to pass a bill, right? Right? So they needed the Republican senators. The Republicans only had like 20-something senators, and they all voted for it. All of them.
I want to hear Bima counter this, or how she would respond to this.
So, well, okay, so I'll land here with this. I wanted to, I don't want to like put her on the spot. So what I'm saying to you, Bima, is this.
Beaver, are you like 12 years old? Are you Matt's little butt boy? Trump got a tent peg up his ass.
Don't let him go anywhere. Oh, don't let him go anywhere. See, I like talking to those guys. Those are my favorite guys to talk to. But anyway, the point is, when the South went red, the South stopped being racist. And everyone always points to that guy, the filibuster guy. What was his name? The guy who had the longest filibuster. The senator.
Cory Booker?
No, Cory Booker just broke it.
Al Gore's father. He was a Democrat.
No, Strom Thurmond. Yeah, Strom Thurmond.
South Carolina, I think.
Right. So Strom Thurmond, remember, he became a Republican. So everyone's like, oh, yeah, Strom Thurmond was the guy who was all about fucking Jim Crow, and he filibustered the Civil Rights Act, and he didn't want it. Yeah, he did that when he was a fucking Democrat. And then after everyone was like, hey, dude, you're a fucking joke. He tried to become a Republican, and he faded into obscurity. We don't put up with that shit on our fucking side. The conservatives, we don't put up with that shit. So when the South went red is when everything changed. And when the Democrats, the racist Democrats, who, by the way, are the most racist political party that's ever existed.
Yeah. Can I just say fuck all liberals?
I bet he doesn't get kicked.
Give that man an award. Who was that?
Indigo.
Yeah, nice job, buddy. Good job. Hope you're not trolling, but yeah.
No, I'm sick of them. I live around them. I live in the lib cesspool area. My county's not lib, but it's just, close enough.
They're the worst political ideology ever in the history of everything.
Bro,
they
my
do
job.
It slowly.
Listen to this. I'm only in the office 5 minutes at a time, maybe 3 times a day at work. I do these deliveries for like cannabis, right? That's one of my jobs. And I can't even wear cologne to work because some blue-haired lib chick says she's bothered by the fragrance. And then there's some fucking California law backing this shit up. Kid you not. Yeah. And then And then she had bad BO, and we had to have a meeting about that. So it's like, it's just so fucking weird. It's just so weird. It's like, I gotta be uncomfortable for your comfortability. It's just so fucking weird.
Hold on. So she got body odor, right?
That was
and she has a problem with you having on some nice YSL.
Yes. You know. And I'm barely in the office. And you work at a fucking cannabis spot. Like, it smells like weed.
And she has body odor, and it smells. You can smell her odor off of her body.
Well, before I started working there, her and her boyfriend that worked there, they had to have a meeting about BO because of them. So, I guess
in all fairness, they're probably using your smell as odor, as body odor. Just in all fairness.
Yeah,
that's disgusting.
Mine smells great though. It's crazy.
I'm kidding.
Right. It's like, okay, so since you can't smell bad anymore, we can't smell like good, you know?
Bima, did you want to respond to what he said about the party switch?
Good smells destroy their nose. Yeah, what's up, Bima?
No, he's saying...
Of a mathematical researcher is an easy one. It is filled with perplexity, frustration, and desperate fight for understanding. Let me evoke for you one of the most striking days in my mathematician's life, or should I say one of the most striking nights. At that time, I was staying at the Institute for Advanced Studies in Princeton, for many years the home of Albert.
Hello?
Shabbos prayer, song asking for help. Way of love, peace and strength. Shabbos prayer, song asking for help. Way of love, peace and strength. Shabbos prayer, song asking for help. Way of love, peace and strength. wealth, love, peace, and strength. You a shovel's prayer song, asking for help, wealth, love, peace, and strength. Shabbat's prayer song, asking for help, wealth, peace, and strength. Shabbat's prayer song, asking for help, wealth, peace, and strength.
It's something nuts. It was like, even in the 1900s, it was like World War I, World War II, Vietnam. Like, it was like crazy. It was like there's only like 20-something years out of all the 1900s that we weren't at war. It was something nutty. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah.
It's pretty wild.
Basically,
all of the 1800s we were at war. Like, it's fucking pretty crazy.
Yeah, the whole time, just when Trump was elected his first term, that was the only time that America wasn't at war for basically 100, 200 years.
I mean, it's kind of misleading, right? Because you think of like the Iraq war and Afghanistan, it's like 20-something years. Like, okay, but it wasn't like
it was very misleading.
But it wasn't like
you know what?
You
know what we left. The stuff that we left in Iraq, that shit was 20 years old, bro.
Yeah, like, the Vietnam War went on forever. It was like, fuck, okay, so there was all
But our tax dollars were being used for that.
We were gonna sell that shit for pennies on the dollar. So I mean, you know, like we broke most of that shit. We broke right on the way out. We like literally destroyed.
Yeah, just let the Taliban have it.
You know.
Yeah. Reason to make new stuff. Just give them the old stuff, and we'll just deal with them.
But what about our tax dollars for that 20?
No, but you guys realize that's what I'm saying. It's protocol to destroy that stuff. So we didn't just leave $85 billion of working equipment. We left like all broke shit. Everything was broken. We destroyed it all
stuff. Who cares
on the way
about
out.
the old stuff?
What are you talking about? They were driving around the fucking Humvees and shit.
Yeah, there was a few. We left a few. There was a few. There was a couple. Hey,
retarded, dude.
They had a couple helicopters too, right? But most of that shit, we destroyed it.
But why did Barack Obama pull us out of there?
Yeah, what do you think about that, Joe?
I don't agree with it. I think he's a fucking idiot for doing that. That's what I'm saying. We didn't get a chance to blow everything up.
You can't say that. It's racist.
We were supposed to blow everything up before we left. But, you know, these niggas got a couple helicopters because we left too soon. We left too. And then we left, and motherfuckers hanging on to the plane as we leave and shit. They fall in the sky.
We left soldiers there too.
Does anybody want to speak on the topic?
I promise, Beaver. I knew it. I promise.
Yeah, let's refocus on the topic.
I promise, Beaver. 80s baby.
Well, it does kind of like make full circle that like they say that Republicans have always been racist. They call Trump a racist, and to me, it's always been the left. And the left.
That is the most racist political party of all time.
Yeah, but the thing is, the whole point of the room is, in a sense, is to say, who cares?
There we go.
Yeah, there you go.
Who cares? Let's eat tacos.
Mike, go for it.
Right. Now we can just deal with all the old stuff.
First off,
we're gonna have to fight again.
Mike, do you think Trump, if Trump is a racist, does it matter as much to you that he is? Go ahead.
Well, I don't.
I agree with the question, but
the thing is, like, who's Trump racist to, right? When I see this Obama video, I'm wondering, like, okay, is he talking about Africans or is he talking about black people in general? Because if he's talking about black people,
Fast and Furious way more important to talk about right now.
Well, yeah, I don't. Yeah, I'm gonna Beaver. I promise. Beaver. I promise. I'm gonna do it right now.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Fuck, you brought the video. Hey, babies, if you watch the video, if you keep going in the video, Joe Biden's face is on an orangutan's body. Is that racist?
Dude, this is fucking crazy.
I don't know.
But anyway,
I don't think so. I think he's basically calling them. If he's calling them monkeys, right? What else does that mean?
So
he's calling them
more important stuff.
The problem.
More important things to talk about.
80s baby, I want to ask you a question. 80s baby, you ready?
What else could calling somebody a monkey mean? It could mean they're like a stupid fucking or just a dumb fucking.
Why do you even want to talk about that shit? Let's change the subject.
80s baby, you ready?
All right, go ahead, man. I don't
80s
care.
baby, you ready? What do you? We all know. You seem like you know history. We all know that the South was predominantly Democrat, right? It was blue, right? Even though the African American vote, the Black American vote in the South they were conservative, big time conservative, right? It was all mostly conservative before civil rights.
Republicans, baby.
Yeah, right. So the South turns purple, then red. Now we know the South is being red, but everyone thinks the South is historically racist. What do you think caused A, the South to become red, and B, what do you think flipped the Black American vote from conservative to Democrat?
Well, it's all a marketing campaign at the root. Like the conservatives down south, they are the least technological. They're the niggas who they don't even read the newspaper down south. I live in Louisiana.
That's right. They're the base.
Hold on, man. Hold on. No, stop it. We know how to write.
I'm from Arkansas, bro. You from the South? I'm from Arkansas.
Yeah. I lived in Louisiana for 10 fucking years.
You're not an LSU fan, are you?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a Razorback fan, bro. Anyway,
man. Look, I'm a Southeast Louisiana motherfucker, man. LSU for sure, to the heart. But I also fuck with all the. I like college ball, man. I didn't like it until maybe like the last 5-10 years. But back to my point.
Why didn't you shut up? You heard me after that.
No, because I'm from California. I grew up in California.
But you're not a Master P fan?
You're not from the 504?
Yeah. I grew up in California, bro. So I talked the way that I talked the way I grew up.
When did you move from California?
Yeah, he's
I was in the 504.
2015.
Netanyahu, do you have anything to say to the title of the room? You want to speak? You came up.
Netanyahu.
I wanna say a couple things. Thank you for having me, Beaver. Those are these interesting rooms. Don't worry, anybody. I'm not going to sacrifice anybody in this room right now, but I do want to stick to the topic.
That's nice of you.
Hey, what the Epstein file?
You need some balls, bro.
Yeah. So check this out. Trump is a racist and nothing you can do about it. MAGA. So I actually have the stance that Trump is not a racist. So here's why I say that.
What'd you just say?
You're not MAGA, bro. You're not MAGA, bro.
I can't give my opinion, guys. Can I give my opinion?
Well, start over. You said contradictory things. Just start over.
So check this out. I believe Trump is let's look at what Trump has done for the Black community, right? Number one, he increased food stamp production in 2018 to 2019. On top of that, he when it comes to non-taxable wages.
Are you black? Are you black?
Hold on.
No, that doesn't matter.
Man, and why the fuck you talking on the black community?
Let me finish.
Hey, shut the hell up, man. Talk about what he did for Asians.
I am black. Let me finish.
It's not as black as a polar bear.
So check this out. Trump is going non-taxable on wages. We don't know who works with the minimum wages. Black people, majority of them have like minimum wage jobs, right? So when we look at the data and the statistics, he's doing them a favor because now he's not taxing their wages, right? So I was in Chicago recently. Another thing he's doing is he's cleaning up the streets in Chicago, Minneapolis, California, Louisiana, etc. When I was in Chicago is probably the most disgusting place. And you know who makes it disgusting? Not to be racist, but it's, the people of color. So when I go to a Walmart in Chicago, I don't even feel safe. I go to a Walmart in Milwaukee full of white people and I feel safer, and it's only an hour, 20-minute drive, right? So moral of the story is Trump is not a racist. They try to portray him as a racist. They try to make it seem like he was being racist when he posted a video of Obama and a monkey. And that's just a video, literally. That's from the king of the jungle.
But what if he was racist, though? How would you react to it? If it came out like somehow a manifesto came out of Trump and it was all racist shit and he fucking hated it and everybody agreed, yes, tomorrow he's racist. What would you say to that?
What I would say to that is that if he indeed turns out to be a racist, I would say he's a hell of a good damn racist. Because what he's done for this country, I've never seen anything like this happen before.
Yeah,
I've never ever seen anything like this happen before.
That is interesting. So here's a great point. So you have a racist that's actually doing things for everybody. Yeah. That's like there's been people who have said that they don't really care about this issue and they prefer their bank accounts just going up. That's kind of what you're talking about.
So check this out, doctor.
Yeah.
I got a car under Biden in 2021. The interest rate, when I went to Toyota, they said the minimum interest rate, and this had nothing to do with credit score. This is just a base minimum interest rate. It's 6%. President Trump, when he was president, Toyota was doing a deal where you get 0% interest for 3 years. That's under Trump. Credit cards were at almost 2 to 3% interest rate, maybe max 5. Under Biden, they're about 10 to 15 to 20% on the interest rate. Rent. Biden's rent increased from 1-bedroom apartment in an average home in an average state to $1,900. Under Trump, it's gone down to about $1,400 to $1,500. So you can call him a racist. Even if he was a racist, I don't give a damn. Maybe we should have more racist people in this country. Because it looks like the non-racist presidents are just giving away free money.
Totally redeemed himself.
I want to respond. You said a lot that I actually want to respond. So thank you. I'm under the belief that racists do run this country, no matter if it's Republican or Democrat. That's how it's been since the beginning. However, you made some claims, right, about Trump not being racist. And I think it kind of exposes your own bias. I know you said that you didn't want to be racist, but you said that Trump was not racist because, something about food stamps and giving more money for food stamps. It's like you're assuming that Black people in large are the majority recipients for welfare. But if we actually look at
when you're on the toilet taking a shit,
I think
you get to feel the pleasure of taking a shit and get a compliment at the same time.
I think life is actually about how many rejections you can actually achieve. And it's like most people don't want any rejection. But the truth is, if you go for unlimited rejection, because rejection, the opposite is accept. Well, no, the opposite of rejection is acceptance. So when somebody rejects you, it's just as good as an acceptance. So go for mass rejection. It's a theory. Because in the end, what you're actually doing is achieving mass acceptance by getting mass rejection. Because if you can record it and document and do mass conditioning, which is so hard to do, to actually build a follower, a group of people who respond to your command to follow me, let alone when all these politicians are nothing but criminals. So I'm just saying, like, I'm still just beginning, and everyone will always just beginning. But guys like Trump, they have achieved the ultimate goal, which is an outsider coming onto the inside twice.
Right.
Twice. He is a true outsider.
But it's so sad that it's gone to this level, which is needed. I would argue.
Well,
It's needed. But it's so funny and crazy at the same time that these people respond to it on all these different levels, which you monitor and watch and listen to. I should have been a psychologist. Like, I'm learning about psychology in my late 40s, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is so fascinating. And I'm imagining that you're picking it up the same way, or you picked it up before me even, and how fascinating it is to hear these people say these things. And so, oh man, to think that I am misinterpreted as you, is that they think I'm you. I was like, oh my gosh, dude, I totally because I swore like 2 years ago, I'm gonna stop being a troll. I'm gonna start being myself, so I could, like, you know, psychology wise, I just want to meet people and be myself and be a normal person. But I came on here
a population
to backhand and
it's like saying,
there's 10 of
there's
slap
10
everyone
Cocos
around
and there's 3
who
Netanyahus.
think the wrong way.
Coco gets more assistance. Well, there's more Cocos.
And all levels
when you
and
look at-
capabilities.
Well, the thing about this,
3 weeks ago, real quick, 3 weeks ago when somebody said, I think you're Edmund, I thought to myself, I just shut up. I didn't say anything, at least for like 20 seconds. And I was like, oh my gosh, I've reached a level of... Anyways, on that note, you know what I heard? There's somebody that believes that... who's that Hebrew Israelite in Chilism?
King?
No. Oh, is he?
Maybe.
Straight Jesus stroker, dude. I love King Solomon. No, I'm talking about he has his wife who comes in and talks.
You're talking about
or no,
are you talking about Lion?
Lion.
Yeah. What about him?
Well, somebody told me they truly believe, after a month of listening, and no one can convince them, that Lion is not Cardano. That Lion is Cardano.
No, come on, bro.
Yeah. Well, have you spotted Cardano even on the app? I don't.
Dude, Lion is a longtime speaker here. That's not Cardano. Why?
No, I know it's not. But it's so funny that this person will not, like, you couldn't convince him it's not.
Oh.
And so I planted the seed in Chilism.
Oh, I see. You're just trying to play little gossip games over here. I get it.
Well, no, but isn't that?
I'll spread the accusation and see what happens. I mean, it'll be funny if I can.
Got turned out. I truly believe that. Do you?
What do you mean he got turned out?
Dude, he swapped. He changed overnight. He left for a couple weeks and then he came back and was this crazy racist. Before
Dude, you know what that guy told me? I was like, he was like, bro, I used to rob people. I'm like, what do you mean you would rob people? He was like,
He even said it on the app.
He would say, I would get so high on drugs and just go around town and just start robbing people and, force them to give me what they had. And I'm just like, I'm like, it's wild. Like, to think that, you're capable of doing that. It's pretty crazy.
Well, that's crazy in the aspect of where his mind could go on this app, like how he could. Even Pepe does a wonderful job of wandering around in his mind to I think it's fascinating.
It's funny. The thing is, it's
have-
comedy though. Pepe can't. He's too sensitive to be called a comedian. He's a shallow, immature burger, booger. So
I'm a failed comedian, and I accept it.
well, the thing is, if you're
Which is the best comedian you'll ever meet.
See, I can go from being an artist to being a critic instantaneously and fiercely, and vice versa.
Well, you're wise, right?
Well, Pepe he needs to try. He needs to try. The guy doesn't try. The guy tries nothing. And in fact,
I've heard him try.
No. I'm talking about putting content out there to build, content. Like I am building
instead of the Jerry Springerisms, yeah.
No, people who come here to talk and it just disappears into the ether are the dumbest people alive. What do you think all these storage and data centers are for?
Has tried that. Pepe has.
He hasn't. The guy is sitting here talking about how he wants to start driving trucks now. Do you think Pepe's making a great living? No, I'm telling you, if he wanted to be creative,
we're talking about content and. I don't know. Pepe has done some amazing things.
Okay, show it to me.
What do you mean? You got it all recorded.
Yeah, you can't show it to me. You can tell me. You can move your lips like everybody else, but you can't actually show me anything.
All I think about is the bullshit fucking reactive Jerry Springerisms is what I think about. But you know what? Those people deserve those reactions because you know what? They're just looking at a mirror. And that's why I tell people, I don't think Pepe is racist. And they go, really? And I go, yeah. Have you ever met a true racist? Like, Pepe is like Cardano, too. Cardano's not a racist.
Well, everybody gets accused of being a racist if you come into contact with people that accuse everyone of being racist. That's the way that politics works because racism is political. And this app is completely political. Listen, Wallace, I'm gonna have to do a hard out, but I'm gonna leave Dr. Cool's room and Beaver's room running in the background. But I am leaving for the night from my recording studio.
States, they're cleaner than these Democrats.
We'll talk with you soon, and let's do some rooms and do some content. If you're a failed comedian, you're talking to the right guy.
There is. And I understand. So I think black people ought to just check their mind, check their
Can I offer some context here? Just so we're aware, Wayne County, Michigan, has voted for a Democrat at the presidential election since 1932. Wayne County has been controlled by Democrats.
Is that Detroit?
Since the 80s.
Yes.
Yeah, that's Detroit.
Not just Detroit, yeah.
Cook County has held Democrat majority since the 1930s. Now, here's the alternative. When he brought up Austin, how long has Austin been controlled?
I think he left.
Oh, he left?
I think so, or he swiped out. We'll find out.
Bro, that's not a person. He's not even fucking American.
Yeah, he was annoying.
So Democrats have only controlled Austin since the 1990s. So for many years, it was under Republican control. So for the people that are against the two-party system, we have data that shows that in these areas that have been largely Democrat for nearly 100 years, that there was never a party switch that occurred. They are shithole third world country level places to live.
The worst. Name all the bad cities in America, like Baltimore, St. Louis,
New Orleans,
Memphis is the murder
name them all. Name all of them. Name every single bad city. Chicago,
Portland, Seattle.
They're fucking Democrats.
Minneapolis.
Let me tell you, New Orleans hasn't had a Republican mayor since the 1890s, and people want to say there was a party switch. It's a shithole. They have heroin needles all over the ground when you're just walking in the nice area.
Yeah. You guys want to know what city that the Democrats gave up on that they can't dominate anymore? If you fucking go to Philadelphia, That place is called Zombieland for a reason. You go to Philadelphia, and you're gonna see fucking people standing up while they're sleeping. They're sleeping while standing up. It's so sad what's happening in Philadelphia. Like, the fucking Democratic mayor in that city and the fucking governor of that state at that time they pretty much said, we're gonna provide these addicts with needles, and we're gonna let them inject themselves in these tents. Not only were they encouraging heroin usage, but they're providing the material to go inject yourself. And their excuse was, we don't want people to catch AIDS. Motherfuckers, stop fucking lying. I hate Democrats, and I hate Democratic leaders. Jeffrey Hakeem is a bastard. Jeffrey Hakeem is like, he wants to be Obama so bad. His hand movements, his hand gestures, he's just a disgusting human being. I think after Trump, we can only have one man in that chair, and it's none other than Senator Ted Cruz. I think Ted Cruz is the man for the job, and I say Ted Cruz is that man for the job because
Ted Cruz. Sorry.
The beaver, I know, but I'm saying
you gotta be kidding me. Ted Cruz.
No, let me finish.
He's such a cunt, little Ted.
No, Chica, hold on 1 second, bro. Let me tell you why I like Ted Cruz.
Because of Israel.
Well, besides that, let me tell you why I like fucking
pussy.
Well, let me tell you why I like. Well, Trump supports Israel too. Come on. Well, let me tell you why I like Ted Cruz. If you look at Ted Cruz's district in Texas, right? He is a dominant political figure. He's a
Ted Cruz doesn't have a district.
Bro, you can have your opinion on Ted Cruz, but when I look at a Republican that stands on morals and facts,
good point,
it's Ted Cruz or Thomas Massey.
That might have been the smartest thing you've ever said, H.J.
Are you comparing Thomas Massey to Ted Cruz?
No, Pepe.
Thank you, Pepe. I would
A-Check knows more about American governance and political.
He freaking brought the fucking hammer right there.
Because he doesn't have like a district.
What do you guys hate about Ted Cruz? I'm confused. What do you guys think?
No, I agree with you, but to say Thomas Massey and Ted Cruz put
No, and I said there's
I think
the Republican.
Thomas Massey is a POS.
I think Thomas Massey's a retard. I agree with you. But what I'm saying is there's Republicans out there like Nick Fuentes, the extreme Nazis that support people like Thomas Massey.
Well, Nick Fuentes isn't part of the Republican Party. Nick Fuentes didn't even vote.
No, I'm saying he's a Nazi. Nick Fuentes is a Nazi.
Right.
Yeah, but he's not part of the Republican Party.
No, but I'm saying Nick Fuentes. No, but what I'm trying to say is Nick Fuentes has a little bit of influence in the Republican Party right now.
No.
You can't deny that.
No.
Yes, he does. You can't deny that.
No, he doesn't. Where do you find any people that talk about these? I could send my many dogs.
All right, let Joe speak. We're not going to Joe.
I just want to clarify one thing in I just want to clarify one thing about Nick Fuentes, and then y'all can debate him. He clearly did not support Donald Trump going into this next election. In fact, he was adamant about Kamala winning. Okay, I know that blows people's minds.
Yep.
But those recordings are out there. So now y'all can debate, his relevancy and stuff.
Right. He tells his audience to sad to
And what I'm talking about is this. I'm talking about his influence when it comes to, because he claims to be far, far, far right. That's why if you look at some of his audience members, and Nick Fuentes has met with Trump during the campaign plenty of times, even with Kanye West.
Right.
Nick Fuentes, during Trump's first term, he was a Trump supporter. He was in the Republican Party. Is what I'm trying to tell you. So Nick Fuentes still has it might be minimal, but he still has a little bit of influence in the Republican Party. That's undeniable.
But his end game. So right now, he eventually he doesn't want a Republican or Democrat. He thinks that they're both equivalently awful. He wants eventually in the future, his goal is to create. He wants to be the third party. He wants
all white. He wants all white dominant.
Right. Which doesn't align with either one. So he's not a Republican or a Democrat. He's not a far right. He's his own entity, and he wants to create his people, like a third party system. Yeah, party. And
so you agree that Thomas Massey is essentially a Nick Fuentes?
And I'll be honest with you, I don't know enough I don't follow Thomas Massey.
Yeah. I agree.
Does anybody else think that? Because I don't really know.
Well, I don't like Ted Cruz.
I'm curious. I've never heard that.
They put me off what he says about Israel.
Yeah, but you gotta remember though, Ted Cruz. If we're gonna talk about cleaning up American cities,
the thing is, like Ted Cruz, like it's not even about Israel. I think Ted Cruz is just a terrible, terrible politician. I mean, better or nearly beat him. What was it in like 20? Wait, Wallace. Wait. Better or Rock? Better or Rock nearly beat Ted Cruz. And it was like in Ruby Red, Texas. And he won by like 2 percentage points. And when Beto O'Rourke nearly beat him, I think it was like 2018. I forget when it was. My bad. I was young. And I was like, Ted Cruz cannot be like a federal politician. Got nothing to do with fucking Israel. I just think he's a shit fucking politician. That's it.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Theodore either. And look, it's going to be Vance for 8 years, and it's going to be Rubio for 8 years. So
exactly.
You're right.
Ted Cruz might make a good Supreme Court justice, but other than that, yeah.
Supreme Court justice, I don't know, but I really do like Ted Cruz. But yeah, I don't think that the Republican Party in general. I don't think Ted Cruz is bright for the time, but I do think that he's awesome.
You know, I want to ask a real question. Is Justice Thomas allowed to pick his successor?
No.
No?
I mean, he might be able to like let it be known who he supports but they're appointed by the president.
What do you guys think?
Justice Thomas is the best of the best. That guy, I'm with him with 100% of the stuff. I don't even agree with my wife for 100% of the issues. But that guy is correct all the time.
What about Josh Hawley? And I'm not even just saying for like President Bush.
Fuck Hawley. Hawley is such a pussy.
What? Wait, what?
Hawley's terrible. You saw him like 2 days ago.
That's right. Tell him. Explain to him.
Josh Hawley was such a pussy. He said like 2 days ago he fell for the fake news video. You know what I mean? And all the bull crap. And I was like, okay. I used to think that was great, you know. It's the same thing as the one in Katie Britt, the one from Alabama. Wait, and my missus, she's from Alabama. And her senator is Senator Katie Britt. And she was like, she's tremendous, she's fantastic. And then, like, yesterday, she fell for the hoax again. And I was like, this is why St. Peter, this is why St. Peter said, you don't trust any women in authority. It's not possible.
So, what are you talking about? So let me talk about Alabama senators. So I have to agree, Katie Britt is largely a Beltway Republican. However, Coach Tuberville, you got to give it to Coach Tuberville. He's a solid red.
Tuberville is a real man. True.
Yeah.
What folks?
Tuberville is a real man. Correct. Yeah.
I think your records.
Yeah. Hey, check. What hoax are you talking about that she fell for?
The hoax about like President Trump, the ape video or whatever, and she wrote like a big letter. And then like when something happens, when people get shot and in the Republican side a heart attack, she says, fuck all. It's another hoax. She wrote a big thing like Trump should apologize to Obama with that video.
The video was posted. It wasn't a hoax.
It's still a hoax, bro. I don't care.
Wait, when you saw that video, it didn't make you feel any negative stuff?
No. These people don't kill Trump. You think one half monkey video is gonna make you upset? They're literally fucking hitting his face off.
If I go into a line and Trump, you don't punch me in the face, I
don't care. I'm not punching the face. President Trump had 300 rallies. CNN as the one that he got shot. Why? Because he wanted to show the whole world Trump getting shot in the fucking head.
video, retarded video, whatever video. They showed the one rally because they wanted to do a Charlie Kirk. They wanted to traumatize us and see Trump get shot live on TV. They aired one live the entire time.
Well, I mean, I agree with you about that, but our president can't be posting a fucking meme with Obama's head on a monk or a gorilla. Like, you have to have...
and Obama killed like 1 million like fucking Libyans. What's worse?
The Beaver, he posted Joe Biden's head on a gorilla.
But you can't post because Michelle. I mean,
So to get what the whole thing was, it was the Democrat Party as a whole and what they are stand for.
It was supposed to be. No, listen, look at
you can't do it anyway.
Yeah,
it's like him saying the N-word. Some things you just can't. You have to know better. You can't do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's poor taste. I don't.
You can.
What
for the smart people?
Stop. But I don't think it was, intentional racism. I mean, I don't think that was the case. Beaver, do you think that was the case? Like, it was.
Well, I saw his. They asked him about it last night and asked if he would apologize. He said no. He said he watched the first part of it. Personally, don't really think I believe him. I mean, maybe that's what happened, but Trump will never apologize. But but I don't like. I mean, you just can't do. How would somebody that worked for me posted that?
I think it was.
I'd be like, you're done. You can't be this stupid to post something like this on my name.
Wait. Why would he apologize? They arrested him. They tried to shoot him. They went through his wife's underwear. They went through his kids' fucking shit.
But that doesn't give you a free pass to do whatever the hell you want.
But crossing the line is, he made a post that depicted Obama as a monkey. I mean, Obama's from Kenya. I don't even like Kenyans anyway, so I don't give a shit. But anyway, so they try to kill you. They went to your wife's underwear. They arrested you. They went to do shit for like 10 fucking years. Trump has dominated politics. And you really wanted to apologize for some video?
No, I'm not saying that. I didn't say he should apologize. I didn't say that.
I think, frankly, he should double down. And that's why men in the 2024 election voted Republican. Because of that. If you have weakness and you bend the knee, you have bitch-ass men that are going to vote Democrat. Because the Democratic Party is a party of angry... That's right. The Democratic Party is a party of angry, slutty women and weak, pathetic, inbred, single mother-raised men.
Okay, so AJ, what is your line? What line would Trump cross for you if he did something and you said that was wrong? What would it be?
If we frankly just went up and shot the opposition.
Okay.
I'd say this, Beaver. I kind of agree with you here. Like, look, I don't know how the thing got clipped. Obviously, Trump didn't make the video. When you look at the thing, they're talking about the election fraud, the Dominion voting machines. They were changing votes, right? The guy was going through it. Which, by the way, it was like all like lit all weird. Like it was some kind of fucking like CIA weird like TV investigation video. It was really weird. But whatever. The guy's showing how they're changing votes. And then, boom. Then like all of a sudden out of nowhere, it's like, boom, you see fucking Michelle and Barack Obama. And it's like, all right, what's going on here? When I first saw it, I was like, God damn it, Trump. You know what I mean? It's like, I was like, fucking A, man. Like now I gotta fucking listen to all these fucking libtards call, like, instead of them focusing on what we're trying to talk about, the election fraud, now they're all gonna be like, he fucking did that shit. It's just like, fuck, now I gotta fucking tell these nitwits that it's a video that Trump didn't make. It's got Biden's face on a goddamn orangutan. It's got Kamala's face on a turtle.
Well,
it's got fucking Harry
they're
Simpson.
saying that, see, we told you he was a racist. So he was a racist before, and now this just like sealed the deal for them. So do you think that, Beaver, that this video sealed the deal that he is truly a racist?
No. I think, first off, I don't know if Trump actually knew that it was in there and he posted it. I don't know if he did or not, but if he did, I still don't think that would make him necessarily a racist. I think that makes him, he's an egomaniac. He's the best at everything. Everyone else is the worst of all time, and everybody knows it. You know what he says. He has his phrases he repeats over and over. So in his mind, he's probably just, this is a way to put down the Obamas. But you still can't do that. Like, you have to know that is a line you can't cross. And it's just, to me, it's like Mike just said, it's stupidity. Why would you do that?
But I guess
you're shooting yourself in the foot.
what line did he cross, though?
Even my room doesn't really matter. It doesn't affect anything, though. Do you agree with
I think
that?
so. I think it does.
Okay, in what respect? Because there was somebody that said it would make our kids more radical. I heard that one. That's the only thing I heard. Go ahead.
Yeah, because
black kids, you
can't put like a definitive. It would be like an indirect, down the line degradation of respect and for other people. It wouldn't be like a material effect you can name right away. But yeah, if you have your president doing stuff like that, and then eventually you might start hearing more jokes slip out at other functions, and then people will be more upset.
No, actually, I do see what Beaver's saying. So, like, remember the day after January 6th and Joe Biden called us all domestic terrorists?
Yeah. I mean, that's just
looking at it like that.
Okay, so that's the only case. I'm sorry. Oh, what's up, guys?
What up, man? Yo, let me answer this question.
Yeah, go for it. Give it a shot.
Bro, Trump is not fucking racist, bro. Y'all need to stop this shit, bro. Anybody that hates Trump is just fucking easily manipulated, bro. It's like, fuck the whole left-right shit, bro. It's either, it's basically people that are aware and people that are in the clouds. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm looking at it now. Because, trust me, bro, when I support Trump and shit, bro, I'm supporting him, identifying him as non-racist and helping America. You know, black people. Like, I'm not supporting him thinking, I'm supporting a fucking racist. Yeah, I don't like black people too. What the fuck? Y'all need to stop doing that shit, bro. He not racist. Y'all get gaslit to reading all these headlines like y'all so fucking stupid. Y'all don't know how many people are against him with power that have enough power to make you think a certain thing, bro. You guys think these people against Trump are regular people out here? No, they're the people that are in politics that have billions of dollars.
Wow, you're practically
you think FC fuck with Trump? They don't fuck with that nigga. The whole thing was not to try to stop him from getting his.
So you're like a JD Vance?
Hang on.
Hey everybody. Excuse me, I'm not recording. No, I'm in my bed. I'm not recording. She asked me a question. I'm telling you, I'm not recording. Shit, these pants got a goddamn hole in them. Shit.
I don't want him to be in office. I'm gonna use all my billions of dollars to fucking smear his name. Everybody's been complaining for years how the government controls the news. When Trump ran the first time, the news attacked him. Are y'all dumb? Why would the devil attack his fucking self? Y'all fucking idiots. Y'all use your fucking brain, bro. Come on, bro. It's common sense, bro. I'm really starting to look at y'all weird when y'all say Trump is racist. No, but if that's the basis, y'all not liking him, shut the fuck up, bro. Y'all know what the fuck y'all talking about.
Who said it?
Oh, a lot of people, bro. I be in all these rooms, man. I don't know. I just came in here, but I just said Trump is not racist, bro.
Do you guys think that there's anything that Donald Trump can do that would make the Democrat voters at this point say, you know what, Donald Trump is a good president?
No, absolutely not.
The only thing he could do, and he shouldn't do this, is give these niggas reparations.
Which would be racist.
Yeah, but he shouldn't even do that. But here's the thing: black people, they gonna look at it like, yeah, ooh, like.
That's what he's saying. Like black people want. So, but do you even think that if he gave reparations, that they would be still?
There's no. Like, yeah, they'd be nice. They'd be way nicer. They shut the fuck up.
This is the most irritating part of the whole thing, right? Like that's. I tried to watch this. You're so right, Kaz. Like this is the most irritating part. I tried to ask like crazy take the wheel. Also tried it.
Hello.
He walked on sediment.
You know, Jeremy's getting roasted in other Talking Ape rooms. They're saying he's a meth smoker. He's crashing out. They're just roasting you in these other rooms, Jeremy. And, you know, you came in my talk.
That's a problem.
Well, hold on. You came into my Talking Apes League 2026, and you wouldn't even come up on stage. So you live with your green bean clutched to your balls, And my question is it because you don't have balls? Like, are you generally do you have a history of being a coward?
It's a great. Well, it's not a great question.
It's not a great question.
It's not a great question.
You were about to repeat yourself and say that's a great question, as you usually say.
But Joe, semantically, it is a question, right? So it is a question, and I'll answer it because we're a free speech room generally, Congressman. And so yeah, dude, I don't go to America anymore. I didn't join your little room because I accidentally popped in for a second.
Do you have like an American derangement syndrome? I mean, why do you think as a Canadian that your non-bipartisanship type of behavior is going to be productive in anything? They're roasting you, saying that you're calling them Nazis and part of a Nazi education system. I mean, how deranged are you? Do you live with someone? Do you communicate with other people this way? Because if it's just a clown house thing, well, then I hate to tell you, this is your caste. And you are performative, and you don't know you're doing a shtick. And therefore, you're not intelligent still. You're still being a child. Do you have a history of not being emotionally mature? That's the question. Not whether you're a coward, but do you have a history of not being emotionally mature? Now you can say that's a great question. Let me answer that question, John. That's what you would say, and then you'd answer the question. I'll go on mute. Hello?
No, not a good question, but I'll answer it because we're about free speech here. Do you disagree, Cree?
No, sorry, I was talking to somebody else. Go ahead.
No, it's all good, brother. But I will respond to Congressman. I don't know who he is. So Congressman, let me flip the tables really quickly, because I don't give a shit.
No, don't flip any tables. This ain't the fucking money hall in the temple, Dr. Jeremy. I asked you a question. Why are they roasting you in the other room, calling you a bitch? I think that you'd probably be emotionally sensitive to the fact that people at scale in your 8 fucking jungle talk rooms are making fun of you at scale. It's not me bringing the smoke on you. It's other people. It's other monkeys in the tribe. Don't you see what I'm trying to warn you about? You have a resistance building to your game. And there's a lot of people that aren't happy with you in the tribe in the jungle. Wigger?
Congress, can I talk to them? You're American and you don't like free speech. That's why I meet up every time you talk and interrupt. And you, brother, I will continue to let you speak, and I will mute up the second you interrupt me. But all I'm trying to do is answer the questions you're asking me, and you keep interrupting me. So can I answer your question, Congress? I'm going to stay quiet until Congress answers my question. And I'll answer any question he wants to ask me. Congress, can I answer your question, brother? What's up, Mal? How you doing, brother?
Hey, fine. Everything's okay. How are you?
Este bueno. Let me go. I really want to improve my Spanish. It's horrible, and it should be way better. That's my goal for 2026. What's up, Wallace?
Hey, what's up? Just don't do it here. English, please.
That's a good goal. J'adore ton but pour le 2026. Comme ça, tu pourras aller aux États-Unis et les faire chier un peu.
Are you deaf, retard?
Wallace, what he just did with
Wallace. What is your fucking problem? I speak whatever I want.
You can at least translate for us, ladies.
I will. I'll do it. Wallace, I'll do it.
You were just fucking playing, and you call me retard.
Well, you didn't play with my balls. If you would have played with my balls, I would have been a little bit more gentle.
I can play with your balls, but I will make you your own balls.
Guys, I ran out of invites. Can you invite Alex? Wallace, the great, beautiful question. What Mao did was I tried to be a Canadian. I was like, hey, Mao, let me show you how I can speak 2 languages and a third one really shitty. And Mao was like, bitch, sit down, hold my beer. Let me show you as an indigenous person how I can not only speak two languages excellently. I can also speak the third language that you can speak probably better than you. Like Wallace said, I'm just translating because you asked for a translation. That's what happened. Mao was like, bitch, you gonna come in here as a white fucking Canadian who can speak French and English and try to outshine me as an indigenous fucking original fucking North American?
So, Jeremy, I just...
Real quick, as a freed American, North American freeman, I was feeling squished between this Southern commie and this Canadian cut.
Scoop Wallace, can we double click on that, brother? Are you down to double click? Because I know a lot of right-leaning Americans like to shoot people who want to talk about nuance. But are you down with like
nuance? Jeremy's nuance.
Will you nuance?
Your superficial nuance. You know, Jeremy, I have to say, Grok.
This is my hero. This guy. Oh man.
Listen, using AI, it talks about bipartisanship as being a way to, you know, create solutions. And really, whoever starts talking about bipartisanship first puts the responsibility, the liability on that other party to act accordingly. And I just got to say, I do believe we are an international community of governments. And, you know, America and Canada will always be close because we can easily communicate intelligently. I have no worry that we will ever have some kind of falling out because really intelligence is really what we're all playing with here. And some people are playing with a low level of intelligence and some people are playing with high levels of intelligence. And, you know, therefore I know that the status quo will generally always be persistent, but these rooms should have the ability or the wherewithal or intelligence to persist in perhaps alternative opinions, because too many people here in this room right now, I guarantee you, think their opinions are facts. And the fact of the matter is there are no facts or there are no opinions. The point is, the more you think and the more you speak. See, I'm creating AI videos about me debating facts and opinions because it's that funny. People actually think that their opinions are facts. And, you know, the point is, life is...
such a hurry, John. You shouldn't be in a hurry, John.
I'm not in a hurry, but I am about to leave my apartment and go to the bar. And this is my final soliloquy or Zen poem. It simply says, stop thinking and your problems. Or the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. And that's why I can always criticize everybody on this app, because you're talking. And likewise, because I'm talking, but I'm trying to give you a philosophy behind it, which is Zen poetry. Zen poetry is really what everyone here is missing out on. Hello?
Zen poetry says there are no facts. Talk to us from the bottom with some
Wait, guys. Can I say something really quickly? Congressman, I've heard you come up and just get kicked from rooms so often for just being an asshat. And that submission, brother, I'm just being honest, was probably the most intelligent thing I've ever heard from you on this app. And I just want to say this.
He's really
no, he's an asshat. But, like, brother, I'm just saying this. If you were to make submissions more often in these rooms like that, rather than the shit like I'm just going to come up and, like, talk in a weird puppet voice to say shit, like, brother, be more you.
Yo, Jeremy, the point is... Yeah, you guys deserve my behavior. That's the point. I'm mocking you. I'm roasting you. And finally, I get a little hole to maybe give you a little truth. But I'm more than happy to go back to mocking you and making fun of you and trolling you and recording you and then anonymously recording you being stupid. Because the point is, you're not reading anything. You guys are sitting here like babbling apes. You guys are in the books where they make fun of what you're doing. Don't you guys understand what you're doing? Hello?
I'm trying to establish a career here. You need to go to the bar.
But Congress, I'll respond to that. And Crazy and Wallace, feel free to walk this conversation wherever you want. Unless it's cracker music, Crazy. What the fuck is that?
That's not me.
No, Crazy.
At least it's not the bell. The bell will set your mind straight.
But Congress, I'll walk with you, brother. Like, dude, if you're saying, like, dude, you won't have engaging, honest conversation?
No, what I'm doing is I'm an artist, then a critic, then a critic, then an artist, and right now I'm being a critic of your stage. The point is, you guys are all cast. This is just a stage. Show me what you got. I'm in the audience with my feet up. And the point is, I think your show is pathetic because nobody here reads anything. If you were to read scripts and do performance, yeah, if this was more professional, it would be better. But you guys don't do professional. Hello?
It would name one script that is factual when you're an actor.
Did you just whine?
Name this script that's factual.
Yeah, I can read to you from a factual script. I have poetry books right in front of me. You want to hear a little something?
No, I want you to. That's a replication of poetry. Poetry isn't factual. Poetry is not factual.
Thank you.
It's very close. It's very close to being truth. Yeah, it's very close.
At least they know I'm
No, that's your interpretation.
It's my opinion, of course, because the more I think, the more I speak, the further from the truth I'm gonna get.
That's why they call it poetry.
Stop thinking and end your problems.
That's why they call it poetry, because it's not a biography. It's not fact. It's emotional.
I know. Well, life,
Poetry, emotional.
part of the cast is emotional. Part of life is emotion. Part of it is emotional. This is a cast, aka a performance, aka a theater. I got the buzz. I'm telling you, life is performative.
Give me the most factual poetry you've ever heard. Yeah.
The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. That means silence is the truth.
That's not true.
Hello? Hello? Stop thinking and end your problems.
Congress, can I ask you a question then?
Read it, John. John's got great poetry.
Congress, can I ask you a question then?
Listen, if you can tell me what a wig, can you tell me what a wigger is? Can you answer that question? What is a wigger? What does the word wigger mean, Jeremy?
It's the best cracker.
It's a colloquial term. No, that's okay, guys. I'm totally open for discourse.
It's a good question. Answer the question. What's a wigger?
So dumb.
No, it's not. It's not.
Road after you talk shit about us being down that road. Don't even answer that question. It's stupid.
Well, that's the point. I want to see if he's stupid enough to entertain a stupid question.
Jeremy can define it. That's fine.
Wallace.
Here, Sig is the best coon ever. He'll get in here and explain it like in 2
Was
seconds.
the question just asked of what poetry like basically resembles life? Was that?
No. I wish it was. That would have been a smart Canadian question.
Look at that PTR. Look at that PTR. I gotta take a screenshot.
The question was Congressman.
Oh man.
And when I was about to respond, it's like, hey, a wigger is like a shark. It is the Latin.
That's racist.
No, it's not. Wait, Wallace.
What did you say?
Combination.
A shard?
Shark.
Can I speak without being interrupted?
Like a shark.
Or are you just gonna?
Jeremy, the simple answer is a wigger is white trash. That's the easy answer. We don't need analogies about sharks. Hello? Hello?
Jeremy, I know.
There's the trailer to rent. I got 3 trailers available.
I know what a wigger is. Okay.
Go ahead, enlighten us.
This is great. Motherfucker thinks that he deserves to be at the cookout, and it's appropriate to bring mayonnaise and raisin fucking coleslaw. That's what a wigger is, motherfuckers.
All right. So white person
What?
wants attributes from an
What's wrong with coleslaw and raisins on celery?
Take a hike. Come on, leave it to me.
Hello? Oh, you want to take over? Okay, thanks, Wallace. Take over the operations. I appreciate
Go
it.
get us some ladies. What up?
See, people are accusing Wallace of being John Kitover, and that means that I'm having an impact. I'm cloning myself. I can step out of this bubble, and my effect will last and persist. Jeremy is trying to do what I've achieved.
We're gonna do a little racist shit up in here tonight.
That's right. Get that cracker. He's a piece of shit. I respect you, Jeremy.
I think I'm more of a cracker than Jeremy, but go ahead, keep attacking Jeremy.
Yeah, bring me up.
That's wild. The Canadian cracker is wild. That's wild.
What are you, lightly?
The Northern Minnesota cracker.
What's
What kind of cracker are you? An American cracker.
Jeremy's a Canadian
cracker. I know. What are you going to use? Jeremy or American?
What do you want to do? That's wild. You know what I'm saying, Jeremy?
Okay, hold on.
Great, dude. That
Hold
is
on.
so great.
Yeah,
Anyway,
let's
back to our normally scheduled program.
He's a Brent. He's a Brent.
Let's double click. Hold on. And let me just make some housekeeping here. Let me double click. Wallace, I don't think you're black, but I don't think your legs stink.
You don't even know. I'm from Oakland, California. You don't think I'm black?
Bitch, I heard your voice, motherfucker. You cracker. You don't think my fucking white bar is on point? You don't think? Oh, dude.
Okay.
No, hold on. Brother. And I say brother.
I grew up in
as
the
a Homo
Hawks Theater,
sapien.
Jeremy, in Oakland.
How dare you?
Hawks Theater in Oakland. Like, Jeremy, you sure you want to go there?
How dare you say you have black friends in the context of this conversation? How dare you?
That's the ultimate racist.
That's the ultimate racist.
Doesn't mean I'm white.
I have black friends. What the fuck? What the fuck does that mean?
No.
Dude, D, or was that D? Yeah, we ain't going down that road. I'm so thankful that homeboy left because, dude, I don't want to be that retarded. We don't have to talk about this stuff. I invaded the last room because all they talked about was race, and it was a bunch of Republicans, which I thought was fucking hilarious. A bunch of fucking right-wing, cuck-ass fucking debating race. Like, the best race in America is a cougar and a stingray, and I would debate that.
You would debate a cougar and a fucking stingray racing? Oh, yeah. We could debate
I was walking with Wallace like Jesus and a white mother with her teenage white daughter.
And Jesus loves you, Jeremy. I know it.
But hold on. Let me finish for a second.
What up?
I was walking with him like Jesus on a beach in California.
I'm listening to a room.
You know, like a white mother with her white teenage daughter telling her.
They're roasting themselves. They're in a sauna.
Yeah, I was walking with you like a douche commercial in the fucking 90s, bitch. I was like, oh, what's that? You don't feel fresh? Let me show you a white man that fucks up your vagina, my daughter. That's what Wallace just did up here. And brother, I will walk in the sand with you.
And I got many daughters.
That's when the tampon commercials.
I don't know what that means, but
what it was
dude,
actually.
what do you mean? I got all daughters. What are you talking about?
I'm sorry, Wallace, brother. I'm so sorry, dude. I engaged with you like you were a Canadian who was educated, and I am so sorry.
No, I'm a man with all daughters, and you're like,
my bad. Yeah, my bad. Let me break it down. Me too. No, but Wallace, me too. The difference is that I'm Canadian. I'm a Canadian with all daughters who's a high school dropout who's still smarter than you as an American with all daughters. Well, I'm going to guess, dude, have you been educated? Did you graduate from high school?
That's for sure.
No, Wallace, did you graduate from high school?
Sure. Yeah, I actually have a diploma, not a GED. Yep.
Awesome. Good for you. Did you get a university degree? Because you're better than me. I didn't graduate from high school and fuck GEDs. Did you go to university?
No, I only go as far as my college or my high school education. I don't.
That's okay. You're still better. That's okay. You're still better than me. I dropped out of high school. No, and so when I say
I rake leaves.
No. I don't. I shovel snow just because.